Hello and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. I'm Kevin Castley. Tonight we're covering the U.S. presidential election. We got 14 people here already. Very good to see. And hopefully a lot more of you are going to be tuning in as we cover the election. So tonight, of course, we're going to have a panel lined up. Now, I've been pretty hectic so far today. I'm going to send out the invite shortly. In the meantime, let's just get everybody up to speed here. We got obviously Donald Trump, incumbent Republican, running against Joe Biden. Joe Biden looking to unseat Donald Trump and end the populist brand of republicanism. Joe Biden, the man, the legend. He, of course, has, despite being the most progressive of the Democratic nominations, he has made it very clear in many ways throughout the campaign that he does not represent what we tend to think of as progressivism. That's the aggressive gremlins, the fringe and cringe brainlet brigades, the likes of Kremlin Kyle Kulinski, Brainlet June, Schuon Head, Bernie Sanders, Breadline Bernie, and his ilk. That Biden represents a brand of pragmatism and moderation that we haven't really seen in a little while. And this is the sort of thing that, he absolutely routed Breadline Bernie. It would not be fair to say that Hillary Clinton routed and strongly defeated Breadline Bernie. She didn't. She won, but it was a decently close election in the primaries in 2015, 2016, considering the fact that Bernie Sanders didn't have very much name recognition going into it. You'll often see on aggressive media, like the Young Turks, for example, they will say and they will tout, well, Bernie Sanders had no name recognition and he closed a 40 to 50 point gap. They're right about that. And credit where credit is due. Bernie Sanders had a very uphill battle on his hands against Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton narrowly won in the primaries. And that's a good thing. I obviously would prefer Hillary Clinton to Bernie Sanders, but he had all the name recognition going into 2020, 2019, 2020. He had arguably in many ways the same amount of name recognition as a result of his prestige and his renown that he had gained from the 2015 to 2016 primary going in against Joe Biden. And what happened? Well, Joe Biden absolutely cleaned the floor against Bernie Sanders. And you can't tell me, oh, it was the name recognition thing. No, it wasn't. Everybody knew Bernie. Everybody knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden, of course. Who's Joe Biden? Former vice president of the United States under the Barack Obama administration, right? Who's Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders, longtime U.S. senator from Vermont, runs for office, gets absolutely famous, right? $1 million book deals, all this kind of stuff. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity in the progressive movement. He is deified in their movement. Nobody could say people didn't know who Bernie was this time around. And Biden absolutely crushed him. And now, what are we seeing? Well, now it's Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. And Joe Biden soundly routed Bernie Sanders and defeated progressivism in the Democratic Party. Now, yes, he's pragmatic, and a lot of his rhetoric has tended to be more progressive than usual. But make no mistake, there is a stark difference between what Joe Biden represents and what Bernie Sanders would have represented. And it's a very good thing that Biden absolutely destroyed him. And now, as we go into the night, with Biden having the advantage going into this, and I've said throughout the course of this election cycle that I've felt roughly, over the last year, it hasn't really changed very much, typically about 70% to 30% in terms of the odds. Now, 538 and others have given it much more advantageously to Joe Biden. However, Donald Trump still has a shot. Now, what we're seeing now, we're going to take a look at the polls. But before we take a look at the polls, I am going to send out some invites because I haven't actually sent out the invites yet. I've just been getting ready and everything. But we already got 23 people here, one on Twitch, 22 on YouTube. So that's good. We're just getting started. We'll have more people rolling in pretty shortly. So this is going to be an interesting evening. And like I said, we're going to take a look at the polling, and we're going to see as the polls close from the East Coast to the West Coast what's going to happen. So invites are going to go out. We'll have the panel set up pretty shortly. And because this is going to be a longer stream than usual, we'll have different guests chime in and chime out over the course of the evening. And as I had discussed on Henry's show, and Henry and I had discussed as well on my show last night, we're expecting rioting. No matter what happens, we're expecting rioting. The aggressive gremlins, the Antifa thugs, they are going to be fuming and dooming tonight if Joe Biden wins. And if Donald Trump wins, then the resistance type people, they'll be triggered and whatnot. But yeah, definitely. We've got Spooky Nukies in the chat. We got the people who want Spooky Nukies. Dr. Nukies is definitely getting an invitation. That's clear if he's got the time to come in. But yeah, just sending these out right now. So thanks for waiting. We had a bit of a later start today. I was originally planning on going live a little bit earlier in the evening. However, got busy and whatnot. And realistically, the polls are closing right around now for where it matters. So now's a good time for this. So we'll send out these invites. But yeah, how is everybody doing this evening? I know that some of the other figures in the YouTube community have been doing very long streams, but they're not really that worth watching. Like I said in my tweet, hyping up this show, if you want to watch Snoring and Boring, you can go and tune into CNN. If you want to watch Fringe and Cringe, you can go and tune into Vosh. He's going 10 hours, right? But if you want to actually watch the Base Hawks and a hype stream, you can tune in here. Okay, there we go. We got Jaeger now. How's it going, Jaeger?
It's going well. How are you this evening?
I'm pretty hyped. I'm rooting for Biden.
Yeah, I can tell by the suit. It looks good.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I ended up voting for Biden today. So I didn't decide till I got to like the actual ballot, and I went over the choices for that race.
Awesome. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. I think I think where you're at, it's probably going to go for Trump, but we'll see how this plays out. Just getting the last of these invitations distributed. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty big stream. Gonna be a pretty big stream tonight.
So yeah, just some updates while you're sending out the links.
Yeah.
So Florida is currently 51-48 for Trump. Georgia is 55-43 for Trump. North Carolina is 66-31 for Trump, but there's less than 1% reporting. Pennsylvania is 81% for Biden right now with 4.4% reporting.
Yeah.
Ohio is 55% for Biden with 4% reporting. And actually, like one interesting one, there's not a lot here, but Kansas is actually leading for Biden. So
Kansas, oh man.
And Texas just flipped back to Trump, 49-48.
Oh man, Spooky Nukies is complaining you're using all the Wyoming bandwidth right now on the Wyoming interwebs.
Well, I'll have to get off later. So after the drinks start flowing and let Reese come in and come on his rant and his rave about me being on the internet too much, I'll try to save time for him.
Oh man, yeah.
Before he sends a drone to my house.
yeah. Oh man. By the way, everybody, if you want to get drone pilled, check out Jaeger and I's Halloween stream we did a couple days ago. We talked about drones. That was pretty cool. Oh man.
I'm just waiting for Reese to, send the ninja drone through my window. So to kick me off the internet.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to track the drone because he knows once it goes off, he can begin playing RuneScape again. Yeah, so we'll take a look. I'm gonna bring up New York Times. What apps do you guys usually use to track the data coming in? You guys use like CNN or?
I just use like the standard, like Bing one that pulls up because it's interactive and it updates on the fly.
Oh yeah, well check that out. See if that's any good. That's Bing.com.
Yeah, because I use what's the Internet Edge?
Oh right.
Yeah, if you go to Bing and you just search presidential election, it should pull up the results there, and it updates the map going back and forth. So
Oh,
Biden,
I see this right here. Yeah.
Biden currently has 85 electoral votes. Trump has 55. Trump is leading in 122. Biden's only leading in 64. So, and then it just moved again. So Texas just flipped back blue.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now. Yeah, you could change it by state, right? Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm just looking at their do you actually have a link to it right now? Because I don't think that this is the same app that I'm looking at right now that you're using.
Yeah, I just dropped my screen there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, this works.
So yeah, I can pull it up here. Yeah, so 5 million votes counted, 25%. Biden's up in Texas.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Kansas, and then Ohio, and then Pennsylvania was, yeah, it's still big in Pennsylvania, but it's only 5% reporting. But Trump's up in Michigan.
Yeah, that's weird because like when I search for that app on Bing, all that it gives is just a small little box that isn't interactive like that. That's interesting. Huh.
It's just a special Wyoming internet.
Yeah, I guess it's Wyoming internet. Yeah, I guess you guys have special internet over there. That's crazy. Oh man.
Sock on brain. He says he's looking at the New York Times live erection tractor.
Oh man. Yeah, no,
that's quite the typo.
That's a bit of a typo right there. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I can screen share over to New York Times. So now we got New York Times here. This is theirs. And we're looking at right now coming in. They've got, Donald Trump with a narrow lead in Florida right now, which, I think we all thought that Trump was probably going to win Florida. This is, let's see, the actual percent. Yeah, 89% estimated reporting right now. North Carolina, though, skewed really heavy for Biden. That's a pretty good sign for Biden right there. I mean, obviously, Pennsylvania, it's way too early, but for North Carolina to be a 10-point lead for Biden right now with 60% reporting, that Donald Trump, there's probably no way that he could close that gap. Ohio, 8 points for Biden. I mean, even Texas. Now, only about a little over a third of the polls are reporting in Texas, but the fact that Biden's up by 3 points in Texas, it's probably going to be a total bloodbath for the Republicans tonight. Right now, that's crazy.
Yeah, and it's still early in some places. We're just getting started. I
Yeah.
know in Florida in particular, the way they do their elections, the Panhandle closes a little bit later than the rest of the state, and the Panhandle is generally GOP, which is why I think New York Times needle for Florida is like 95% that Trump's going to win Florida.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's 10% left of the count. And I mean, given that, it's going to skew Trump upwards, but there's there's no way. There's no way. I mean, with North Carolina right there, 60%, Biden up 10 points. Pennsylvania, it's very early, but Biden has a big advantage. Michigan, though, here's what's interesting. Only 3% in are reporting in Michigan. Now, everybody, all of our maps, we all gave Michigan to Biden. Right now, Donald Trump is up big in Michigan, but again, they're just reporting right now. If he wins Michigan, that changes things a bit. They got 16 electoral votes over there. So he could, if he could take Michigan, but then lose Pennsylvania, there's still a path to victory. Nothing coming out of Wisconsin yet. But just looking at this right now, I mean, we've got 37% in from Texas. Biden's up 4 points. Florida, continues to come in. Georgia's going to be a solid win for Trump. But, I mean, yeah, he had to win Georgia. North Carolina, I mean, to be that high up in favor of Biden, I don't know, man. What do you think about that? Do you think that signals basically that this is probably going to be a big Biden win? The fact that it's that high in North Carolina?
Yeah, I mean, losing North Carolina will pretty much lose the election if the Rust Belt stays kind of their same way. And so, yeah, like it's a toss up. It's a swing state. Now, losing Florida and Georgia does hurt Biden as well, because if he can't win Arizona, like it's still really up in the air. It's really just kind of a toss up, the kind of like different adding up of different places, different scenarios. Like it's really interesting to watch so far. The tough thing is like not all districts come in all the same. Like you could have 69% from a certain district come in, and then, well, the other 31% is from a district that's either all red or all blue.
That's true. That's true. It's not like an even distribution that comes in per minute. So that's a good point. That's a good point. Those who are like more experts in this, they'll know like what each county tends to lean towards. If we take a look at North Carolina right now and zoom in on it, there's still a bunch of places where none of the vote has been reported yet. It's mostly, it looks like, just going off of here, it looks like only about 2/3 have been counted. But there are a bunch of what look to be more rural areas that haven't been counted yet. So it's possible that those could bump it up for Trump, but that's still a 10-point gap. So, yeah, we can take a look at Texas. So Houston's almost all reporting in. That one's going to favor Biden. Dallas almost all reported in. That one's favoring Biden. And then obviously Austin basically reported in, slight lead for Biden. But all these rural areas haven't been counted at all yet. Those are probably going to go Trump. So that's a good point right there. That even though Biden's up right now by what looks to be about 4 points or so, you count in all those rural areas, it's probably going to go Trump at the end of the day, right? So,
yeah, and Texas has a lot of people too. I want to say like 29, 30 million people.
yeah, it's all like it's about 3/4 the population of Canada in an area like the size of Ukraine, basically. I mean, it's big, but it's also a lot of people. Florida is a similar population, and it's like half the size, which is crazy. But 38 electoral votes from Texas, 29 electoral votes from Florida. So obviously Trump has to win both of those. Taking a look here, 62% in for North Carolina. Georgia, Georgia is only 22% still. Missouri, less than 1%. Pennsylvania's moved out to 6%. Biden with an 18-point lead. But Michigan 4%, 17-point lead for Trump. But let's take a look at where those are coming from. So Wayne County hasn't been counted yet. Suburbs of Detroit are in for Trump.
Yep. But I mean, Wayne County is a huge county because Detroit's a huge city. So you have like Detroit, Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor will control a lot of the votes, and those haven't been counted yet.
Oh, yeah, they're saying to zoom in on the actual application. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. We'll zoom. Oh, he means like on the actual browser itself. Okay, I see. Let's see if that makes it easier. Yeah, that makes it a bit easier for the people to read. Okay, if we keep it zoomed in at 150% on the browser, because I can still zoom out on the app. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that works. I think that's better for the people out there. It's more legible. We still got 23 people here. That's cool.
So,
Kevin has boomerish tendencies. No, I'm a total boomer. Boomerish tendencies. I'm like a boomer across the board. Yeah, no shame in being a boomer. Like I'd rather be a boomer than a Vosh standing zoomer. That's my approach.
So one thing that's also clear tonight, the two biggest losers are going to be the Green Party and the Libertarian Party, at least from the reporting so far. Neither one of them have reached 1%. And I'm wondering if Kanye will get more votes than the Green Party.
Oh, that's actually possible. Okay, it's actually possible that Kanye gets more votes than the Green Party. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny. Where like if you're the Green Party, you can't even win against Kanye West. The guy who they asked him, Joe Rogan asked him, well, why'd you decide to run for president? And he's like, I was in the shower one day and like I thought that like God told me to run. But I was like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool, bro. That was basically his answer. If you can't beat that guy, you know you're a total meme at that point. You're the laughing stock. Because to a lot of people, Kanye's the laughing stock. So if you can't beat the laughing stock, what does that make you? So we got North Carolina 65% now. Biden up. Oh, so it's switched. So it's gone down a bit in favor of Trump, you know, in terms of the trend. He was down 10 points before. Now he's down 8 points. Pennsylvania's up 7% reporting now with a 21-point lead for Biden. Let's take a look at where they're coming from in Pennsylvania, though, if I can even zoom. Oh, does it not let me click on it when I'm zoomed out? Let's go back here. Oh, interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay. So Pittsburgh, Donald Trump, huge lead, 28% reporting. Philadelphia, oh.
And that's not good for losing Pittsburgh.
Over Biden.
Yeah, it's not good. Like he's going to win Philadelphia.
Yeah, bigly. Like, yeah. Okay, so sure, it's only 9% reporting right now in Philadelphia County. 94% for Biden. Yeah, that's bigly right there. Oh man. Yeah, no, but you're right though. Obviously, Pittsburgh's the other big urban area. I mean, that's where Biden's going to have his advantage. Once you tally everything up and you expect the rural countryside to go for Trump, I mean, it's still a big distance to close, 18 points, but 7% reporting, I guess it's possible. But with Michigan, the thing is with Michigan, like we can take a look there. They haven't counted Wayne County yet, so obviously that's going to advantage Biden. But, oh, we got another guest joining us tonight. We have Mike here. How's it going, Mike? Welcome to the broadcast.
What's up, man?
Oh, man. We're covering, we're riding with Biden, and we're watching this unfold. Oh, and there's Henry as well. Thanks for joining us tonight, Henry. Everybody give a big welcome to some Base Talks. We got these guys in the stream right now. We're just taking a look at Michigan right now. Now, barely any of the votes been counted, but it's advantaging Trump 18 points right now. So
How much of the vote's been counted?
4%. So make of that what you will, but
Well, I think it's going to be important to see like where that vote distribution is coming from.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
the
obviously
key
like,
thing.
if the rural counties are getting counted or like the in-person votes getting counted early, it's going to look like it's disproportionately in favor of Trump early.
Yeah,
Whereas
there
like
was a
when
while.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like once some of like the larger counties start to get their results in, you're gonna see that tighten up real quick.
Yeah, and if you look at Virginia right now, Donald Trump's still leading in Virginia, but it's been called for Biden.
What?
it's been
What's been
called for
called for
Biden
Biden?
because they're expecting the mail-in votes and stuff to favor
In
Biden, I believe.
Virginia.
Wait, Virginia? Oh, well, yeah.
Virginia's going blue. Like that's that.
Yeah.
We all expected that to happen, right? But like we also all expected Michigan to go for the Democrats. So if Michigan's in play, that could offset a potential loss in Pennsylvania if that happened. But
It might mean Michigan's going to be close, but I just doubt that it's going to go red. And I think Florida's already for Trump. Like I don't see how the base. I was watching this earlier, and it's almost all in, and Trump has a huge lead. I mean, it's not huge compared to like the population, but compared to what's left that he like to win, So I'm pretty sure Trump has Florida already. I think he's going to get Texas too.
It seems that Biden just really underperformed in Miami-Dade County, and that Trump really made a lot of inroads with like the Cuban Latino population there. That's what a lot of people seem to indicate that's about.
Yeah, and I mean he won it last time, so.
Yeah, I mean he needed it to win, so we're
Yeah.
gonna be up for a while. What's up, Dr. Zace? You ready for this shit?
Yeah, I
Hold
think
on to your
Ohio's
butts, guys.
the interesting one if you're looking at, because basically if everything goes the way you thought it would, Biden really just needs to, well, if he wins the Rust Belt, he just needs to flip one state and also not have any of his flip, which I guess is something you could talk about. But
go to Ohio, Kevin.
We'll take a look at Ohio. The only thing is when I zoom in to try to make it more legible for the audience, the whole state goes blank. So you'll have to bear in mind with what we're reporting, basically. But looking at this right here, a lot of it's been counted. Basically, about half of the votes have been counted so far. Biden's up 8 points. But there are some.
Look at the percentage points. Look at the percentage points in the smaller counties, and it's going to be important to see what those margins are, because if those margins are smaller than they were relative to 2016, it could be a good sign for Biden.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking around at the rural ones right now. They all seem to be about a 40-point lead for Donald Trump in the rural areas. In the urban areas, looking at Franklin County. It's about a 50-point lead for Biden. Cleveland, about a 50-point lead for Biden. And so out of those two, 51% counted, 42% counted for the big cities. But a lot of these rural areas are, just looking through here, between 50% and about 13% counted, with some of them that haven't even started counting yet. So it is going to be a bump up for Trump as we go on in the evening. Likewise with Pennsylvania right now, we were taking a look at it. Pittsburgh, a quarter's been counted, but it's an actual almost 40-point lead for Donald Trump in Pittsburgh right now. So, which is interesting. Pennsylvania likewise has been like, it's about like a 90-point lead for Biden, but it's still early on. Pittsburgh is a lot closer. It's 28% versus like 16% counted or so. But just looking at this right now, Florida is interesting. Miami-Dade County, 89% counted. Yeah, 9-point lead for Biden. Yeah,
So the other thing with Georgia, you're probably going to have to wait a little while before they call it, because the Atlanta area is notorious for being a little bit later than the rest of the state as far as counting the votes.
Yeah, Winter's saying if they called Virginia, it's because they know the votes from the south of the state can't outnumber those in Northern Virginia, which is solid blue. Yeah, well, we'll take a look at Virginia. Virginia, I don't think there's any way. Like they've called it for Biden with Donald Trump up 57.8 points, or I shouldn't say up. He's up 18 points, but 32% reporting. The actual like main areas right now, 36% in around Richmond. Yeah, it's still probably at the end of the day going to go for Biden, so that's why they called it early on. Because oftentimes, like CNN and stuff, like they'll call Vermont, for example, for Biden with like 1% reporting, right? Because like everybody knows it's going to go blue. Massachusetts, less than 1% reporting. They've called it for Biden at the New York Times, right? Because like there's no way Trump's winning Massachusetts. Oh, there's Suzuki. Welcome, Suzuki. How's it going?
Oh, good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
What's up,
Yeah, we can have
Suzuki?
10 people in here, so there's some other invites out there. We'll see if people.
Oh, you can have 10 people now?
10 people on StreamYard. That's right. And technically, even on just standard premium, not like the pro premium, I can also be streaming to 2 or to 3 locations instead of 2. So I was going to stream to Facebook, except for the last couple of weeks, I've been banned from streaming to Facebook because I guess somebody reported me for being a neocon ghoul or something. So, we got zucked over there.
So what's going on in Georgia?
Yeah, we'll take a look at Georgia. It's a big win for
I'm pretty
Trump.
sure Georgia will go red. I'm pretty sure Georgia will go
looking
red.
like it.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just they haven't gone red. They haven't gone blue since what was it, 92 or 96, something like that.
Yeah,
It seems as though a lot of the more suburban counties are really Biden is really overperforming in a lot of them. That to me seems to be like an early
seems like-
one of the early trends in this election.
It seems like the other thing going on is you see a lot of these places, it comes out super early for Biden. But then as time goes on, it kind of narrows down a lot just because they're counting the early votes and the mail-in.
Yeah, no doubt. Just looking at the suburbs of Atlanta right here, between 1% and about 75% or so counted, whereas a lot of these rural areas, they haven't even started counting yet, and it's still favoring Donald Trump 56%. So as that goes on, it's likely Trump's going to win Georgia by like probably 10 to 15 points at the end of the day. He's up right now 12 points over Joe Biden. But
I think the states to look at would be North Carolina, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. Those are the ones that I think have the best chance of flipping.
We can't take a look at Arizona yet because the polls haven't closed there. But we've been checking out North Carolina. North Carolina 2/3 reporting, and Biden's still up 6 points. He was up 10 points earlier. So as the more polls come in from the rural or votes come in from the rural areas, which haven't even started counting yet, it will advantage Trump in the trend. The question is, are Biden's urban leads going to be enough that at the end of the day it will outweigh the Republican vote? So, and that remains to be seen. Pennsylvania now 10% counted. Biden up 30 points. Biden though is still up, almost 40 points.
I might have to drop out and come back. I'm having some kind of connection issue.
Gotcha. Yep, we'll see you in a minute. Yeah, so Henry should be back shortly. But yeah, basically, I can't really zoom on the map any further here in terms of the browser because when I zoom in and then go to view the counties, it goes blank. So I guess it was only optimized to work at a 100% zoom, not 150% zoom on their site, which is unfortunate. There's Henry. Yeah, Nuke Pooter says, yeah, my neocon bad. Yeah, that's Facebook right there. Yeah, Hawk Gang. You know, we're just getting started here. Like most of the polls haven't even closed yet. There's Henry. Yo, welcome back, Henry.
Yeah, at some point tonight we should watch some Young Turks or. I didn't see Alex Jones on the. I didn't see Alex Jones on the Rogan stream, so that was disappointing.
I didn't even get to see any of the Rogan stream yet. Yeah, by the way, for those in the audience and whatnot, if anybody here has any clips or anything or finds any clips, if you send them my way, I'll download those and bring them up so we can watch. Otherwise, we can also watch as a screen share. But if there's volume, I believe it mutes everybody is the problem. So that's something to bear in mind as far as how StreamYards operates. But let's take a look. We've got right now, I mean, Florida's still 91%. Oh, is that somebody else? Oh, there are two Henrys. Wait, which one's the real Henry?
I'm not sure, but I got my connection issue fixed.
Okay, I'm going to remove your older avatar and see.
Get rid of that one. I have that issue sometimes where I'll, I don't know. I think I fixed it, but sometimes when I drop out and come back, it clones it. I had to reset my stuff, so I think we're good.
Yeah, we got some lifelong Hawks basically in the chat. That's awesome. We got Peter Paragoose says, I've been a Hawk ever since I joined the Navy at 18. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and thanks for your service. Thanks. And Henry was in the U.S. Army, so big up to Henry.
Thanks.
Oh, man. That troll account the other day was thinking you were in the Marines. Those,
yeah, that was funny. I don't know where he would have got that. I guess he just wandered into a stream where we must have talked about me being in the military, but not exactly what.
Now, when people ask you, there's the common isolationist talking point is, when do you join the military though? And did you ever go to them and say, yeah, motherfucker, I did join the military. How about you?
Oh yeah, I had one that was just like that. Actually, it was in one of those streams where I go on to just argue and talk crap to people. There was a guy saying that to me. I think I was arguing something political, and he said, what have you ever done for your country? I served in the Army. This was like a redneck guy, and I served in the military. And then I just I was like, oh, I did too. And then I called him a pogue bitch. And then he was like, well, I was a medic. And why are you going to make fun of me? And he was started, he flipped all around then. Because that's kind of an insult that infantry uses toward everyone that's not infantry. You call them a pogue, which is kind of not really everyone, but it's just kind of one of those things in the Army. It's mostly a joke, but it was funny. Basically, it's like calling him a paper pusher or something like that. It's.
Oh man, yeah, no. Basically, they'll change around their talking points too to switch from calling you a coward to calling you a war criminal. That's what they do.
Oh yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, that's the isolationist left people when they're if you love this so much, why don't you go join the Army? And then you're like, well, I did. Then they're like, well, you're a baby killing murderer. It's that type of stuff. You're a war criminal. You participated in war. Unless you're Tulsi and dedicate the rest of your Unless you're Tulsi and dedicate the rest of your life to to just Russian talking points. Yeah, then you got a free pass. If you go on a date with Bashar al-Assad, it's okay.
Dan here says, been a Hawk since I toppled Saddam's statue in Lego at 8 years old. Oh, Sally subscribed. Okay, thanks for the subscription. By the way, everybody who's watching right now, be sure to subscribe to Superpower Broadcasting. I do daily streams. That's every day. So you don't want to miss that. So make sure you're subscribed. And if you're a hater, if you're one of the haters and traitors, also be sure to subscribe. That way you can when to leave a dislike. So, we got, you shouldn't, we've got, let's see, Sock on Brain says, I've been a Hawk ever since Kevin convinced me that neoconservatism is based. Well, yeah, that's what I do. It's cool. We can change people's minds and get people to rethink stuff. So very cool. Very cool.
So are we looking in Ohio?
Yeah,
That's
we'll take a
kind of
look
to
at
me the
Ohio.
big one. That and North Carolina, I guess, seem like the two that are sort of important. Has there been anything that was like supposed to go Biden that is looking like it might go Trump yet?
Just Michigan, but it's
Well,
early on.
Florida
Early.
as well.
Well, we all thought
Florida looks
well,
like it's going to
Florida-
go to Trump.
He won Florida last time, and that was kind of a toss up anyway.
Yeah, no, we all kind of thought that Florida was going to go Trump. The only on here that I'm seeing that's reporting so far that we all kind of expected or just assumed without thinking about it was going to go Biden is Michigan is
How,
right now
how much of a lead does Trump have in Michigan?
27 points with 10% reporting.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
10% reporting. If you go to Michigan and look at it, like it's
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm
though,
looking at
that's-
it right now.
yeah, like there's no blue filled in at all. Like that's
Have they
Yeah.
counted the big cities yet?
They
counted-
have just started counting Wayne County. Early lead for
Well,
Donald
there's
Trump.
nothing from the Upper Peninsula either.
Nothing, yeah.
yeah, like that's way too early to say anything meaningful about the race there.
Fair enough, but then we look at Pennsylvania right now. Pennsylvania is a huge lead for
It's
Biden,
super early too, though.
but
Yeah, that we're not going to know. We're not going to know tonight. I doubt it. Who wins Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
Trump's
probably
up
not.
huge in Pittsburgh still with 28% reporting. So Georgia is still, or I
In
should say,
Georgia,
Florida.
Trump still has like a pretty significant lead there.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
I guess the thing that's hard to tell about this election is like what percentage of the votes
Trump just
being
won
counted
again.
are election day votes versus like mail-in ballots and whatnot. Because if they're counting the election
Indiana
day
just went
votes
for Trump.
early versus are they counting the mail-in ballots early, it's probably going to look disproportionately more in Trump or Biden's favor, depending. Like again, Pennsylvania started out the night with Biden at like plus 60 ahead, but he's
Yeah,
obviously
that's
not
not
going to
going to
be
happen.
nowhere near that far ahead. So
What's the deal here? I'm just looking at Kansas right now. Kansas is 36% in. Biden's up 7 points. Texas is 64% in. Biden's up 1.4 points.
Well, yeah,
Go to-
look
wait,
at
go to-
Texas. Zoom in. Look at
Yeah,
all
go to
those
Texas.
little counties. All those little counties are going to go red. So the
That's
only
true.
places that go blue in Texas are some patches along the border, which you're starting to see there in the south. There's also out in the west, El Paso. Harris County is huge. It's the biggest county probably in Texas. It'll go blue, but I mean, that's the thing. There's only a few. It's kind of like Florida in that regard. There's big cities that'll go blue. There's a few spots along the border, but then there's these huge places in the center, the north, and even the east that are, it's just filled with tons. There's 264 counties in Texas. Like the vast majority of them go red. And so if Trump builds it up in all those little counties, it adds up. Because, I mean, Biden's not going to even win. He's not even going to win 10% of the counties in Texas. He just wins the biggest counties. So that's kind of the way it's going to go.
Yeah. Austin right now, 90% reporting in. Biden's up. He's got 73%. Houston, 82% reporting. 14-point lead for Biden. Dallas, 30-point lead for Biden, 81% reporting. They're almost done.
And
They're
it's
almost counted.
it's also, like I said, with the mail-in and early votes, those are all going to Biden, and those are getting counted first. I'm pretty sure in Texas, at least. So you're going to see Biden break out. Like it looks like he's ahead in Texas by a lot. But as time goes on, it's going to come down and down and down. That's what happened in Kentucky. It was like one of the first states to go. Biden was up by a lot in Kentucky at first, but that was because they had already counted all of the early and mail-in, and they just reported it first. But once it all filled in, Kentucky went hard for Trump.
Right.
So-
Yeah, we're looking at Michigan right now. If we take a look at Michigan, 12% reporting. Trump's still up 17 points, but like again, Wayne County only 3% counted, 53% for Trump.
let's
Interesting,
check Ohio again.
We'll check Ohio. Ohio's pretty big for Joe Biden. Biden's got a 10-point lead right there. That 52% counted around Columbus and 42% counted around Cleveland. The thing is, some of the rural counties haven't even started yet. A lot of the other ones, they're around the same in terms of their counting. Some are only about 13%. Realistically speaking, as the night goes on, that gap's going to close. It's still probably going to go for Biden, though, is my guess at this point, though.
Well, it's looking like it might, it could be pretty close. I mean, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any.
I think anyone who's claiming like they know who's going to win is kidding themselves. We have no idea who's going to win this right now.
There hasn't been a single swing state called yet, as far as I've seen.
Yeah.
So I think
does Virginia count? Does Virginia count?
Virginia,
I think the first big, Florida was obviously the first big one, and that went to Trump. But the next ones to look at, I think, are North Carolina and Arizona. I think those are two to look at.
Yeah, I guess what it's looking like.
Florida hasn't been,
that they're not going to.
Florida hasn't been called yet.
Well, no, but it's obviously Trump's going to win that. They just
it's trending. Trump has like a.
I am pretty sure.
Trump's going to win. Trump's going to win. Look at this. Like Miami's 93% in, 8-point lead for Joe Biden. But then you look at like some of these, as some of the more rural states and whatnot, or I should say counties, like Bay County there, that's 34% counted. Some of these other ones are like 87, 80 type percent counted. Biden, the areas where Biden's going to do big in are like 90+% counted already. So it's going to be more for Trump as the night goes on. Trump's already up 1.6 points. Or no, I should say 2.6 points. Yeah.
So, I think what it'll come down to is if Biden keeps all the Rust Belt, those 3 Rust Belt states, and then just flips one of the swing states and he wins, versus where Trump, he's going to have to if he takes Michigan, then it's like a really that's a really tight race for both sides at that point. But I think I don't know. I think it's going to start being easier to determine once you start seeing like the true kind of swing states, which Florida, I guess, was up in the air. But I always felt like Trump was going to win that one.
Do you think we'll know the winner?
I think it'll be close.
Do you think we'll know the winner by tomorrow? I mean, because they said it could take a little longer with the mail-in ballots.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because
if Biden wins, like let's say Biden wins North Carolina and Arizona or something like that, I think it would be safe to say. But if they're still counting. Like if Trump wins those and they're still counting in Michigan and Pennsylvania, we're not going to know.
And that's a possibility because if you look at the behavior of the campaigns, they both went into Pennsylvania hard, which means it's probably tight there because the internal polling of the campaigns has the best information out of anyone, whether it's pundits or anybody else. They know what's going on better than anyone. And so they both went to Pennsylvania and campaigned super hard. If it comes down to Pennsylvania, we might not know for days.
Yeah, I think fun. Yeah, that's a good point. It could actually take longer than the weekend to actually figure out who wins. So
with the Senate races, it looks like the Republicans are going to pick up a seat in Alabama with Tommy Tuberville defeating Doug Jones.
No surprise there.
So. They're up in Michigan. The Democrats may pick up a seat in Georgia.
Oh, that'll be a close race to watch. I wonder if they have any reporting on the Senate race there.
It's a shame. I really like Doug Jones.
Yeah.
North Carolina.
I'll be forever grateful that he beat Roy Moore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Roy Moore.
Love that man.
Roy Moore.
Judge
literal. Yeah, basically a pedophile, and that guy's ridiculous, and a lot of people went to bat for him. A lot of people defended him. So,
interesting note: he actually blocked me twice on Twitter.
Wait, you're blocked by Roy Moore?
Twice, yeah, on both my accounts. Roy Moore blocked me.
Oh, wow.
Because I called him Judge. I called him Judge Kitty Diddler, and he didn't like that.
That's a
Oh
nice
man,
nickname for him.
that's a good one.
Kevin, can you check North Carolina?
Yeah, we'll zoom in on North
That's
Carolina.
one I think is the one to watch like right now.
Oh
that
wow!
one's-
It used to be 10 points earlier in the evening when it was 66% reporting. Now it's 74% reporting. Biden's only up by 4.9 points.
Yeah,
it's
those rural
plummeting.
counties are starting to fill in.
Wow! So he could actually close a 10-point gap with the other 40%.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure. Well, but I
Possible.
mean, here's the thing. The question is, how much of the urban counties are like already fully in
Yeah.
already?
Well, we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look. Wake County around Raleigh, it's above average for the estimated reporting in, 82% reported in. Obviously, Biden's won that 32 points. Greensboro, 75% reported in. And Charlotte,
Yeah,
85% in already, 68% for Biden. These other rural ones around there are going to go for Trump. A lot of them, some of them, I should say, are 0% in. A lot of these other ones, though, just looking at it, they're around like 75 to 80%, 73. So a lot of these ones that are reporting in so far are still mostly counted. There's suburbs of Greensboro there, 23% reporting in. Donald Trump, huge lead. But it's a lot of these other ones there that it's very likely going to go for Donald Trump, and they haven't even started yet. Biden's up 4 points, 25% of the vote count to go. Yeah, I think it's possible. Like if he has 2/3 margins, 30-point margins in favor of Trump, he could come out of this with like 2-point lead in North Carolina. And if he takes Michigan right now, just looking at Michigan, 16% in, Donald Trump 60 points, a 22-point lead. That's pretty big. 15 points or 15% reported for Pennsylvania, 30-point advantage to Joe Biden though. But if we take a look at that, obviously a lot of these counties, the rural counties, haven't even counted yet. They haven't even started. So that's the deal there. 92% coming in from Florida right now. 3-point advantage now to Donald Trump. It was about 1.5 before. Texas, 1.3 advantage to Joe Biden, 35% to go. Kansas, 7-point lead for Biden, only a third counted. Missouri, it's leaning towards Biden right now, but only 11% counted. So
I don't see any swing states counted so far. I mean, you got the upper Midwest. That's solidly Republican.
Yeah, so far the map is basically looking exactly as it was projected to look.
yeah, with the exception of Michigan, but Michigan's still early.
Yeah, it's still way too early. There's nothing to say about Michigan yet.
So what about Maine? Because from what I'm seeing, it's currently in favor of Donald Trump.
Yes, 2% counted in favor of Trump by 6 points, but it's so early, like 2%.
Yeah, I feel like
But
those
they
states
don't-
are not even worth looking at, honestly, because it's too early to garner any like meaningful data from it. To me, the ones to look at right now are North Carolina, Ohio, Texas. Florida looks like it's going to go to Trump. I think some like projection, some election projectors or whatever have already given it to Trump. But Ohio, Texas, and North Carolina, those are the ones I think are the ones
North Carolina,
to look at
especially.
now.
The New York Times has given New Mexico now to Biden with 0% of the vote counted and 0 votes. So that's probably going for Biden. So there you go. But if we take a look, we can zoom in on North Carolina is pretty interesting because that gap is about 3.5 points in favor of Joe Biden now, 75% counted. So we'll get in new data. Okay, polls are closing in Wisconsin. Governor has said he expects to know the results tonight or tomorrow. Well, Milwaukee could still be counting ballots until Wednesday morning. Okay, so that's from one of their correspondents updating there. There hasn't been that much movement percentage-wise in the last little while. The only movement's been in Ohio. It used to be 49, now it's 54%. Biden has 7-point lead or so. Let's take a look at the chat, though. We got a lot of people in the chat tonight. Maximus says a nail biter for sure. Winter asks, they still haven't called Florida. No, Florida is going to be a while before that gets called, I think. But it's probably going to be Trump. Arthur says, for sure, a drinking stream.
Got to break out that red wine.
Yeah, I got to drink some alcohol. Oh,
I
man.
would, but I'm too young.
Oh, man. Wait, how old are you, Suzuki?
I'm 20. 1 year
20.
shy.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's 21 is the drinking age in the States. So, yeah.
Yeah, but who really follows that rule?
Exactly.
Yeah, in Canada, it varies province to province. In my province, it's 19, but like everybody starts drinking at like usually like 14, 15. So, you know. Kaka hockey. Natalie says, I've been a hawk ever since I saw 9/11. Well, that's the same here. I was 7 years old at the time, didn't really know anything about politics, wanted to be an architect. I saw 9/11 happen, and then after that, I was like, oh, we got to destroy terrorism, basically. So, you know, it's like I'm brain's been a hawk ever since Kevin convinced me that neoconservatism is based. Yeah, I think we're basically caught up on the chat now. We have a pretty active chat tonight. Might have some more guests joining us later on. We can zoom out back to the national map. Take a look if there's any movement. Okay, 77% now reporting in for North Carolina. Biden with a 3.1% lead. So yeah, the rate at which it's skewing over towards Trump, if that continues at the same rate, they'll be even by about the time you get to about the 90% point. In which case, yeah, then you get a couple points out of that for Donald Trump. So if Trump takes North Carolina and Trump takes Michigan and he takes Florida and he takes Texas, but Biden takes Ohio and Pennsylvania, oh man, you know, have you guys played around that much with the 270 to win thing? Because I think it's still possible for Biden to win in that scenario, but I'll take a look in a different map, 270 to win, and see how that plays out. If we give
Which scenario are you referring to?
the scenario in which Trump wins Florida, Texas, North Carolina, and Michigan, but Biden wins Pennsylvania and Ohio, but all the other states go as we
I feel like that's kind of an unrealistic scenario. Like, do I really think that Trump is going to win Michigan but not Ohio? Like, I doubt that. Like, if he's winning one, he's going to win the other.
We'll see. Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see what happens for sure. I'm just going to play around. If we give Michigan to Trump, but we give Ohio to Biden, and we give Georgia to Trump, and we keep and we give North Carolina to Trump, but we keep all the others as they are right now. If Biden could still easily win it. Biden could still easily win it because Trump would still have to win Iowa. He'd still have to win Arizona, and even then, based on what we've been expecting, Joe Biden would still win with 11 electoral point lead. So we'll see.
It's looking like it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I think that Biden still got it, but we might not officially know for a while is the thing.
I'm
Yeah,
starting to
yeah.
think it might come down to Pennsylvania, and then
It's like a nail. It's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, nail biter,
no.
like Maximus was saying earlier.
But
Like
this
if
is,
look at-
this is this is what we were. This is good in a way, because it's kind of like hype.
I know it's
Well,
big.
yeah, I guess it's good for YouTube. It's terrible for the country. I mean, that was always my nightmare scenario, is that it's undecided and it goes on for weeks in the current political climate. That's like,
Yeah.
I think, where you get the highest levels of violence, probably.
Yeah,
And I expect it either way. I think the lowest levels are, if Biden wins, I think it'll still happen. The highest, I think, is if it's split, and we don't really know for a long time, especially if Trump wins after like a long divided campaign, then it would just be madness.
Mm-hmm.
All
Go
right.
to
You're totally right, because if we think back to Florida in 2000, what happened then was it was drawn on for about 5 weeks until that was decided. But the thing was, there wasn't really much of an Antifa mob. There wasn't really a Proud Boys thing.
Oh no,
there was nowhere near the amount of instability and division that there is today, and that was still chaotic. So
it was one of the first elections I really remember, and I remember it because it was still going on when my family got together for Thanksgiving. It was still going on. I think it went on for 6 weeks or something.
Yeah, it was like 5.5 weeks. That's right, until it was decided in court. Imagine that kind of thing happened today.
They didn't declare the winner. They didn't declare the winner until December 12th in 2000. They didn't declare the winner until December 12th.
That's right, and the election was the first Tuesday in November. So that's a long gap to find out who's going to be your president, right? So, I mean, because it's not just that we would expect rioting to happen after the decision was made. It'd be going on the whole time. It'd be like the summer, what we saw. What happened? They like the radical mobs, they burned a ton of cities down and looted. They looted like crazy. They'll loot over the police. Do
you have any news from Washington D.C.? Like, because they were planning violent riots and protests and stuff. Not news from the not election news. I mean, like riot news.
I don't. But I know you're typically more on the ball with that. If you want to be the riot correspondent,
I'll go check my riot. I'll go check the riot channels.
Yeah. So riot correspondent Henry is going to be looking into that for us. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to get more water and everything, but we'll keep you guys up to date.
So an interesting Senate race is the one in Georgia. It keeps flipping back and forth.
Yeah, what's the percentage on that so far?
So I'm on a different one than he's on. Mine says 21%, and it's 28.58 for the Democrat, 28.51 for the Republican.
Oh yeah, that's razor thin. Like, but I mean, right now, I mean, I'm watching the CNN projection. I have it on mute in the background, and they're I mean, they go pretty slow, but they have Trump up in Georgia by like 16%
Thomas Massey just won.
Fox News is calling states a lot faster than CNN is.
Oh, did they call Florida Fox News? I don't think.
I don't think they have. I don't think any mainstream stuff has, but there's a lot of other stuff that has. I mean, it's obvious. It's so obvious. I don't know why they bother.
Yeah, no, it seems like it's inevitable at this point.
Yeah.
But Georgia, I'm looking at the TV and they have Trump up like 16%. They say he's underperformed. I mean, they're showing where he's underperforming in 2016 by 5 or more percentage points.
Yeah, I mean, still, that's kind of surprising. I thought that one was going to be close.
I mean, it could still be close. I don't know. I don't think there's a whole lot that's reporting. I still think they're waiting a lot on Atlanta. But
how's Michigan doing?
We'll take a look at Michigan. I'm back. Michigan's at 17% reported now. Trump, obviously, it's still a massive lead, but 21 point lead for Trump. But if we take a look at Wayne County, barely anything counted yet, and that's Detroit. Trump up 8 points. Grand Rapids, Kent County, 16 point lead for Trump. So what you're seeing is that in the urban areas, it's about half as much a lead for Trump as the state on average right now. And in Flint, Trump's up like 20 points or so.
My guess is that they're getting election day results first there. Like that's got to be, unless they were just like completely ass backward on their polling.
From what I understand, that it's those states that count their mail-in ballots after. That's why Pennsylvania is going to take so long.
Gotcha.
Well, see, I thought Pennsylvania, like I thought it was. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is up 19 points for Joe Biden right now.
Biden is up 4% in Ohio right now. 58% of the vote in there.
That's gone down because before, earlier on throughout the evening, he was up about 10 points and 8 points. Now he's up 4 points, 58% reporting in. So the trend is definitely gone into the direction of Donald Trump. We got a long way to go there. Cleveland, we got obviously 50-point lead for Biden, 47% counted. Columbus, 50-point lead for Biden, 55% counted. So the big cities haven't even counted as much as the average yet. So Biden can gain some ground there. But then some of these more rural counties, they're like 16%, 47% and stuff. Obviously,
I think so far Biden looks pretty good in Ohio, considering the commanding lead that he has in like those urban areas. And like you said, they're not halfway in yet. So, up 4%. It's going to be really close. And I mean, honestly, like I predicted that the state would go to Trump. But I mean, if it goes to Biden, it's over. Like Trump is not going to win without Ohio. I don't think.
Well, I don't know. Well, it depends. Like
depends about Wisconsin.
We're seeing the opposite news in Michigan, which is one I thought was going to go solidly.
I guess my only thing is I just think it's way too early to discern any meaningful data from there. Like I don't really care that Trump is up in Michigan right now because the urban areas there's no reporting. They have no early. I mean, like I'd be stunned. Like. I mean, obviously it could happen, but just considering how massive a lead Biden had in the polling throughout, that would have to be like a 17-point swing. Like that's not happening.
17% from Michigan right now reporting, but Grand Rapids is 37% counted. That's urban. Wayne County only 3%, so that's going to go in Biden's direction.
Yeah, Flint, let's wait until Wayne County gets some votes.
But like Flint's above average in terms of counting, and it's still favored for Trump. So even some of these more urban areas are above average counted, and they're still favoring Trump. So Detroit's the one. Detroit's basically what Biden.
No, I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean that just looks like it's not what I would have expected. But
no, I wouldn't have expected. I didn't even think there was much of a chance at all. Like when we were going through and just saying, filling this stuff out last night, Henry, I didn't even think that there was a chance that Donald Trump was going to win Michigan. We were all playing around with other states.
Yeah.
So Joe Biden's up big in Missouri, actually, right now.
Let's take a look at that.
Missouri?
Yeah, Missouri is 13% counted. Biden is up 13 points, or 12, 13 points.
Everything seems so all over the place right now.
Yeah.
I think it's just time will tell. I think we're going to need a couple more hours.
I think it's too early to say anything.
If anybody in the chat's got any questions and whatnot, we can check out different counties, different states, and everything.
What's the electoral count at? As far as like CNN and Fox News and the major media, what have they called for electoral count so far?
So Biden at 119 and Trump at 92.
Okay. I mean, but none of the states that they've called are really shocking. Like none of them are swing states yet, except Florida, which I think is going to go for Trump. That's the first swing state I think you can go ahead and say Trump won it.
Yeah.
The rest, all the rest of the swing states, which to me are the only ones that matter. Every other state doesn't really matter that much. It's there's states that are kind of in play, I guess. Like you talk about, Michigan looks like it's more in play than I would have thought. Texas, I don't really think is in play and never did, but the professionals all said it was. So, I mean, who knows? But
yeah, Dr. Zay says in the chat, most votes, period, come from Detroit and its suburbs in Michigan. So I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
true.
that's you got to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
That's true. But some of those people are going to support Trump. That's the thing. It really depends on what margin of victory Biden
Yeah,
can have there.
exactly.
Because
Right,
I'm
right.
just playing around with 270 to win right now. And just hear me out on this scenario right here. Going from just where it's reset, if I give Florida to Trump, I have Georgia to Trump, I give North Carolina to Trump, Michigan to Trump, that then means that there's no clear person at 270. If we give Ohio, just in this example, over to Donald Trump, that means that it's 263 to 263, and the winner's determined by Arizona in that example, if that's how it plays out, which is how it's leaning towards right now. But again, we haven't really seen much of the votes come in from the Detroit area so far. It's still about
How's New Hampshire looking?
New Hampshire. Yeah, let's take a look at New Hampshire there. New Hampshire is 17% reporting, 10-point lead for Biden. So
I'd say they're going for Biden. I mean,
Yeah, I think so too.
there's been movement in the counting in Pennsylvania. It's 19% counted now, and 32-point lead for, or no, 34-point lead for Biden.
I think Trump just took the lead in Texas again.
Yeah, Trump just, oh no, according to New York Times here, 69% counted, 0.4% lead for Biden still. So that's going for
all
Trump.
those little square counties out in the west and the north that they
Yeah.
got in the
Is
center.
this
of the
thing like
state.
auto? Is this thing like auto refreshing? Like it's
It is.
like it's keeping up to date. Okay, good.
That's correct. Yeah, and I figured out how to get the big version so that everybody can see it in the chat. There's also been some movement in North Carolina. North Carolina now, it's 79% counted, and still a 2-point lead for Biden. So there is that. There is that.
That's promising.
Yeah, 87% from Charlotte counted already. 76% counted from Greensboro. And Raleigh, 82%. Some of these rural ones haven't even started yet, though.
Those are pretty low population. It'll depend on
Low
the turnout in those places.
Yeah, really low population. So I mean, of course, Biden can still win North Carolina. Ohio, he's up, still about 3.5 points, 59% counted. There hasn't been any movement in Michigan yet. Maine's counting in right now, 5% reporting Donald Trump has a 15-point lead, but that's so early.
Yeah.
Can't really make much of that.
Oh, Wisconsin.
Let's take a look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 1% reporting right now. Biden, 28-point lead.
Oh, yeah, 1%.
1%. Can't really make much of it. Kansas is a 2-point lead for Biden, 41% counting. That's been shrinking throughout the evening. That's going to go to Trump.
This is going red, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Texas, 70% reporting, 49.3 to 49.3. So now it's going to turn. Now it's going to go for Trump.
Yeah, you're going to see all those
3
rural
point lead
counties
for-
in Texas that take a long time to get their polls in, especially in the West. Because Texas, does Texas, I should probably know this. I feel like it has 2 separate time zones in it, but if it doesn't, it should. Because like the daylight difference between that that Western panhandle that kind of sticks out there versus the East is so extreme that it's
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it does. I think like El Paso is a different time zone than Houston, but I could be wrong.
That's crazy. I know the weirdest time zone as far as like time being the same despite geographical distance is China. China's all one time zone despite being
That's stupid.
It's so stupid. It means that people in the East wake up and go to work like normal, and people in the West basically have to wake up for school at like 3:30 in the morning. It's ridiculous.
Even Florida, they said it has a different time zone for its Western Panhandle.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
Yeah, that's why the Panhandle. That's why Florida shifted so much, because that Western Panhandle is very rural and very much like Alabama and Georgia, and it reported in like a full hour, or at least the counties out there, an hour after the main part of the state, because they're in a separate time zone.
Huh. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at a map of
Yeah.
the time zones right now. It looks like
Idaho
Texas-
has 2, Oregon has 2, Texas has 2. Really, like Kansas, the Dakotas, and Nebraska have 2, and then it looks like Florida, half of Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana.
I remember I used to live right on the time zone in when I was in Georgia. I lived right on the line, and there was 2 cities, and what people would do when they were out partying at the bars and stuff, because the bars close at 2 a.m., they would drive 15 minutes down the road and have another hour to stay up and party at bars and stuff in that other town. It was 2 kind of mid-sized towns right next to each other, basically.
Oh man, yeah. Let's see. We got 19% in now for Pennsylvania. Stuck at 18% for Michigan. 72% now for 72% for Texas, but Biden's gained 0.6 points. Georgia, a huge lead for Trump, 39% reporting. North Carolina's gone up to 80% reporting in, and it's still 1.8 lead for Joe Biden. So
very close. Very close.
Yeah, it's looking like the ones that Biden could potentially flip are Ohio and North Carolina. If he got both of them, that would be huge.
Yeah,
that might be game over.
That's game over.
Unless Trump flipped Michigan, which I still doubt, because like you guys say, I guess we're waiting on Detroit.
No, I'm just looking at 270 to win right now. If I plug in and give Joe Biden, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, but I give Ohio and Michigan to Donald Trump, then in that scenario, Biden wins 278 regardless of who takes Arizona. So if Biden takes North Carolina, even if Trump flips Ohio and Michigan now in favor of him, assuming Biden wins Wisconsin, it's still, no matter what happens, he's still done. And that's assuming that Donald Trump is going to take Texas and Florida and Georgia. So
yeah, which I assume he'll take all 3 of those at this point.
But it'd still be game over. That still gives Biden 278 electoral points. Even if Trump takes Arizona, then it's 278 to 259 for Biden.
So it looks like the big ones to watch are Ohio, North Carolina. Michigan, I do expect a turn, but I think just because Trump's in the lead there, you have to keep an eye on it. But
that's right. That's right. I think North Carolina right now, just in terms of the importance of how much electoral votes they have and stuff, North Carolina and Ohio and Michigan are the ones that we should probably focus on the most right now. Pennsylvania is going to take a while to count. Ohio's coming in decently fast. We're at 60% now with a 2.7 point lead for Joe Biden. We got the cities are still below average as far as being counted, so it still gives Joe Biden an even bigger advantage going forward. So
yeah, it's looking like it's going to be, from what I can see now, I mean, it looks like he's got it, but maybe by a narrow margin.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm going to tweet out again that we're live with all you guys, so we can get some more people in here. This is an interesting evening. I know a lot of people have said that this is the most important election ever and all that stuff. Not to be kind of a downer about that. I personally feel that no matter what happens tonight, I think that 2016 was more important. But what do you guys make about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say they were probably equally important. I mean, if you're talking about in history, that's such a hard thing to determine. What's the most important one ever? You could talk about, the election that preceded the Civil War. I feel like that kind of reshaped the entire nation for all of time. So I don't know. I don't know if I would say it's maybe in our lifetimes. I think you could say that possibly.
Yeah, I'm just going to tweet out. We're live.
Yeah, and I doubt Pennsylvania is going to be called tonight. So
yeah, I think that's the thing, is if it comes down to Pennsylvania, we won't know for days, which there's a possibility that could happen.
Yeah, because they're not going to count the mail-in ballots in 7 counties until tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be electorally, as far as the Electoral College goes, it looks like it'll be close. Could come down to, 1 or 2 states. And we don't have Arizona is really the one out west that's kind of big. Nevada is kind of like Georgia in that it's supposed to go for Biden, I think, but it's in play, I guess. But really, it's
I'd say Nevada's definitely going Biden. Nevada went for Clinton, so I can't see that.
Yeah.
changing.
Well, that's true. It's just one of the ones that, like, the odds of it going the other way would have been like the odds of Georgia going the other way, or Texas, really. Not strong, but
probably.
And there was talk about Minnesota too. What's going on in Minnesota?
Well, it
So we
was
can take a look
close.
at Minnesota.
It was close in 2016.
Minnesota was?
Yeah, it was less than 100,000 votes, from what I remember.
Yeah, Minnesota right now, 7% reporting, massive lead for Joe Biden. So
yeah, but Minneapolis is.
It has the one giant city and none of the rural areas. So.
That's right, and 29% counted for Minneapolis already. So that's where Biden's going to have.
It'll be a tight one.
Push.
Yeah. What's going on with Ohio? Let's go back there.
Still 60. Still 60.
Still 60%.
Reporting. So no movement there from where we checked last time. Texas now up another point. We've got 0.1% difference between the two, but Donald Trump has taken the lead now. 73% reporting. Georgia's up to 40 points now reporting in, and that's a 15-point lead for Donald Trump. Florida still 93% reporting in, 3-point lead for Mr. Trump. We got 19% in now from Michigan, and that's about a 19-point lead for Trump. So, but that's still early on, and we can take a look. Has there been any movement in Wayne County? Wayne's still 3%, so it's still pretty indeterminate. New Hampshire's 20% reporting in, still a 10-point lead for Trump. Maine 6%, 12-point lead for Trump. Or I should say New Hampshire was a 12-point lead for Biden, rather. North Carolina is still at 80%, 1.8% lead for Joe Biden. Kansas just crossed the 50% mark reporting in. We got a 2.2% lead for Biden. But if we take a look at where those votes are coming from, 50% in from Topeka, 68% in from Wichita. All the others are probably going to go for Trump, basically. So it's probably going to go for Trump. Arizona is going to be the one to watch in the West, no doubt about that.
Those polls close in about 25 minutes, I think.
25 minutes. That's right, 25 minutes.
I think we'll know much more by 10 o'clock.
Arizona's the furthest out one that has any impact. The rest of these are all basically determined. We know the whole West Coast essentially goes for Biden. Montana and Idaho are going for Trump. It's already kind of that stuff's sort of baked in. Utah goes for Trump. Nevada goes for Biden. Arizona is the only one out there that could potentially have an impact.
That's right.
One interesting thing, probably in the next election, Arizona is probably going to have 1 or 2 more electoral votes, and Utah is probably going to have another one, as well as Idaho. So, you could say, well, this has happened, but the next census comes out, there's probably going to be some states that lose some, but those 3 states, I think, are going to gain at least a couple electoral votes.
Yeah, that's that's interesting. They'll get some more electoral votes coming out of there.
And Texas will probably gain some as well, since everybody and their dog wants to move to Texas now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't blame people. Texas would be an awesome place to live in. Same with Florida. You know, basically no income tax or state income tax in Florida. Warm weather, low taxes across the board.
Yeah,
Who
but
doesn't
you
want to
got
live
the hurricanes, and
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
it's like God's etch a sketch. You know, got to be careful there.
Well,
Henry's
only
in
on
Texas.
only on one side of the state. You go to the other side of Texas, and you just have flatland and desert. Go out to Amarillo, or what's that other one over there where Texas Tech is? I don't remember what that's called, but yeah. So Amarillo is a pretty big city, and it's
All right, they
pretty
just called
desertous.
Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Yeah, Colorado on New York Times right now is a 17-point lead for Biden with 63% reporting.
AP just called it for Biden.
If he just called it for Biden. Yeah, that's a good call. There's no way Trump could ever win that. So with these numbers. There's been movement in Georgia, 43% reporting, 14-point lead for Trump still. Oh, Ohio's changed. Now it's 62% reporting. 62% reporting here, and Biden with a 1.9% lead. So
I mean, for him to have a lead at this point is a pretty hopeful sign for the
Yeah.
Biden campaign, I would imagine.
oh, for sure. I think
With a
the
2 percentage
Biden
point
campaign-
lead.
Yeah, if you're the Biden campaign right now, you got to be hyped. Is all I can say. If you're in Team Biden, if you're in their headquarters, obviously I'm rooting for Biden. In case people don't realize, I don't think we don't have any Trump supporters here, right? Not yet, at least. I did invite a couple Trump supporters, but they could be busy at the moment.
Even as someone who is pro Biden, I cannot get complacent with this election. I don't have high hopes, and I can't really afford to have high hopes for this one. I am expecting the worst. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump does lose, but you know, you got to be prepared for the worst.
Oh man, we got RDF Net 7 here. It says just done with volunteering for the election for Marissa Hamilton, Shelley Richardson Boggs, and other Republicans on the ballot. What a day. Yeah, he's probably had a very busy day. Net 7 is awesome. Net 7's a huge supporter of the channel. A huge thanks to Net 7. If Net 7, if you got the time to come in, you're welcome on the panel, by the way. I did an interview with Net 7 recently, and it was a pretty good interview. So go check that out. That's Hawk Talk with Kevin Castley, episode 7. So just sending him the invite here. There we go.
Trump just took the lead in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Did he really?
According to the AP.
Which app are you checking that on? CNN or
It's from the AP.
the AP? Yeah.
So yeah, just at 49.61 to 49.1 is what they're reporting.
Interesting.
And Trump still has the lead in Virginia with 92% reporting, even though they called it for Biden. I'm still
That's pretty crazy.
Waiting for that to
How does that even make sense?
Because
Net
of their
7 is
exit
here.
polling. Their exit
Net
polling.
7's here. Well, everybody, welcome Net 7. So you had a busy day today, volunteering and everything. How's it going? Do we have audio? Net 7?
Do you hear me?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. I'm here. It's been a long day.
Oh man.
I got done earlier. Now I'm home and trying to relax. But God, the elections were crazy today in Maricopa County. I went to one location in central, at the border of West and Central Phoenix, and it was kind of like steady. People were coming in, and you're obviously as a canvasser, you're passing out cards or information. Say, hey, we please vote for this candidate and stuff like that. Thankfully, mines were not mostly nonpartisan, but I did slip in a few Republican stuff because I am registered Republican. Like I said, I'm a member of the Republican Liberty Caucus here in Arizona. Even though I'm a neoconservative, anyway, the polling station I was at most of the day, had some pretty consistent travel, and there were lots of people, but it started to trickle down, and at one point, there was only a few people coming in, but then I got switched over to another location, and that's what happens in election. Sometimes the person who's in charge says, hey, I need you to go from this location to another location, and I went to another one, and God, it was jam packed. This place called Hawkeye Elementary in West Phoenix, and God, there were so many people, and the Biden crowd was out. They were trying to get people left and right. And so and West Phoenix is pretty much a Democratic stronghold. Democrats control that area. And then I got switched over for the last hour and a half to a place in Northern Phoenix, which is sort of like a mix between Republicans and Democrats. And that one was crazy too. So I think everyone's coming out. It was just really, really a long day. I'll just say that. And
yeah,
if you're listening to the news here, and I'll start with this. I was listening to the radio, and they already said that, look, Trump has to win Arizona. It's a must. I mean, Biden can lose Arizona and still win the election.
Yep.
But said that Trump has to win Arizona, and it's going to be crazy.
Well, that's right. We were playing around with that earlier. Even if we give Michigan, Ohio, Georgia, Florida, and Texas over to Trump, but Biden wins Pennsylvania, even then, if Trump wins Arizona, Biden still wins. But if Trump wins Arizona, then he wins. So Arizona is the one that determines it in that scenario, because they're at 263 to 263 in that example, and it's Arizona that's the tiebreaker. So we're all going to be watching Arizona here. You're in Arizona. That's a hectic day. I've been reading, this is something that we haven't talked about on the show yet, but this is actually the highest turnout in, I believe, U.S. history. I think it is already, was what they were saying at, I think it was 4 p.m. or something. So it's likely to exceed 67% voter turnout for the election. So
that's wild.
I know that normally skews towards the Democrats in terms of the popular vote. They have the advantage there. I'll check out what the popular vote was in 2016, because I know it wasn't that high. It was
not even close.
It wasn't even close, right?
So yeah, there's already 60 million votes counted, and we haven't even got to California or the West Coast yet.
Yeah, it was 56% voter turnout in 2016. So it's already 12 points higher this year. That's crazy. Huh.
They were talking about that on the radio here in Maricopa County, that the turnout was just unbelievable. I think I think this is around 6:30 when I was driving back to my original location to take down some campaign stuff that I had hung up and everything. And they had said that I think over 130,000 people in Maricopa County alone were voting in person. But there's a ton of more people though, ton of people who did early ballot, which is where they get the ballot in the mail, they fill it out, and then they put it in the mailbox, or they drop it off to the recorder's office, or they drop it off on the day of election at a polling station. So the voting turnout has certainly been incredible. We're going to see though whether it favors Biden or Trump.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, typically people say, the logic is the higher the voter turnout, the worse Republicans do, the better Democrats do. But you never know. That's based on older trends. And so it really depends on who's voting. So
Yeah, because I was listening to the radio while I was driving, between locations. Scottsdale, Arizona is, the Trump, people, according to the radio, were coming out in full force. They were hitting polling. They're really trying to galvanize people to go Trump. And I personally saw in West Phoenix, again, that's mainly Democratic. People literally, going for Biden, stuffing stuff out. So this is it's definitely a very very close election because Arizona again. I mean, Trump has to win Arizona. He can't lose it. Biden can lose Arizona and still win. So this is really there are a lot of Republicans here in Arizona who are kind of like biting their nails like, oh boy.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they haven't called Florida and Georgia yet. That just seems like those are
I think it really is just because of the. I mean, I think a lot of it's probably like the amount of like early voting, like mail-in ballots. I think that's probably what to do with it because like some states count them differently, and so like some just don't look like anywhere close to where they were projected to be.
It's just a super unique election all around, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different, state to state. Because here in Arizona, with Maricopa County at least, they count the ballots. They don't count the ballots. The day after the election. They count it before. They count it before. So obviously, stuff is being tabulated and counted before. But unlike some other states who do it the day after. Or when the polls close, at 7 p.m. for their state. So it's going to be interesting to see those results. And the county recorder here in Maricopa County, Adrian Fontes, who was on the radio too, he said that the results it's going to take maybe a week or more to really see who clinches this because I assume he said that probably just because it would be close.
Oh God! It looks like we're going to have a.
Give me a madhouse.
Days before we know.
It's gonna be a madhouse.
Madhouse. Oh, there's been movement.
Movement
in North Carolina. 82% reporting in now. Biden with a 1.4% lead now, down from originally, I believe last time we checked, 1.8% earlier when when they were at 80% reporting. Georgia's up to 46% reported in, 56 points, 14-point lead for Donald Trump. Texas, 1.4% lead for Mr. Trump now. Kansas, it switched over to Trump. Missouri switched over to Trump, 0.25% reported, or quarter of the votes reported. Michigan now Michigan's up to 20%. And that's still a 20-point lead for Mr. Trump. Let's take a look. So Wayne County, though, still only 3% reported in. Some of the suburbs, 35 to 40% reported in. Ann Arbor, Biden's leading, only a quarter reported in. Grand Rapids. Well, in Flint, though, both have a decent amount of votes counted already, and it still favors Donald Trump by a big margin. So we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens there. Obviously, a huge bulk of the voting is going to occur in and around Detroit. So we'll see. But, Donald Trump basically, in order for Donald Trump to clinch this thing, he had to win Florida. He had to win Texas. He basically had to win North Carolina, which it looks like he still has a shot at. He still has a decent shot at because the trend is advantage towards him as they've been increasing towards 100% polls reporting in. He didn't have to win Pennsylvania to win if you then give him Michigan, which he might get. But even then, in that scenario where everything goes right for him, and he does take Georgia, and he does take Florida, and he does take Texas, and he does take Ohio, and he does take Michigan, he still needs Arizona to win. And it's Arizona then that would be the tiebreaker. Because if all that goes for him, but Biden holds on to Pennsylvania, and all the other states go as we expected them to go, then they're at 263 to 263, and then it's one state that determines the election. So.
How is Minnesota looking? Because that one looked close.
Yeah, Minnesota right now is about a 30-point lead for a little more than 30 points for Biden, 26% reported in. But Minneapolis County, or Hennepin County rather, where Minneapolis is, 88% reported in. So Biden's push is almost done there, and then we're going to see how the rest of the state comes in.
That's all going to be red.
Trump. The question is, can the rest of that close the 35-point initial advantage, which will probably be closer to 37-point advantage for Biden by the time that's counties finish counting
It
in?
seems like that's been the story of the night, is that Biden has really big early leads, and then it's just a matter of waiting to see if Trump catches up and overtakes him. Because I guess it takes more time to get, poll results from these isolated rural counties with less resources and things like that. And there's just a ton of them to get information from. So,
well, that's the thing. I do want to say just quickly, just to give a heads up for everybody, Suzuki's a busy guy. He had to leave us, but I do want to thank Suzuki for coming on. Appreciate his analysis. Everybody go follow Suzuki on Twitter, by the way, if you haven't done so yet. He's on Twitter at it's SKOC Z Steven. So Skaz Steven, Emperor of Hawks. If you type in Emperor of Hawks, it should bring up his account. He's great. He's great. He's the kind of guy that he really focuses on the humanitarian elements to foreign policy that oftentimes get overlooked. And he's somebody who I've talked with him before. He said that the moment that really hawk-pilled him was learning about Rwanda and how even just a simple intervention by the West there to keep the peace could have saved 1 million lives. And that's what really hawk-pilled him. So he's cool. Everybody go check his workout. He also has a blog. It's Suzuki's Thoughts, I believe. Check that out too. So that's a plug for Suzuki there. So. And he's a memer. That's right. We can't forget. He's done some of the best memes. He's done some of the best memes. I'll see if we've got any of them available here. I don't think I have any queued up right now. But if you go and check out my meme page, Liberal Hawk Memes for Moral Universalist Teens, you'll find I will often share some of his memes and give him credit. So he's phenomenal.
And I am seeing a lot of, there's definitely protests, or I guess not protests exactly, but demonstrations in DC and New York, I think. But there hasn't been any large-scale violence yet, or like rioting or anything like that. So.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just looking right now. The lead that Biden's had in North Carolina has dwindled to a 0.6% lead with 84% reported in. So yeah. I think it's very possible Trump wins North Carolina.
Yeah, looking like it.
Given
How about Ohio?
We'll take a look at Ohio. Ohio's still 64%, but Biden's only up by 0.3% there. So again,
Jesus.
It looks like we might be in a scenario where we give Michigan to Trump, we give Ohio to Trump, we give North Carolina to Trump, we give Florida, Georgia, and Texas to Trump. But assuming that Biden wins Pennsylvania, and assuming he wins Wisconsin, which again, if it's worth noting here, we haven't gone over this yet. If Trump is taking Michigan and Ohio, it would be pretty odd that Biden holds Wisconsin, but okay, possible. Let's say we give it Biden, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, then it's Arizona that's the tiebreaker. Like, then it's literally just comes down to that state. That's the only state that matters at that point. So, like Net 7 was saying, it's very possible that it's going to come down to, I guess, some of these more suburban areas in Arizona that would determine the election. So,
and the polls are still there's still people voting in Arizona, right?
They closed in 4 minutes.
No, they closed the polls. So I stopped working when they were done. So the polls were finished, finito. And unless you were in line at 7 p.m., you get turned away.
Gotcha. Oh, we got Wyatt here. Wyatt of the National Telegraph. How's it going, Wyatt? Thanks for coming.
Hey, I was just helping manage the stats end of the National Telegraph stream, so I just decided to pop over here now that it's sort of slowed down the results a bit.
Yeah.
So yes, I've arrived.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming on. I know you obviously have your own publication and everything too, so I appreciate you making some time to come on and offer your analysis here at Superpower Broadcasting. What do you make of the evening so far? Because obviously you've been following all this as well. It looks like Donald Trump is en route. He's at least on the grade to have that scenario in which he just clinches it, you know?
I think he actually might not just clinch it. I think he might have an extra state in his pocket where it's not going to get litigated for months.
Really?
Like, in the sense that, like, Michigan right now, he's ahead. I know they haven't really counted much out of Detroit.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the Republicans were shown to that was one of the few states the Republicans had more early voting done in than Democrats. And I think, like, the Joe Biden campaign's kidding themselves a little bit if they think that Joe Biden's going to have the sort of election day turnout that Trump does in other states.
Yeah, well, we do. The thing is, though, Wyatt, and of course you'll know that compared to 2016's voter turnout of about 56%, the turnout this year seems to be 67%, which traditional wisdom holds. If you increase voter turnout by 11 points, you'd expect the Democrats to win across the board with the assumption that the more people vote, it's going to skew towards the Democrats. It doesn't look like that's the case, though. It looks like the Republicans have held a decent share of the new voters. So that conventional wisdom is kind of going away, that new voters are going to be Democrat, right?
What I think it is, too, is that no one ever really expected Trump to win Michigan and Wisconsin last election. And even with Pennsylvania and Ohio, people weren't really expecting him to win those either. So both Hillary voters didn't really show up because they didn't really care. And Trump voters also didn't really show up because, like, in Michigan, I think Trump basically won it because a lot of sort of manufacturing workers showed up for him, not even expecting him to win, but all at least vote for him to spite Hillary. But this time around, people are actually taking him seriously as a contender in Michigan. So it's more so that people are taking both candidates seriously in every single state, whereas usually the 11-point lead where the incumbent loses, that's most of the time when a lot of people have abandoned Trump, where Trump's technically picked people up in certain states that used to not think he had a chance.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting evening so far. As far as this whole thing goes.
I mean, I think the next polls are about to close any minute.
That's
so
right. That's
we'll
right.
Probably get a couple of updates.
We will get some updates
pretty soon.
And the one to watch here, by the way, for everybody is going to be Arizona. We're going to start watching that really closely once the results start to trickle in. We've got Maine is basically a tie right now, 10% reporting in, so it's skewed in the direction of Biden as that's gone on. North Carolina. Yep.
Sorry, are you sure? Because I'm looking at MSN.com news. They're doing essentially another play-by-play of elections. They have actually Maine possibly going to Trump.
Well, the thing with Maine, though, is I'm pretty sure they haven't really fully counted the cities as much, although Trump is, to his credit, like, if you look at that top district, Kevin, Trump's winning that district than he was way more than he was in 2016. I have it in 2016 here. He only won that county by 55%.
Oh, and he's up 71 now instead. So he's increasing his share over last year in Aroostook County. Okay. We got 22% out from Bangor, and as far as Portland goes, we got 10% reporting in. So yeah, I mean that could really go either way there. North Carolina is interesting though, because North Carolina, it's a 0.6% lead for Biden with 84% reporting in, compared to when we were looking at it with a 60-point reporting in. Biden was up 10 points. So Trump has basically closed a 10-point gap in 24%. So if that trend continues, Trump's going to win this thing by like 2 or 3 points.
I don't see how Trump can win the election without winning, either Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona. I mean, because California is obviously going to go Democrat, and that's going to be 55 electoral points. That's going to shoot Biden up, and Trump has to make up that difference somewhere. And it's in his path. And I mean, I was listening to the radio here, and obviously, I know the environment here in Maricopa County. It's trending more left because we've had a lot of people moving from California and New York and Chicago who have essentially made the county more blue, because like Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever heard a saying that we have here in Arizona. It's don't California my Arizona, and it's a lot of locals have been complaining that the voting demographics have changed because we've had a lot of Californians who have come here who still vote Democrat and have changed the politics.
That's
And
been
The
That's,
same
happening.
thing in Texas. The,
and
the
Colorado.
exact same
and-
thing's happening in Texas. Yeah, all those
So
states.
it's
But I
not-
think Texas and Arizona is more pronounced because you also have the Hispanic immigration. That Hispanics vote like 60% Democrat, 30% Republican.
well, it
So it's a
depends on
bit
your
different.
Hispanic group.
Yeah, well,
It- it's a-
Cubans, Cubans are like overwhelmingly Republican. I mean,
Well, not just Cubans, but also Colombians too, because my family is
Yeah.
mostly from on my mother's side, Colombia and South America. So they're all pretty much, very much conservatives.
the socialist states, kind of like.
Yeah, they're not fans of communism because or left wing politics because
Yeah.
we've on my mother's side of my family we actually had people who were killed by communists. So
Yeah, I think the other big thing with like I think in Texas it's more Mexican demographic we get is that they're very socially conservative because they're, Catholics mostly. And so there's a strong like social conservatism, but then like on other things like economics or just other stuff, generally there's pandering from the left towards them and immigration stuff, obviously they feel strongly about like deporting their family members and things. So it's they kind of get pushed into a split where it's like 60-30, usually around here anyway. But we don't have a lot of like I guess we do, but it's mostly Mexican is what we see in Texas and other parts of Central America.
Well, the thing about Mexico is that it's like Central America is the politics are different from Hispanics who come up from South America.
Yeah, that's true.
In South America, typically vote more on the right. They vote more conservative, rather than you have Hispanics in Central America who much more often vote on the left. They have much more socialist policies, and even though yes, the older generation might be more traditional in terms of being Catholic, the younger Hispanics that are growing up, and I see this are pretty much not really Catholics. They're very much more going into the left wing direction, and they don't really have any particular views on religion. So the younger generation are pretty much leaving religion.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm thinking more of the older because I know a family just like that, and that's an anecdote, I guess, but it's I think indicative of the bigger picture where you have I know like a mother and father they're older, they're Catholic, and they've almost actually left the Catholic Church because they feel like it's become too progressive with the new Pope and everything. So like they're very socially conservative, whereas the younger kid, my friend, he is like as far left as Bernie supporter, all that. Like, so yeah, I see what you mean. The generational difference as well.
So Trump is leading in Pennsylvania now.
Yeah, he's
And
leading
Ohio.
in Pennsylvania.
In Maine,
God.
and Georgia,
Yeah.
and Florida, and Texas, and Utah, and Missouri.
So now there's a
No.
caveat here. A couple caveats. I'm just looking at
Batten down the hashes, guys.
I'm just looking at Pennsylvania right now. So it's a 3.3% lead for Trump, only 20% reporting. In Pittsburgh, where Trump had a huge advantage earlier, now it's 15% reporting. Now Biden's got 80 points instead. It used to be the flip when they were at 7%.
I'd like to point out too that it was really weird with where all the absentee ballots were going into in 2016. Leahy County had like only 81,000 votes for Clinton, but this election there's over like, oh, never mind. Sorry, they adjusted it. They dumped all of the absentee ballots into Leahy County, and then they just readjusted it to where the ballots came from. So I think that's what happened with Pittsburgh. A lot of the Trump absentee ballots went into Pittsburgh, and then they readjusted them to the proper counties just because they happens to be more red counties around Pittsburgh to mail their ballots into there, where there's more blue districts around Leahy County to mail their ballots into Allentown.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this right here. When we look at Philadelphia, for example, it's still 9%, so there hasn't been movement there. only 9% counted, but it's a massive advantage for Biden. It's still indeterminate. There are some counties there that haven't gotten any results yet. Pittsburgh, though, used to be earlier on. It was skewed for Trump. Now it's moved towards Biden by about the same difference, about a 60-point difference. We're gonna have to wait for more results
So,
from there.
Kevin, I wanted to interject here. They're showing Maricopa County on CNN right now, and
CNN.
they're showing 2016. Trump won it by about 3 percentage points in 2016. They're gonna bring the 2020 map back up. Biden's up there by about like 8%, I think.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go and see CNN because
you can say what you want about CNN, but the guy they have there that does their election coverage, he's one of the most thorough motherfuckers I've ever seen. Like,
Yeah, no, I like him.
Taking it down from county to county. He's one of the best.
Yeah,
because he I don't know, he just breaks it down, like does he goes into so much detail that I kind of can't even watch it because it's just like so myopic that it's. I want the big picture.
I have it on mute in the background.
He'll be talking
right
about
now.
like a specific county in like Florida that no one's ever heard of and where it went, like 4 or 8 years ago, whatever. But he's good. I mean, I like him.
I think we actually might see pretty quick here. Minnesota actually potentially trend hard Trump. He might not win the county, but what I looked at is that Minneapolis has almost counted all of its ballots already. So you're going to see more of an influx of smaller rural towns now. There's still other Democratic cities around, but the thing is that you've already taken one almost fully off the board for more ballots.
oh man,
So,
we're looking right now just on the CNN one. North Carolina is a tie. They're within 1,000 votes, within 700 votes between Trump and Biden. This is on
That's
CNN with
nuts.
86% reporting. They've got Pennsylvania at 23% in, but still about now it's about closer to a 5-point lead for Donald Trump. Michigan, 28% reporting. We've got about a 13-point lead for Donald Trump. Georgia, about 12-point lead for Trump. Texas, about a 3-point lead for Trump. But if we go back to Arizona, so Arizona, we're actually getting results in right now from CNN, and this is let's just take a look here. So if we look at Maricopa County, this share though, they're not actually showing how many votes have been counted though. Is the only thing, or no, they are. We're already at 77% counted. Okay, so New York Times was just very out of date then. Can somebody verify that this is accurate info right now? Because it's saying already 77% counted.
So
New York Times was
Well, hold
showing-
on a second.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at MSN.com, their analysis, and if you click on the states, it will then zoom in and show you the different counties. And for Maricopa County, what I'm seeing here in MSN is that they have Biden ahead by a considerable margin.
A 10% margin.
Oh wow! No, New York Times has that too. That's accurate. The New York Times just updated. Arizona's already 69% in. So there was a big time delay on New York Times, but they caught up. So I think we're going to stick with CNN over here to watch on the channel.
They have it at 70% estimated reporting right now, and they have Biden at like a 10% lead. But I'm sure again, like it's just like so weird because
What's the percent of you said 70% of the votes in Arizona already?
they had like
70%,
70% estimated reporting on I think the state of Arizona.
Yeah, and Biden's got an 8.3% lead right now with 70%. Wow. So if he takes that, no matter what happens in all these other ones, with the exception,
Well, zoom into Arizona.
No, it's not. No matter because like Trump is fighting he's fighting in Minnesota and
It's
Michigan.
again absentee ballots.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Trump wins every single one he's leading in right now, he wins the election.
Yeah.
Oh
No
yeah, no,
doubt.
of course.
Yeah,
he's
for
leading right now. He's leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Minnesota. If he wins those, it's over, man. Like no chance.
I mean,
mean,
I just
North
feel
Carolina,
like
Georgia, Florida, Maine, like
Ohio, like all of them. I
Missouri,
mean,
Utah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's way too early to say though with a lot of those states.
What you
'cause
have
of
to
the
remember
early-
as well-
the mail-in ballots.
What you have to remember with Arizona and most states is that the Democrats have been sort of pushing for people to do more early voting. Trump still does that as well, but the Democrats have made it like a main push. Like in Pennsylvania, they want to make sure that manufacturing and like voters and like fracking voters, like people who care about that stuff, they want to make sure that their votes were locked in now, so that if people sour on Biden's plan on oil and gas, they couldn't really change their vote by then. And I think that's the thing with Arizona, is that you're every single time a state gets starts counting ballots, Biden's going to be ahead, and then it starts closing.
Yeah, that's
I think
true.
he might have a good enough lead in Arizona. He's got it, but you have to remember that Trump voters are almost waiting for election day, and I think that's what Trump's strategy was to have a flood of people on election day, which almost creates a bandwagoning effect.
Yeah, that's true. I think it depends on how they count the votes, because certain states, I think, are counting the early votes and the mail-in votes for, like, they've already counted them.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to
Versus,
ultimately.
like, Pennsylvania, I think what they said there is they're going to count them once the polls are done. So they get counted just like all the other votes. So it just depends on the state's methodology for counting the votes, essentially. Because we have seen that in many of these states where you see huge early leads for Biden because they already had the early votes counted, and it narrows like a lot. Like,
yeah, we can be
Ohio,
pretty confident that Trump isn't behind in Utah in reality.
Oh,
It's
no,
just that
yeah.
more Democrats have almost created a culture of mail-in voting.
Yeah, that was like with Kentucky. Was some of the earliest votes in Kentucky had Trump up like by like 80% or something, and it was like stupid. It was. I mean, obviously, it was like a small fraction of the votes, and obviously Trump handily won Kentucky. Like, there's certain states you just know who's going to win before it's ever started, like Kentucky or Utah or California or any of those places.
Yeah, no, it's interesting on CNN right now for Virginia. We still have 53 to 45 in favor of Trump with 54% in, but it hasn't been called yet. But Wyatt, do you think, like, because we were saying earlier, it's still basically going to go to Biden, but to Wyatt, do you think that Trump is competitive in Virginia though, or what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, Virginia, no, that's Biden's. Like that,
Yeah.
Virginia, just you get like states are sort of weird, where some states seem to count rural districts faster than urban ones, and some places count urban faster than rural. It's sort of the thing with Ohio. Biden was way ahead in Ohio at the start, not just because of absentee voting, but when you looked at the map, it was like Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, and Toledo all had been counted within like the first 40 minutes, where everything else was completely blank. And then you saw the blanks get filled in, and Trump caught up and then went ahead. And the same thing with North Carolina, where Trump is, I'm not sure if he's ahead there yet, but he's currently now ahead by 0.4. And that was the same thing there, where like Biden got an early lead, but it's just because sometimes some districts take a while to be counted.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at, it's interesting because if we take a look at North Carolina, there's been more movement there, 88% in with a 0.4% lead for Trump. The thing is, there's hardly any way to really tell who's going to win that one. They haven't called it yet, obviously. But if we look at Michigan, that we finally got some results in from Wayne County. It's up to 28% reporting right now. Biden's only leading in Detroit by 13 points. So is that going to be enough to offset the rest of the state that's going for Trump? I don't know, man.
Yeah, he has to be a little bit worried about. I'm not sure if yours updated faster than mine. Yeah. Like Biden has Oakland County now, which has a lot of votes in it, but he's underperforming by 5% under Hillary. And a lot of the times, it doesn't matter if you're winning a city by like 60%. That 60% might be a terrible result for you, even if you're overperforming there, because you have to make up for places you're underperforming. It was like in Florida, in Miami-Dade County, like Biden got 53% of the vote, but the thing is that that's like a terrible result considering Hillary got 62.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at this right now.
No, I guess, I mean, like they were speculating about like the Cuban Latino population over there, that they ended up swinging hard for Trump in the end.
Yeah,
the question is like, I guess like the interesting question is like, are these trends going to pop up across the rest of the country? Because, like, I don't think that what goes on in Florida is necessarily indicative of what's going to happen in like, the Midwest or like Arizona.
Yeah, I just switched over right now from CNN's projections over to who's currently leading according to the polling that they've got in there. And, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting because if we take a look at Florida, 94% in, 400,000 point lead for Trump. They're probably going to call that pretty soon. They're probably going to call that really soon. Wisconsin, though, this is one that, Henry and I, when we were going through and we were filling out the 270 to win last night, we both basically assumed that no matter what happened, we were working with and operating under the assumption that Biden was going to take Wisconsin. That might not happen now, which changes the math big time, because if Wisconsin now goes to Trump, then that can mitigate the importance of Arizona. So if I go back to 270 to win, if I give Trump Wisconsin, but Biden takes Arizona, yeah, even then, if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he still win the election. But if Trump wins Pennsylvania, then, oh yeah, well that's assuming that Biden got North Carolina. If Biden doesn't get North Carolina, basically, if Trump takes North Carolina and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, even if Biden then wins Arizona, it's still over. Donald Trump would win that with 293. So
also, you have to remember Nevada was also within the margin of error, so that Nevada's Biden's not even out of the woods, even if he can take like North Carolina.
Oh man, Johnson's basement is here. Yo,
Oh,
how's it
hi
going,
guys,
bro?
what's up?
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
what's up?
So
Yo, it's been a while.
Trump's
Yeah, I
still
know.
winning.
Sorry, I was trying to avoid all this shit, but you know what? Like
Once every 4 years, so
once every 4 years, we we all have to experience the Super Bowl or the apocalypse or whatever everybody's calling it these days.
oh man. All right, so like I guess for everybody who's on the panel right now, you don't have to say this because like it's personal and whatnot, but who's everybody leaning towards? Because like obviously I'm supporting and rooting for Biden, but even though I prefer the Republicans on average overall, but what about you guys for the audience?
So yeah, I voted for Biden today, but from what I'm seeing right now, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anyone's game, though. I did hear that Trump was slated to take Florida, but again, I've had this view. I guess why I wanted to come on here is to sort of have the point of. I think a lot of people are sort of expecting the election to, be over by tomorrow morning. I think that this year is going to be a lot more complicated because obviously because we're all inside. And I think what I heard was about over 100 million Americans thus far have voted by mail. And there are definitely going to be some delays in the mail. So I think that while there's a lot of hype right now, like up until tomorrow, I guess I'm not expecting all the results to be in by tomorrow morning, if that makes sense. I might be totally wrong, but
Yeah, no, I hear you. We were talking about that earlier, that it's probably going to drag on until we find out the official winner. But based on these trends right now, at least, it's surprising. I think most of us probably would have expected by that at this point, it would have been, yeah, we don't know who's the official winner, but we're pretty certain it's going to be Joe Biden. I don't think anybody can say that right now, given what we've seen. Right now, it's pretty indeterminate,
Right now, it looks like Trump is like very much overperforming in Georgia.
Yeah, very
I mean,
much.
I thought he was going to win Georgia either way, but it's like a pretty wide margin.
A great indicator at the start of the counting was the fact that Indiana, but like right now, I think Trump's like 9 points ahead of what he did in 2016, maybe just 7. But the fact that he's a 7 ahead in Indiana, even though he already had that state locked down, means that there's going to be a spillover effect to Ohio and Michigan and other Rust Belt type states. In the sense, if California went like 90% one year for the Democrats, that means that Nevada and Arizona are definitely going to go as well.
Yeah. No, it's interesting to see these margins. 30% reporting in for Michigan, and Donald Trump's still there with a 13-point lead. Wayne County now is still only 28% counted, though. But if we go out and take a look at North Carolina, there's also been some more movement there. 89% now counted. Donald Trump went up from a 0.4% to I believe that's a 0.6% difference now. So that's a bigger margin for Trump. We've got Florida.
He's still leading in Virginia, even though it's got called for Biden with 97% of it. I'm just kind of watching that one. But he's
funny.
Biden's winning in Montana, Iowa, and also Minnesota.
Oh, did you guys sorry, this is a question I wanted to pose to everyone at one point. If Biden loses, who do you think is to blame? Because I don't think it's Biden. I think it's everyone. I think it's a few people around Biden, but like Harris and Pelosi.
Yeah,
I don't think you can blame Biden for this.
I can't blame Biden, and here's why. I'll give you an answer why. Here's why I couldn't blame Biden if that happens. Because Biden so thoroughly routed Bernie in the primaries and was so overwhelmingly the champion within the Democratic Party that you can't say it wasn't because Biden was like that. He wasn't popular within the Democrats. Because let's keep it real. Those few doomers, the fumers and doomers out there on Twitter that hate Biden, they were never going to vote for him in the first place. They were either going to stay home or they were going to do like Kyle Kulinski and go and vote for Trump. What we then look at is, okay, so the effect is going to be mostly a result of how independents felt, and it's going to come down to independents. What are independents going to be turned off by? Because independents generally had a pretty favorable view of Joe Biden as a person. Oh, that's right. Kamala Harris, and I'm going to give you a particular example. You can talk about her performance in the vice presidential debate, for example, but I want to hone in right now on one key moment in that debate when she was specifically asked, hey, look, if Trump gets the nomination with Amy Coney Barrett and you guys win in November, will you pack the court? She didn't have a definitive no. She said maybe, basically. I think a lot of people are like, oh, that's a bag of worms. That's a Pandora's box. You pack the court, then they pack the court, then you pack the court again.
And then they hear,
but I don't think anything that's been said
crisis will come about. And if that's 10 years down the line, 30 years down the line, 64 years down the line, doesn't matter. There will be a crisis that demands the court rule on something. And if the court has been packed to the point that it no longer is seen as being a legitimate entity, then you're at the point where they cannot legitimately resolve something like they did in 2000. Now you're at a civil war because nobody takes the Supreme Court as the highest authority in the land at that point. That's a problem.
Well,
You can't start packing the court. So if Biden loses this, I'm basically specifically going to say it's probably because of that moment where Kamala Harris.
No. Nobody. The state of the race is not going to shift because of a vice presidential debate that like next to no one is watching. Like it's a much more like systemic issue with like the Democratic base. I mean, like or it could just be the fact that like Trump overperformed his projections. But I mean, again, it's still very early. But
although
I'll say
if Biden loses, it's not. The reason he loses is not because Trump overperforms. It has to be something more with the Democratic Party of why he lost. And I think it's because even though Biden did beat Bernie quite decisively, Bernie still got to take over his policy. So the thing is, even with all of us, I think I personally want Trump to win just because I think Biden has too many crazies behind him like Bernie.
So
let me say this. I would rather that the Republicans win the Senate and win the House, although we've already lost the House, and lose the presidency. Because if we win the House and we win the Senate, it doesn't matter if there's a Democrat in the executive branch. There's nothing that that person can do, particularly if you have a supermajority. Because if you have a supermajority as a party and you have the opposite party executive branch, it doesn't really matter what they want. You can pass any amount of legislation you want, and it doesn't matter how many times the president vetoes it, you can shoot it on through. Now Republicans obviously doesn't look like Republicans are going to win the House. I think Fox News reported 4 hours ago that Democrats have maintained control of the House. The Senate though was still up for grabs, but the Republicans actually lost a Senate seat for
And they gained one as
Well,
well.
I think the big thing about the executive branch is it's foreign policy. Like that's the huge thing with the
Yeah.
executive. They have pretty good control over that. There's certain other things they could do, things that don't really matter to a lot of people. Like if you're talking about like gun control, they could pretty easily, I think, they could ban whatever imported weapons they wanted, which doesn't matter to a lot of people. Kind of matters to me because I like certain imported firearms, but mainly foreign policy, I would think would be the big issue with the presidency versus the other things. Like, kind of my hope was that it would be. I was hoping Republicans would retain the Senate and Trump would just be gone because I just hate Trump. But it's
that would be like the best. In my opinion, that would be sort of like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, because I voted split ticket. Like it's
So yeah,
I'll say this. Oh, sorry.
I just going to answer the question because I actually agree with Mike. It's more about Trump overperforming expectations than it is anything that the Biden campaign did. Because there's a lot of places like the polls, they were within the margin of error, but with higher voter turnout, him appearing to overcome that is more on him than what the Democrats did. Because they got more people out to vote, but so did Trump.
The issue with the Biden campaign, though, is that a month ago, I would say that if there was an election that day, they would definitely win. But over time, the Biden campaign, it's honestly been like sort of like the Michael Dukakis campaign in 1988, where not only did the Republicans attack the Democrats quite well through in the last month and a couple weeks of the election, but Biden's campaign has managed to take like every position on every issue to the point where it should have been a referendum on Trump, but it's turned into a strange referendum on both Trump and Biden because by Biden's campaign being so indecisive on the issues like fracking, now people don't trust you on almost anything because you couldn't make up your mind on sort of more simple issues. Because foreign policy is extremely complicated, but if you can't figure out fracking, people, even if your foreign policy is good, people will just assume it's bad.
Yeah, I think that's 100% true. I think that was something Ben Shapiro had said that I agreed with, was that this was the Democrats' election to lose. Basically, all they had to do was not go fucking insane, which they kind of did in the past. Like, I mean, we've seen this. I showed it on my channel a lot with all the riots and the violence and like abolish police and Biden.
I feel like the riots
Biden not being able to come to the center on hardly anything. Like I expected him to. Like, I know you go to the left in the primaries, but he didn't really come back to the center a lot. I don't think enough in the general election. And I'm not saying he's losing. I expected him to win still, but it seems like it's going to be a tight race. Like I really don't know.
Oh, I should add in if Biden loses as well, I think you can even blame a lot of it on BLM and the Democratic Party's inability to distance. Because again, like it's like security moms in the 2004 election. Where I think what you're having is a lot of suburban women are not exactly comfortable when you are unable to condemn Antifa and Black Lives Matter, and you just condemn violence just generally. And again, that's not Biden's fault. That's the campaign team behind him. Like Biden should honestly.
I blame Biden too.
I blame Biden. I think he should be a tougher person. But I think when you have an entire campaign team behind you who disagrees with everything you probably want to do, it's hard to sort of pursue it. At the same time, if Biden loses, he should sue the Democratic Party because they made him say such strange things on stage. They made him look like he had dementia. He essentially had every single time he went up on stage, he had to memorize a script of a bunch of socialistic nonsense that Bernie Sanders wanted him to do. And when you're a 76-year-old man who's a little bit slower, and now you're having to learn a script every single time you step out to talk to the press, you're going to come off a little bit like you're losing it. I don't think he is. He's just always having to act every time he's on stage where Trump's just being Trump. So, of course, he's not going to mess up that.
That's an interesting take because it seems like there were times where but the Biden campaign did take certain positions. Like there were a couple of points where Biden did say, looting is not the answer, and rioting is not protesting or whatever. But unfortunately, they didn't really get a whole lot of they didn't get a whole lot of press by the media though. So
Well-
like that was just kind of buried underneath all this shit, and everybody just, you know,
Yeah.
Because
Well, it was undermined. I got to say, it was undermined because I would talk about this on the streams too. It was undermined each time there'd be one of these incidents of police shootings, which were almost all justified. Joe Biden would come out and immediately say, you know, this person's life mattered or that person's life mattered, which you can say, well, yeah, we don't want them dead. We'd rather go to court. But the problem is, in many of these cases, it was unavoidable. The cops had to do their job. It makes it look like he's siding with a criminal, which he is. Not a good look, and it does undermine his narrative that he's for peaceful protesting, but he's against the looting and the rioting. I believe he is. Don't get me wrong. He could have been much more.
I feel like his
forceful.
campaign is too, to the core of it. Now, people who like the Bernie types, they can't even come out and say and say rioting and looting is bad, right? They're still in that kind of like never-ending. I can't find the right name for it, but they're still in this hellhole of trying to figure out whether they should, trying to discuss. Oh well, like none of the protesters are really doing that, and this sort of thing.
Wait,
still-
so
hey,
did
here's
they called
something to think
Michigan?
of.
They called
Well,
Michigan
okay.
for Trump.
Wait, well, we'll go. No. I just want to clarify something very clear here. I'm not bringing up the CNN projection. I'm using a color coding here on their site to show who's leading by which. If we go to
I was looking
projection,
at your map. I was like,
Yeah.
holy crap!
No.
Trump won
I
Michigan.
did say that
early.
earlier, but it's worth bearing in mind because we have new viewers joining us and
So
everything.
what's the actual status right now?
For projections or for actual
Missouri just got called for Trump.
Well, I mean, what's
Yeah.
the actual
Yeah,
map?
that's gonna-
Like what is this?
I wonder if he's going to win Wyoming.
Where's your old
Yeah,
map?
no,
where
I'm-
it's,
It was already
we can
called
go back
after
to the
those
old
days.
map.
Nobody
We can
cares.
go back to the old map. It's the New York Times map. I like it more. It's a few minutes behind. We'll go back to that.
Well,
I'll end the screen share here.
We'll just live in the world that's a bit 5 minutes behind, so it's all good.
it was
but-
just confusing me because I just thought
Here-
Trump had just won Michigan.
no.
Here's
We're going to Boomer World. Everybody, get ready. We're going to Boomer World. So
Hey guys,
here we
this is
go.
really important. But when you look, this is where Biden essentially lost the race. And the thing is, just answer me this: like, what state would have Biden lost if he said that BLM and Antifa are basically just acting as terrorist groups or are just looting for fun? Like, this is clearly has nothing to do with social issues. And here in Kenosha County, Wisconsin,
Yeah.
Trump with 42% of the vote has 63.6, and I cannot assume that has anything to do with anything but the rioting, because in 2016 he won it, but he won it with 47%.
So yeah, so it's right now.
And
it's
what percentage
58.
is he leading by in Kenosha now?
58.
Right now he has
this year.
63.6.
Yeah, but this year
53.6.
he's leading by 58 points right now with 42% reporting. And Wyatt was saying last time it was 46 points instead of 58, was it?
It was 47 points. So he's essentially leading by like 15 points or whatever. My math's bad, but you get the point where it's like people in Kenosha don't trust Biden to clean up the rioting, even though I think that Biden, if he's president, immediately shuts down the rioting as fast as Trump would. Although he'd actually probably get it done faster because, of course, Democratic governors would probably work with him a bit closer. And then that's another group of people Biden can blame if he loses. He can blame all the stupid governors who would not let federal troops move into the areas. Because even though Trump's the guy who's shutting down the rioting, if it's done in a week, no one credits that to Trump. That's just the federal police that shut it down. He didn't do it.
Well, Donald Trump just the other day, I believe it was last night, if I recall, or it might have been the day prior. Donald Trump actually went to Kenosha and gave a speech there, which was kind of interesting. A lot of people said, "Oh, that's kind of ballsy. That's like, oh man, he's really like rubbing it in the face of the Democrats or whatever." It shouldn't be the sort of situation where if you're the Democratic Party, you're defending the rioting that went on in Kenosha. Now they're not, but the problem is, to Wyatt's point, which states would he have lost if he had just gotten tougher on BLM itself, not just the rioting, but like the movement itself? I'll tell you, he wouldn't have lost any states. He'd probably be, if not winning Wisconsin, he'd be losing by a lower margin than he is today.
Oh, like what's Biden like? What is Biden's camp like? Why are they trying to win California by dictatorship numbers, you don't need California. Like, who gives a crap if you don't win by 80%?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Just
exactly true.
just let it go.
That's
We
why
got-
you have
we
to come
got
to the- you have
wild-
to come to the center. But
We got
I'm
wild
curious.
Wyatt West here. He asks, "Where's Weiss?"
I'm curious what's going on in the swing states that we've been looking at. Have they changed at all? You had Michigan,
No,
Ohio,
they're
North
all in-
Carolina.
They're
They've
all
all
camp.
switched for Trump. Like North Carolina
Yeah.
switched for Trump, Ohio switched for Trump, Pennsylvania switched for Trump, Michigan switched for Trump, Wisconsin switched.
But
for
again,
Trump.
but you have
With
to look
17%
at
of the vote,
you have to
Trump's still
look at
leading Maine.
where the votes are being reported from.
Yeah,
Yeah, like-
no, for sure. If we look at Wayne County right now, in Michigan, 28% in. But again, it's not going to be this huge save all kind of move for Biden in Wayne County. Right now, 28% in, he's only got about a 12-point advantage. It's not like an 80 or a 50-point lead like in some of the other cities. So that's for that to save him from the rest of the state going for Trump, including Flint and Grand Rapids. That's tough. Like I don't. Again, Biden doesn't need
What percentage of the vote is in from Michigan?
35%, and Donald Trump has.
Yeah, no. So it's only like
You're
a third of the vote.
You're
is
saying
in.
Biden doesn't need Michigan?
Biden doesn't need Michigan if he wins Arizona and Pennsylvania. Then he doesn't need it.
Here's is that when they start counting Portland, Oregon, Biden's going to win Portland, Oregon, but he's not going to win it as much as Hillary won it because of the rioting.
Well, yeah, but he's
Yeah.
going to win the whole West Coast no matter what. Like that's
Oh,
locked in.
100%. I think it's just going to be a big indicator that the people who actually do experience rioting really start rejecting it, even in super liberal states.
Oh yeah. Well, no doubt about that. Like, cause I hate it too. I mean, that's like I feel like they isolate a lot of people by not just coming straight out and condemning it. I think the only thing I can think about that, the reason they kind of waffled, is because they feel like part of the reason they lost in 2016 was by not pandering hard enough to the Bernie people who refused to vote for Hillary, which I think they would have got a significant portion of them this time anyway, just by being not Trump, not Trump.
Right.
essentially.
I remember seeing this, that actually it's sort of a myth that the Bernie people didn't show up for Clinton. I think the Biden people are buying into that myth because Clinton voters in 2008 didn't show up for Obama more than Bernie people didn't show up for Trump for Clinton. Where I think what happens is that the Bernie people hate Trump enough that they'll always vote for you, no matter what you do. You can literally just erase all of Trump's platform, in Trump's entire platform. They'd still vote for you because you're not Trump, and that's why I don't understand why Biden doesn't just say, "Well, BLM is
that might be true.
terrorists."
That might
You
be
wouldn't
true.
have
It's
lost
just,
the BLM people called terrorists would still vote for you. You're not.
that could be true. It's just anecdotally, I know a ton of people, and there's people on YouTube, big people that refuse to vote for any centrist. You had people like T.J. Kirk or Kyle Kalinske that are just like, oh, if you're gonna nominate Biden, like screw you. I might even vote for Trump just because, like, just to like do you in.
Well, that's
You
because
have to
Kyle
remember that,
Kalinske
like,
is
Twitter-
is their fifth column. That's he's a Kremlin agent.
Jaeger, is that? Are you serious? Like Kanye West is beating the Green Party?
Yes, in those
That's-
states.
Well, yeah,
That's
didn't
really
Kanye
funny.
West got like 7,000 votes in Tennessee, I think.
That
Yeah,
is really funny.
And
Yeah.
he's not on the ballot in every state, but the states that he is on, he's beating the Green Party.
He has like 0.3% of the vote in Tennessee.
That's pretty funny.
That's crazy.
And
But you
that-
have to
That's
remember that
1% nationally.
Twitter and YouTube are
Doesn't
like
win
such
election
No.
overall because
The-
his platform is significantly more left wing than his primary platform was. But at the same time, all the people he's trying to bring in, like Kyle Kalinske, to come back and vote for him, still think he's a stupid centrist, even though he isn't actually in this election.
Yeah, I think it was a dumb strategy. I think he should have come back a lot more to the middle in the general, which is typically what anyone would do.
Yeah.
You come back to the middle in the general, which I expected. He didn't really do that. He was trying to appeal to the far left, which is still a minority, like among Americans and among Democrats, I think too, which maybe that's showing up here.
And if I'm to blame one, maybe I'm actually probably going to keep blaming groups for Biden's loss. But if I'm to blame one more group, it'd probably be the media making it sound like Biden was 70,000 points ahead a month ago.
Yeah.
He was not. Like, the thing is that every single race closes, and they kept focusing on the national polling. It's like, I don't care. California, even a month ago, all these swing states were not that far off what they are today. They've maybe closed by 1 or 2 or 3 points, or some of them closed quite a bit. But it wasn't a situation where you sort of, it's not a Reagan-Mondale situation where you can go to you can go have a beer on the beach.
I've never understood that strategy because, like, what I've heard when I listen to right-wing commentators, they say that the reason they'll do this, try and project it as though they're going to win heavily, is to discourage people from voting. Which, to me, I feel like that would have the opposite effect. Like, I feel like if you think your guy is a shoo-in or a lock-in, then you don't care as much about voting. Whereas if you think he's losing, you're going to get out there and vote. So I never understood that as a strategy.
Well, there is psychology that says that people want to vote for who the winner is. They want to be part of something. Like, nobody's going to go out there if they know for sure that somebody's going to lose no matter what. People want to feel that, that they're part of the winning team. That's definitely part of psychology. But then there's also the underdog mentality. So, you feel
I just think it's backward. Like, to me anyway. I mean, maybe it's not scientific, I guess. But to me, it's just like, if you feel like your guy has it, like it's already locked in, why would you even care?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I said to people who I'm sorry, just give me a second. That was what they said. I mean, that was a talking point that they said about the polls and why, like, it really doesn't make any sense to say that the polls were rigged in Biden's favor on the basis that having Biden ahead in such a massive lead in the polls is not necessarily a good thing for Biden's campaign. Complacency among people.
The Biden people got locked into this notion that we're way ahead. Trump's going to try and steal the election because he's so far behind. That was maybe a little bit more of a good talking point when he was ahead 9 points in some of the swing states. But when you're only ahead within the margin of error, that just makes you look really bad. Again, like, when you're only ahead 2 points in a state, you shouldn't even consider it 2 points ahead. You should just be considering that even. He's essentially was always at 50%. And again, what Trump supporters are like really enthusiastic to go to the polls. They want to be seen at the polls wearing their MAGA hats. So, and Biden voters really didn't have anything to come out enthusiastically for because Biden wasn't really giving anyone everything they wanted.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now, it basically is lining up with what I heard right-wing commentators saying, essentially. So basically they weren't saying it was a sure thing, because I listened to Rush and Shapiro, I watch like Fox News and stuff. And all of them, Fox News, not the general. I'm talking about the opinion pieces on there, but they were saying, like, it's not a shoo-in, but it's going to be a close election. Like, either side has a chance, essentially, and that seems to be the reality of it, actually. And so, like, I'm starting to trust them more than a lot of these left-wing people that are, Biden's going to win in a landslide. It's going to be a blue wave. Doesn't seem to be the case, really. It seems like the right-wingers were correct. The polls were skewed. They were incorrect. And I don't know if I buy into all of their reasoning on that, where they say that it was done purposefully for voter suppression, essentially to discourage Trump supporters from getting out. I don't know if I buy that, but
no.
It looks like they were more accurate.
But polling in general is a very scientific process, though. Like
sorry, go.
There's a certain distribution of types of people and races and ethnicities that polls usually, like when universities conduct polls, they have to abide by these constraints, right? That's why people always say, "Oh, online polls are not worth shit," because you can make, scientifically speaking, you can make 100 different accounts to vote for one choice, right? And and people will say, oh yeah, like Biden or Trump or whatever, like this candidate is winning, but those votes weren't really, like it wasn't a poll that didn't have these constraints, right? An online poll is just something you put on Twitter, and then people can press on it, and you don't know whether you're double counting or triple counting or quintuple counting votes or not.
Well, I think the guy who was from the Trafalgar Group polling company, which honestly it was sort of a bad thing. Like 538 would never take into account any Trafalgar polls, even though they seem to be quite correct tonight. And what they said that they would do was that they would try and seek out people who seem to not be getting polled properly, in the sense that it's not like a lot of other polling companies are deliberately skewing things. It's just that the way that they poll tends to disproportionately poll people who are college educated and urban people, people who have 10 minutes, 15 minutes to get on the phone and do a phone poll with you, as well as like the people in rural areas just don't pick up their phones as much, even though they tend to come out and vote in larger numbers percentage wise.
Yeah, I guess I haven't really done any research into this particular part of the polls, but I'm interested in how they conducted these polls during COVID. I guess a lot of them were phone polls, right? Like 538's
calling. So
well, yeah, and a lot of them are online polls, and I think that tends to leave older voters out of things. And even someone mentioned that the way that you actually vote in these elections, they're like those electronic voting machines. They said that actually probably is unfair to old voters, because old voters probably, even as simplistic as an electronic voting machine is to us, people in like older, like 60 plus voters, 68 voters who are 68 years old and older might actually not understand that in some of those cases, when it shows three candidates and you have to press the more button to find the Republican because they're farther down the alphabetical order, they might not understand how to do that, and they might actually not end up voting for Trump because they don't want to tell someone who they're voting for.
They don't understand the interface exactly. But so Kevin, you can give us an update on what's actually happening here?
Yeah, because I've been checking out on my own too. I've been checking out CNN's projections and everything, and who's leading there. What's interesting is that there's been a lot of movement in terms of getting more of the share of the votes counted in, but the actual percent leads haven't really shifted by that much. Wisconsin has still been within about 2 points in favor of Donald Trump. You'll note it's 40% reported, but Milwaukee, there hasn't really been that much, 28%. And of course, Joe Biden's going to be doing better there. Madison, it's a way more than average, and that's where Joe Biden's got a lot of his votes. I think somebody just joined in. Oh, there's Mike. Yeah, Mike's back. There we go. We as well have been checking out Michigan. Michigan's still a wide margin for Donald Trump, but if you check out Wayne County, there's been no movement in Wayne County. Pennsylvania has moved up now, 37% reporting in, with about a 12 to 13 point lead for Donald Trump. We see that Philadelphia County, not very much counted yet. In Pittsburgh, no movement there. So even though 37% of the state's counted, these huge urban areas, there hasn't really been that much counted there to add to it. So we'll expect Biden to get more coming in. North Carolina, on the other hand, pretty solidly going in Trump's favor, 93% in now, and it's 49.9 to 48.8. That's only gone up in favor of Trump as time goes on. Georgia, 59% now. That's a 12-point lead for Donald Trump. Florida, still at 94 points, but, coming up 3.5 lead for Trump. Texas now 83% reporting, around a 4-point lead for Donald Trump. Arizona, though, we're looking at about an 8-point lead for Joe Biden with 75% reporting right now. This is according to the New York Times. So, and of course in Ohio, 82% with a 7-point lead, 82% reporting with a 7-point lead for Donald Trump. What's worth noting there, though, is that Cleveland only 69% reporting. So in terms of the averages,
And
Biden can close some of that gap. Is he going to be able to close 7 points in 18%? Probably not. So
of the states called, what's the electoral college count looking like at this point?
yeah, so the actual electoral count right now, based on what we're looking at here, according to the New York Times, it's 131 called for Joe Biden, 108 called for Donald Trump, 299 remaining. But again, New York Times is pretty conservative in terms of.
I feel like he's already got Florida for sure. Texas,
Yeah, they haven't given
probably.
him. And they've
Now,
also
those are
given
massive.
Virginia. They've given Virginia to Mr. Biden, but we know when we actually zoom in on Virginia right now, Donald Trump actually has a 7-point lead there with
Holy
56%
shit.
reporting. So
How are they? What?
I know. I'm not a polling expert or anything. My guess is it's because when you look up in these northern, like if you look at Fairfax, 28% reporting. Though a lot of these other areas are like 94% reported in.
Richmond,
North-
Virginia, only at 11. That's a big.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
What's actually so interesting, if you go up to Maine is pretty uniform with how much has been reported in each county, and Trump's still leading. So if it keeps going up in that uniformed way, he might take it. I still don't think he will. I think there's going to be probably certain districts within Portland, Maine, and Bangor that actually go his way, where where it's not just that county that's being universally counted. And that's the issue with Detroit, is that Trump probably doesn't win Detroit's county. It's just that they haven't counted specifically in the city limits of Detroit yet. That's why at one point Donald Trump was ahead.
Yeah, I think as Wyatt said, it really is depending on how like certain states are like counting out their votes, like where they're counting them from. I mean their next set of polls closed in I think about 8 minutes, and I think Biden should be due for like a lot of votes.
Well, that's going to come from the
projected
West
to,
Coast.
Yeah.
That projection is based on that more voters who are voting by mail this year are voting for Biden.
Right.
Yeah.
I've
So
got
it's- wow.
I guess
gotta
it's
be
just like
clear.
it really throws such a wrench into the whole election, because like the records in terms of early voting were obviously blown out of the water, and then obviously like I'm sure there are delays, so that could be holding up a lot of the counting. It's just like I really don't think realistically we're gonna know tonight.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
And
I
we
don't
never
think so
were
either.
going to.
Yeah, not
There-
for Arizona. You're not
there's a
going to know.
video. There's a video.
I mean, the only possibility that there would have been was if Biden had won the state of Florida. Which
well,
he
yeah,
is on
it's
track
something
to
like that.
lose. But right,
My whole
barring
thing,
that,
I expect it to come down to Pennsylvania, because that seems to be what both the campaigns, judging by how they both flooded Pennsylvania, it seemed to be. And like I said, I think they have the best information with their internal polling and everything. Like, obviously, they're going to know better than anyone else. They both went to Pennsylvania hardcore, so there's a high possibility it comes down to Pennsylvania, and we don't know for a couple days.
I mean, that's been like consistently throughout the election, like the tipping point state.
There's a video that Reese has just sent me that's been flipped out by @KnowNothing on Twitter. We're going to play it here. I haven't seen it yet, but it's Kyle Kulinski on Joe Rogan's show explaining, this is Kremlin Kyle, explaining that he voted against Joe Biden because Iraq war bad. Let's take a look at
Wait,
this.
he voted for Trump?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at it. We're
He
going
probably voted Green Party,
for
right?
Ronald Reagan.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
For Biden, my political awakening came with the Iraq War in 2003, when we basically were lied into a war and we continued that illegal war. And he was one of the guys who voted for it. And listen, I truly believe that everybody who voted for that Iraq War should be in prison. I think they're all war criminals. It was an illegal war, even according to the UN. And over 200,000 innocent civilians are dead. So basically, I couldn't bring myself to do it because that was the most foundational thing that happened when I was growing up getting involved in politics, and I just can't look past that. That's not a little thing to me. So now, if you want me to give you my breakdown of the candidates, do I think overall Joe Biden is a lesser evil? I do, because Joe Biden's going to get us back in the Iran deal. Joe Biden's going to get us back in the Paris Climate Agreement, and those things I think are really important. But I just couldn't bring myself to pull a lever, especially because I live in New York, and New York's a safe state anyway. It's not like my vote matters. Mm-hmm. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it, man. Just couldn't do it.
He fucking admitted that he was his candidate to vote for, and he's like, "Nope, I can't do it anyway."
Oh my god!
He admitted
His
there.
political awakening. Oh, give me a break.
He admitted there that he prefers Joe Biden, but he voted against him anyway because Dick Cheney and George Bush live rent-free in his head.
Wait, so did he say who he voted for?
Well, he said before that Trump is the lesser evil against Biden on his.
So he voted for Trump.
Well, we don't know. Maybe he voted for the Green Party, but either way, he didn't vote for Joe Biden. But here's the thing, right? I care more about why somebody votes for somebody rather than who they voted for. So he said there he didn't vote for Joe Biden because of the Iraq war, but he also says if he was going to vote for him, he'd vote for him because of the Iran deal. Whereas for me, one of the reasons why I like some Trump supporters is that they support his position on Iran. In other words, the correct position. So even on that, he bungles it. In other words, everything he bungles it on. I can't think of anything that Kyle and I have in common besides us both being on YouTube. That's basically it. You know, Kremlin Kyle's a joke.
Your names both start with a K.
That's true. That's true. Kremlin starts with a K. Kevin starts with a K. It's true.
KKK Castley and Kremlin Kyle.
Kremlin Kyle
Kulinski. Triple K. Russian cow right there. Amazing. So Reese sent me that. If you're out there and you want to hop in here, feel free. He might be having some internet issues. So, right, we're both on Patreon. That's another thing that we have in common. By the way, if you want to help spite Kremlin Kyle, you can check out my Patreon. That's patreon.com/superpower broadcasting. Once we hit $100 a month, daily pre-recorded videos premiering to YouTube, plus the daily live stream. So double the content. So you want to join the patron gang. And we got some base patrons here tonight. And we got Spooky Nookies here tonight. Everybody, welcome Dr. Nookies. People have been asking, where's Weiss? He's here. Everybody, welcome Weiss.
Welcome.
I welcome you.
There goes my internet.
There goes Wyoming Wager's internet.
I'm amazed you guys are on stream at the same time.
Oh, no.
See? They're gone.
It couldn't work. Only one person in Wyoming gets to use the internet at a time, I guess.
That's really funny.
It literally happens every time.
Every single time. Yeah, no, it's like they're, yeah.
Can I add something? You guys have discussed a lot about, the election between, Trump and Biden, but I think you guys have also been missing some of the Senate races, like, some of those.
Yeah, let's look at some of those. I
think Lindsey Graham just won, actually.
Lindsey Graham won, and I think Purdue is projected or close to it to win in North Carolina, which is big.
I was just going to mention, I think if Trump does win off of Michigan, it's because of how good John James is doing. John James is blowing it out in Michigan, and I would assume a lot of the goodwill for Trump is coming from John James as well on the ground.
Oh, there we go. Biden just got his 55 electoral votes from California.
Yeah. That's
we knew that was going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
California went Democrat? What?
Shocking.
One county randomly separated.
There's the influx of votes.
Stop the presses.
Yeah.
So here's the Senate. Here's the Senate right here. 41-40 right now is what we've got at the moment.
Oh God.
We've got 35 not up for election versus 30 not up for election on the Republican side. So the Democrats are a bit safer there.
Look at the North Carolina race. That's by far, and the Georgia race is pretty intriguing.
Yeah, North Carolina. Oh man, that's within 1.5.
I didn't even realize he was running.
Oh man.
Well, it's
And
interesting to see with these Senate races, like Martha McSally. I'm
that's right.
looking over here. I'm a huge fan of hers, but
Yep.
she's behind by 10%.
Oh man, that sucks.
voting.
No, dude, I was a big fan. I like Sally. We like Sally. We played one of her ads on the stream. She's baked and hawk built. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it was the healthcare issue, but the regarding the whole thing about pre-existing conditions, But Susan Collins, though, over in Maine, I know that Democrats were trying to flip her seat, and they thought they had a straight chance. But looking at the results now, I mean, Susan Collins is blowing away Sarah Gideon. I mean, Susan Collins has a 56%. And Gideon's got 37%, so it's not even a no contest right there. So, with the votes that have been counted so far, I mean, so Democrats obviously are going to try to flip Arizona to make that a two Democrats representing the Senate for the state, and it looks like they're probably going to do it, which is disappointing. But in Maine, where they thought they would get rid of Collins, and they really had it out for her because of her vote with Kavanaugh. And not to impeach Trump. Looks like they're, because I mean, there were tons of articles out here, if you've been reading, saying, like, for example, the Washington Post said, could Maine's ranked choice voting system cost Susan Collins, and all this other stuff, like Susan Collins is going to lose. They were just trying to ram that down, but Susan Collins has just, blown it out of the water.
yeah, no, that's a huge margin right there. With 16% in, she's leading right now. 27 points, 28 points. That's a pretty big hurdle.
Talk about for a second how a QAnon person has just won a seat in the House.
Oh, in the House, we can take a look at the House.
Yeah, it looks like
Marjorie Green.
It looks like things are actually getting kind of intense in DC as far as riots and protests go. Also, Portland, obviously Portland.
Obviously,
they're having some issues there. It's starting to look like the action is starting to ramp up as far as demonstrations, I guess you could call them, or riots and demonstrations. They're starting to get a little heated, I guess is what you could call it.
Oh man.
Oh hey, did you? Sorry, going back to the QAnon person being elected. Honestly, the best way of ending QAnon is electing one of their people and then having that person realize that they're an idiot.
Well, you would think, but the thing is, I mean, I don't really know too much about QAnon, so I can't really say all their views. But look at Democratic Socialist Alexandria Cortez. I mean, the Democratic Socialists spew the most ridiculous stuff in the world, but yet she won, and she's beloved of.
Yeah, she has a huge social media following.
Yeah,
like one of the biggest in probably all of Congress, I think, at this point.
Everyone's roasting Nate Silver on Twitter right now. I would say that's a bit unfair because I think a lot of his projections showed that a lot of things were in the margin of error, just that every single margin very slightly favored Biden, so that Biden technically had a 90% chance. I always hate when people sort of criticize pollsters that way. I think he's made some mistakes with how he polls people, and how he aggregates and weights polls, but he's not that far off. He's just on the Trump side of the margin of error, right?
Yeah. No, we're looking at Ocasio-Cortez there in New York's 14th district, winning right now with a 38 margin, 68% reporting. Yeah,
it's actually not that much considering it's the 14th district.
It's insane. It's just, the thing is, AOC is a joke. AOC is somebody who is basically even admitted she doesn't really know anything about foreign policy or very much about foreign policy.
Not even just foreign policy, like about
Democratic Socialists know nothing about foreign policy.
That's right, and economics too. Never mind economics. She does. She has a degree.
I think
in
she was like conflicting whether she, maybe like 5 months ago, someone asked her, it's like, well, how can you be a democratic socialist and a capitalist? And she said, oh yeah, it's possible.
Oh hey, you guys, just letting you know, Fox called Florida for Trump.
Oh, finally.
Oh, Okay.
I feel like no
I
one
think it's a
wanted to
little
call it.
premature. I think it's.
I think it would have been a bit of a rude move to call it right away because I think that would have suppressed potentially Democratic votes in Nevada. You should just let it go. Like you can start calling those sort of borderline states that really shift how the election's viewed after you've gotten past all of the swing states that have closed finally. Because I think it's a bit messed up.
Yeah, that might be an
start
ethical
calling stuff before them.
consideration. But it
Oh,
just seemed
Wisconsin, great.
obvious to. I mean, it seemed obvious to us hours ago that Florida.
Yeah. But
Well,
anyways, so
I'm gonna
Doc on
predict-
Brain said
I'm gonna
that,
predict Florida gets Trump.
Shank's having a meltdown. I guess you should go check on him.
Shank. Yeah, we'll check out. You
Give him
guys
a
want
phone
to
call.
see Shank?
It plays the
6%
brown
Jank.
buffalo, man. Let's see that.
Yeah, we can check out Junk Jank, 6% Jank, Mr.
Chunky
6
Chank.
oh
God.
man. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look. Election coverage.
Oh God, poor Jake.
Wait, they're playing Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren is on right now?
Oh
Is this,
Jesus!
is
I
this what
hate
I'm
her.
seeing, or is this just an old rerun?
Dude, are they just trying to make sure everyone stops watching them or something like that?
What? Why
Yeah.
would you bring on Elizabeth Warren? She's snoring and boring.
I said she
Well-
was one of the few people. If they had nominated her, I would have voted Trump probably. Like
They should have voted.
Yeah, I think it'll probably.
No, they're just on advertisements right now. We'll go to it once they're actually playing something meaningful. We got 87,000 people right now watching an advertisement for like their Cash App thing that they do climate change stuff with or something. This is like, yeah, we're not gonna watch that. We'll watch that when it gets good. We'll watch that.
Well,
when it
I know what's true for sure is that the left wing, the Democrats, are probably shitting themselves right now. So they're looking at this like, oh my God, this is 2016 again. Like that's got to be happening because Trump just won Florida, which means he's got a shot. He's got a real shot. It's going to come to the Rust Belt, which last time we know how that went. It's all going to come down to that. Like, can Biden take back the Rust Belt or not?
doesn't look like it. Even
I think so,
Wisconsin,
Yeah,
where
it's not
the
looking
closest-
good.
I think
Even
not looking
Wisconsin, even
Guys-
Wisconsin, where it's the closest, 45% reporting. The lead for Donald Trump went from about 1.8 up to 2.5
Oh,
points. So
okay, Kevin, look at Minneapolis's numbers as well. That's the problem. Is that look how much it's reported in already. Sorry. What's the place in Wisconsin that's also starts with an M?
Madison.
Madison.
Yeah.
Or what's the city on the
Milwaukee.
coast?
So Milwaukee's
Milwaukee is the one. Is that
Well-
that one's already reported a lot? Or no, it's
Well,
20%.
no, they've
Never
only
mind.
no,
Don't listen to me. I must be
and
high.
they'll count some of Milwaukee tomorrow as well.
Gotcha.
But I think the fact that Trump is so far ahead in Florida, shadowing that he's going to be quite a bit ahead in other states where they project them to be tied with Biden or ahead by a little bit.
Oh, okay. So Pessimistic Titan, he posted a clip in the Hawking chat. I'm gonna get that clip for you of 6% Shank melting down. That's gonna be fun. So
My God, I hate that guy.
I hate him.
Oh yeah, he's one of the worst pieces of shit that has probably ever existed.
Let
Well,
me-
this is the great thing about this election. Whoever wins, Chank's still going to be mad.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. That's like you win either way in that sense. Oh man. Let's take a look
I
at
think
this.
yeah, with a new book. I'm serious. I can't believe it. After he'd had a terrible campaign when he ran in California, for that one progressive lady, forget her name, who ran and flipped a red district, but then she had that scandal come out where she had a video where she had been engaging in sexual activity with not one but two people who volunteered with her. And well, of course, she resigned in disgrace because and also too, it's you can't have sexual relations with your staff when you're running for an election. That's against the rules. And Cenk ran in that race when for that seat, and the Republicans took it back. I mean, Cenk and the Democratic Socialists and Progressives like to think, oh, they're the new face of the the Democratic Party. But I don't think so, because I mean, if that was true, then why aren't they voting them left and right? I mean, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the anomaly. She is not the majority. And the same thing with Cenk. When Cenk tried to win, and again, he had huge stardom behind him, he lost like devastatingly. It was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing because he spent over $1.1 million to get 6% of the vote. The next runner-up spent $500 to get about 5% of the vote.
Oh, you could even tell he knew he was screwed because he stopped spending money. I think he like pocketed a few $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is, like, no one looks at that and says, "Hey, wait a minute, Cenk, what are you doing with all this money?" You know, and he's probably just he knows that no one from his side will question him about it because everyone from the Democratic Socialist side licks his boots. But
let's get money out of politics by putting in my pocket, guys.
Oh man, we have the clip. So we're gonna play the clip right now. It's about 55 seconds long. This is Junk Cenk, 6% Cenk, Uyghur of the Young Turks earlier this evening. Fuming and dooming. Let's take a look.
Get out of the way. Both Jake Tapper and Nancy Pelosi and all those and every editor at the New York Times has to get out of our way. Let us hit the Republicans in the face instead of playing patty cakes with them. How many elections are we going to get to a razor's edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald Trump? One last thing. I swear to God, I'm going to go to Ida. But one last thing on this, guys. Forget him being a racist. Forget him being a fascist. The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron. And you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election? Man, the corporate Democrats and the mainstream media suck at this. They absolutely, positively suck, and they brainwash smart people into compliance. Well, that's not what we do at.
Why don't they just beat? What's he gonna do? Donate his 6% to help the Democrats if they would have asked? Like, what are you talking about?
I love this. Okay, what I love about that is how there's Cenk Uyghur there, basically blaming it on Joe Biden and doing the if Bernie would have won meme. Bernie couldn't even win Florida in the Democratic primary. How was he supposed to win Florida against Donald Trump? He's to the left
if it was
of Biden.
Bernie versus Trump, it would be
a
red
bloodbath.
wave like you've never seen.
Trump would win. Trump would be winning in Minnesota right now. Trump would be winning in Arizona right now. Trump would be winning, obviously, in where was the other state? Oh, like New Hampshire. A lot of these places that you've got middle-class Democrats that they'll look at Donald Trump and say, look, Donald Trump's a scumbag, but at least he's a capitalist. At least he's not going to take my house and my car away.
The only reason this is close in a lot of these places is because Biden moved to the left on a lot of this shit.
That's right.
A lot of the shit he moved towards Bernie Sanders' positions, which
but
doesn't... The common American, most Americans don't support that crap. Like none of us do. None of I don't know who else here right now. A lot of people here, but I don't think any of us like that shit.
He did mention that Trump had an IQ of 70. I thought that the progressive Democrats don't believe in IQ.
Yeah, it's ableism. Cenk's being an ableist. He's being an ableist, bro.
Dog fucker Cenk.
Yeah. Cenk's offering like, guys, if you just let me control the Biden campaign, I would have smashed all of the unions in the Rust Belt voting for Trump.
Cenk's an embarrassment. You know, I mean, for a guy who makes a show called Young Turks.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that name right there. We're talking about people that literally committed genocide in Armenia. Yep. And not just there, but also against Assyrian Christians. It's like, seriously, you make a show with that kind of name. I mean, it's like, whoa. I mean, it doesn't matter that Anna Kasparian or whatever her name is, his co-host is Armenian. I mean, that just screams like, come on, dude.
No, it's like literally naming your show, naming your progressive show the Schutzstaffel, and then having your co-host be a Jewish woman, and you're like, yes, but the host, the co-host, she's Jewish, so it's all good. It's like, no, it's not all good. They killed 1.5 million people. They marched the Armenians and other Christian minorities to their deaths in the desert in Anatolia and Armenia. And this guy's out there. He was defending the genocide for a long ass time. So
can we get a look let's look at the election again.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the election.
How's Arizona looking?
It's still looking to go blue, but real quick on the Young Turks, it's funny how they rail against the mainstream media when they're one of their biggest funders, the government of Qatar and Al Jazeera.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty mainstream on YouTube too. They're YouTube media certified or whatever the labeling.
Yeah, but I still think Ben Shapiro, like Steven Crowder, and some of these other guys get more views than they do. Even Kyle Kalinske, I think, gets more views than the Young Turks do.
That's true. That's correct. Dave Rubin gets more views per video, a lot more. They average about 80. They average 30,000 to 100,000 views per video. Dave Rubin, it's like 400,000. So Jimmy Dore gets more than the Young Turks, but he doesn't have anywhere near the sub. So if we look at the map right now, this is the New York Times you're looking at right now. The movement that we're seeing is North Carolina. That's clear for Trump now. That's a 1.4% or a 2.4% lead for or no, rather, what is that? Yeah, it's 1.4% lead for Donald Trump with 5% to go. Yeah, he's going to win that. Ohio, 85% reporting. And that is a 7.5% lead for Donald Trump. In other words, Joe Biden has to win 66% of all the other votes to tie coming in. Ain't going to happen. Michigan, 43% reporting. Donald Trump's still up 10 points. He's been up by a lot. We could take a look at Wayne County, though, and see what's going on there. No movement there. Okay, so still only 28% from Detroit. Wisconsin right now, Wisconsin still about a 2-point lead for Donald Trump, 50% reporting. But if we look at Milwaukee, okay, there's been some movement in Milwaukee. Milwaukee's margin is big for Joe Biden, but it's not as big as some of the urban areas elsewhere. It's about a 20-point lead. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania right now. 43% of the votes are in. It's a 12-point lead for Donald Trump. But if we look at Philadelphia County, only a third reporting. And Pittsburgh, yeah, only 17% reporting. So those are going to help out Joe Biden. So it's still possible Joe Biden wins that. Arizona, pretty clear for Joe Biden, 8% lead with 75% reporting. Texas, big lead for Trump. Well, 5-point lead for Trump, but a huge state. 84% reporting. He's going to win that. Minnesota, though, 17-point lead for Joe Biden. Almost half the votes are in. But Minneapolis, 94% counted. So is the rest of the state enough? Probably not. At 50%, Donald Trump would have to win, like 60%, 65% of the vote in all the rest of the state in order to equalize that. Possible, but probably not going to happen. Iowa right now, that's close. 59% counted. Joe Biden right now, 50.9 to Donald Trump with 47.3%. We take a look at Grand Rapids, 67% in. Des Moines, almost completely counted. The rest of the state probably likely going to be more for Trump. Can Trump close a 3-point gap with 40% to go? Probably. So probably. Maine, it's a 4-point lead for Biden, 31% in. Let's take a look. Portland, 26%. Yeah, so obviously Biden's got a huge margin there, and it's below average in counting, so that's going to help out Biden a bit. Biden probably going to win Maine. Probably going to win Maine. Let's take a look at Ohio. So Ohio's 86% in, 53% lead, or 53% for Trump, 54 or 45.4 for Biden. We take a look at Columbus, 82% counted. Cleveland, 74% counted. So the big cities are still below average counting. Those can still help out Joe Biden, but that's a pretty big gap.
Trump won it in 2016 pretty handily. And Ohio's been one of the few states that have always kept Trump's approval rating above water. So yeah, I doubt he can lose it.
Well, how's Nevada looking?
We'll take a look at Nevada right now. None reporting here.
They're not reporting in Nevada?
No,
Yeah,
polls-
so they
polls
had
closed
some
at
issues.
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern, so 7 o'clock. So we haven't gotten anything on the New York Times. I'll take a look over at CNN what they're saying. CNN has nothing in on Nevada yet. We'll take nothing in on Nevada yet from any of these sites. So
Yeah, Nevada had issues earlier with their voting machines, and they had to delay some voting, so they extended their polls to be open by another hour.
Georgia,
just another. Yeah.
Georgia's only a 10-point lead for Trump. It was a lot more before. So 67% counted though. Atlanta, oh man, only 49%, 24% in these suburbs. I'm not saying that Biden's going to win Georgia, but it could be a lot closer than we were thinking. So,
well, I as another question to the panel, who do you think, which Democratic candidate do you think would have done better than Biden if they ran, and which ones do you think wouldn't have done well? Because in my opinion, I think the only one who could have maybe outperformed Biden was Bloomberg.
So
Bloomberg.
Buttigieg, maybe.
I would say Yang.
Buttigieg.
Yang was my first choice. I think Yang would have done it just because I think Yang could have got the enthusiasm out there. And it's just such a simple platform of I'm going to straight up give you money. But of course, he lost the primary. So, I mean, who knows? But to me, it's such a simple, like, if you vote for me, I'm going to give you $1,000 every month. I feel like that's such a simple, like, a thing that and people like him, like lots on both sides of the spectrum. Whether they would vote for him or not is another thing, I suppose. But if you look at like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or these people, they like Yang. No way they would vote for him or anything like that. But he got along. He was a uniter in a way that other people were not.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, is that
primary because he was sort of shafted because he communicated with those types of people.
They were saying, why are so many white supremacists supporting you, Yang? And it's like, well, it's
hey guys, just giving a quick update. I think Fox News called Arizona for Biden.
Really?
I don't think a Democrat has won that state in a really long time.
Yeah, that was an upset too, because in the polling averages, Trump was up by 1.
Well, from what I had Arizona always as a toss-up. I never thought it was.
It's the problem. Being that I'm from Arizona, I'll tell you this: it's because of all the Californians, New Yorkers, and people from Chicago and other, really left-wing states or cities that have come here. It's so weird. Like I mean, like the policies they bring, like they run away from, which like particular high taxation, like in California, like it's almost unlivable for the middle class over there. But yet they come here and yet they vote for the same.
Bring the policies. Yeah.
It's just like what?
That's happening in Texas too, man. We have a lot of Californians coming to Texas, and they think like, oh, we want to make Texas just like the place we fled from, like rats from a sinking ship. And they're like, oh, we want to build it the same way. And it's like, well, no, you're coming to Texas for a reason. Your state, you fucked it up. Like your policies fucked it up.
Oh,
and,
yeah. I mean,
it's to me, it's the same thing you're seeing in Texas. So I understand Arizona, you share a border with California, so it's probably a lot more significant, I would assume.
Well, it's on an unrelated note, I mean, housing here, I mean, the market's really big. I mean, people are buying left and right, and the problem is there's not enough housing for the people that are coming here. But oh god, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I thought that Trump would be in Arizona
side of things. Are you a YIMBYist?
I can't hear you. What?
Are you a YIMBYist instead of a NIMBYist?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, in my backyard versus no, not in my backyard. Like the YIMBYists always want to build more housing, and I don't know if sorry, it's pretty prominent on neoliberal Twitter.
Yeah, that's neoliberal stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I've never heard of it, so I you would have to like send me a definition or something,
Yeah,
and then maybe I can.
it's pretty esoteric jargon, and like only like people that are like in like Globe Twitter really know that kind of stuff. It's basically like, yeah, yes, in my backyard. That basically means like you're the type of person who wants like a water desalination plant or right beside your house. That kind of idea, you know.
Or
Like-
just like a general, just like a general.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're
like a
saying,
general just desire for more housing to be built. And
You're
more
saying like good for you, not good for me. Do as I say, but not as I do type thing.
yeah.
Well, there's a lot of housing being built here in Arizona. I mean, when I came out here, in junior high, I lived in a place called Santan Valley, and that was like empty. That was like the end of things. But in Queen Creek next door was like empty. I mean, there was nothing there. Now there's like supermarkets. Now there's a movie theater. Now there's tons of shopping, and then even not just on the east side of the valley, but on the west side of the valley. I mean, places like Buckeye, Goodyear. I mean, those places were like nothing existed there, and now there's tons of shopping. Now there's tons of homes. So the thing about Phoenix Metro is that it's growing to be, essentially one of the biggest metro areas in the country because of just how much we're growing. But that's the problem, though, is that we're getting tons of people from, like hellholes like California and New York City and Chicago that are bringing their bad politics here. And my family ran away from that, and we didn't vote for the same policies. But the problem is people coming here now are voting for those policies, so it really sucks.
Yeah, and I'm looking at, on unrelated note, I'm looking at After Action Report, the riots, or not riots, but not quite yet riots in D.C. The demonstrations are getting heated. I don't know if you have the ability to show that, Kevin.
Well, we can take a look at that after. I do have another clip here of Jank. This time he's blaming Democrats for idolizing Barack Obama, and I think he's blaming that on the loss, which is interesting because I thought that, well, we'll take a look. I haven't seen the clip, but I thought that Obama was like the one sort of thing that you could see as a hype machine for their side, but we'll take a look.
Well, it turns out to be a super easy question. Of course, Obama would be massively responsible for this tragic mistake, and no one in the media will ever let you say that. If you say that in media, you'll be banned. The rest of the media will ban you if you say one unkind word about Barack Obama. And in fact, they'll accuse you of being a racist. That he's their corporate shield. And so, here's another thing I blame Obama for. He's the best speaker we have on the Democratic side by a lot. And that includes Bernie Sanders, et cetera. It might not include Nina Turner, might not include Killer Mike, it might not include AOC or Jamal Bowman, but it might. He might be the #1 speaker we have. What do you do, 3 rallies, 4? Remember they yelled at Bernie Sanders because he only did 39 rallies for Hillary Clinton. Now I understand coronavirus and all that, but you don't have to sit in your basement or your yacht all election and wait till a week before the election to do anything. So would Obama be partly responsible? He'd be a giant part of the responsibility of losing. Now that the landslide's off the table, the Democrats definitely screwed up. Definitely. Having an election this close is insane. Insane. All right. Again, all right, you get it. We're all in this together. See that ticker down there? That's where we celebrate you guys. The Twitch members, the YouTube members. We try to put your name.
You know
Wow.
what?
Wow.
Whoever uploaded that clip, dude. No, we're not shilling or plugging stupid socialist network on here so you can go and buy overpriced hoodies so that Jank can keep eating like buffalo or whatever. No, we're not down with that. So that's his little take there. He's obviously fuming and dooming tonight.
You want to give us an election update, Kevin?
Well, I can. I gave us one pretty shortly, but there has been a little bit of movement in Michigan. Michigan's and actually Wisconsin too. We'll start with Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, Milwaukee's finally started reporting in quite a bit. It's got about a 20-point lead for Joe Biden. But even as Milwaukee starts to get counted, Wisconsin's average has moved up in favor of Trump. 53% counted. Now Trump's got a 4-point lead. When we checked at the state about 20 minutes ago, he had a 2-point lead. Milwaukee had been close to around where it is now, but they've counted a bit more Milwaukee. Madison's close to being done, but a lot of these other states have just started coming in, or counties, I should say. We've got some with 30%, 40%. Reese is coming back. Hopefully it works out this time for Reese. He's having internet issues.
Please.
Where's Weiss? Yo, Weiss, can you hear us? Or is your Wyoming interweb?
It's better now, so I think I think I'm gonna tolerate it.
Yes.
What a night,
okay,
man.
what are your
What a night.
thoughts this evening?
Well, that Jank clip was pretty fucking funny as far as I'm concerned. He's saying, you know, Obama's he's our best orator, except for maybe Killer Mike and Nina Turner. Fuck off, Jank. Good God, man. How delusional can you be?
He thinks Killer Mike is competitive with Barack Obama in oration. Are you kidding me? The dude's better at rap, I
That's what he
guess.
said.
Jank's
I don't know, man. We've never heard Obama's mixtape. We don't know.
I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. He's going to be doing Bernie would have won memes very soon. It's going to happen. Like, we don't know that Biden hasn't won
they're
yet.
always carping.
Are you there, Reese? I think we lost Reese's audio again.
It's all right.
That's sad. You know, I'd like to debate Reese sometime on the abortion topic, because he and I are on like way opposite spectrums.
I don't know if Reese.
I can moderate.
Yeah,
Reese is pretty
debated out. Reese has done a lot of debates with people over the years, and even though I've done nowhere near as many televised debates or stream debates as he has, I'm also kind of debated out myself. I think after the Burns debate, I'm going to be taking a break from debating for a while. I might appear on as a guest on panels. I'm going on a mostly pro-Trump panel on the 7th, for example, to give my analysis on the election. That was scheduled from a few days ago. That'll be interesting. But I'm kind of done doing research and stuff to talk with brainlets myself. You guys are both really smart, you and Reese, but I don't really think Reese does like the abortion issue anymore, because it's kind of hard to move ground on that one.
Well, I'll do an abortion debate. I would be happy to.
As a moderator or
You'll
to debate?
anything.
To debate it. I would be happy to debate abortion.
Okay.
Better you than me, man.
Oh, Weiss is here. He's still here. Okay.
My internet is really, really bad right now. More so
you're
than
in Wyoming.
usual.
And then we see in Wyoming, you voted for Trump, obviously, Reese. You and the 3 other guys in Wyoming voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
I was the only one. I was the only one in line.
Yeah, it's like
there's no explaining it.
It's like people ask you, like, "Hey, who'd you vote for the election?" And you're like, "Well, I voted for Biden." And it's like, then why did your state vote for Trump? And it's like,
Reese only had to convince like 3 other people to vote the other way. I mean,
the 3 other people aren't even old enough to vote. There's only 2 people. 2 people old enough to vote. That's Yeager and Reese in Wyoming. And I'm looking at Wyoming right here. It's big for Trump. So
the Indians, I don't think the Indian reservations get votes, do they? That would be.
Wait, do they get votes? I would assume
they think they do. I would think they wouldn't.
Net 7. Oh man. Yeah, no.
Sorry. Oh man,
that's funny. Oh man. Okay, so we'll do another election update. Again, this is off the New York Times, but even though theirs is a little bit behind on stuff, theirs is by far the most intuitive of these ones that I've seen. So let's take a look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin in now 55% reporting. Donald Trump's got a 3.7% lead, but there hasn't been any movement in Milwaukee County or in around Milwaukee. Let's take a look at Detroit. Detroit's still only 28% counted, so it's too early to tell with Michigan. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, 48% now. Donald Trump up 14.6 points. But if we look at Philadelphia, only about a third counted in Philadelphia County. Pittsburgh, still only 17%, so there hasn't been any movement there in terms of the counting. Let's take a look at Georgia. 9-point lead for Donald Trump, 68%. But the areas around, the counties around Atlanta, DeKalb, and Fulton County, they're both way below the average of reported votes. We expect those to go with Biden. Ohio, 88%. That's Trump's. There's no way. There's no way. Cleveland's 80% reporting. Franklin County's 86% reporting. Those are where Biden's got the big advantages. He's not going to overturn 10-point lead in 12. He'd have to win almost every vote. Impossible. So that's going to Trump. Ohio goes to Trump. North Carolina is going to Trump. Georgia's going to Trump. Texas going to Trump. Florida's going to Trump. Pennsylvania, we don't know. Michigan, we don't know. Wisconsin, we don't know. Maine, 4-point lead, 5-point lead for Joe Biden. So,
I'm stocked up, man. I bought my non-perishable food items. I'm ready. I bought my ammunition. I'm ready to hunker down for
the long winter.
For the next couple months, I'm good. I might have to stock up. I think the only thing I got to do is go out and buy more 30-round magazines.
Yeah.
Maybe a few more of those. I only have 10, so 20 would be better. And I'll look back at the Riot channel I'm looking at. Yeah, it's getting a little intense.
Okay, we can take a look at the Riot.
What
channel are you watching right now?
If you look at After Action Reports, kind of my go-to. That's one of my go-tos, After Action Report, because he jumps around between different places. So I didn't turn on. Let me turn on the audio, see what they're saying there. But people are looking a little. They're looking a little upset. I don't know why. Can't imagine.
We will bring up After Action Report. We will screen share over to them.
Oh my God!
Let's get this going.
It's looking friendly.
This is in Washington D.C. currently, and this is live.
Capital,
right?
Yeah.
I can't. There's so many crowds of people. Fuck.
Oh yeah, and this is going on, and I mean, honestly, it's not as bad as I would have thought. I thought there was going to be violence at the polling stations, which there was isolated incidents or whatever. Which maybe I did expect, but and the people obviously expected there to be disturbances in major cities, especially if Trump wins, or if there is no decision. They boarded up. They boarded up 3 stories high. They boarded their shop fronts. It's
Yeah, no, they're expecting Antifa.
I'll have content to cover, I guess. It'll be fun.
Another long 4-hour stream of just looking at riots.
Well, we will go back to the election stuff soon, but it's worth taking a look at this. So,
yeah, I think this is definitely set up to be a lot worse than 2016.
Oh yeah, no, they're just getting started. The burning and stuff is going to happen soon. It's not. You're not going to expect the burning and looting yet, but.
Oh, we lost Reese.
We did lose Reese again, but he said he will be back. That's what he said.
He might have to go join the riots or something.
That's right. Riot for Better Internet. Just loot the Wi-Fi or loot the internet site in Wyoming. Except the problem is he works there because it's like the only business in Wyoming. So
There's like 4. So
Oh God, this girl looks a little agitated. She looks a little upset. My God,
what a mess!
One
What a
thing I can't
mess!
stand about these protesters is that see how many are not wearing masks. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Well, but it's a protest.
Well, I mean, no, but I'm talking in this time of COVID-19. I mean, you think that you hear it all from the left all the time. Oh, people should be wearing masks. Oh, you need to wear a mask. And even me as a Republican, I say, okay, I probably should wear a mask when I go outside just to be careful. I mean, these people they completely just flaunt it, and they're at risk of spreading it to other people. And people on the left criticize the right for that, but then they do the same exact thing.
Net 7, the bigger health risk to society, it's systemic racism.
Yeah, it's true.
It's more important than the virus. Like honestly, it's
Well, to these democratic socialist types, it's like it's rules for thee, but not rules for me. And,
oh yeah,
yeah, no doubt.
No, go ahead.
And again, it's just blatant hypocrisy. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I was joking around, but I totally agree. The thing where they're saying they're like, coming after Trump and all these people about these mass gatherings or whatever, but then they excuse it. They're like, oh well, the protesters. No, it's fine if you want to light fires and burn the city down. You don't need to wear a mask. Then that's not a mass, infection event or whatever. Go out and do that because systemic racism is so fucking bad that it's worse than COVID. It's BS, man. And I hate that shit too.
Totally agree. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I was listening to the radio and earlier today when I was driving from polling locations. It's very interesting how a lot of European American women who are especially college European American women are voting now in Arizona along the left. And you think, all this stuff that's happened with like these riots across the country, and you think, well, why would you vote for that? But the thing is, the narrative has been spun to say, oh, well, they're doing this because they're victims. It's not the people that they terrorize who are the victims, but it's these groups that are the victims. And so so they're voting typically for these groups because they think that these people are the true victims. It's the systemic racism. It's capitalism, and it's bogus. But the problem is that a lot of people are getting a lot of young European American women who are college educated are getting indoctrinated by these radical professors who are essentially stuffing communism down their throats.
Oh man, Spooky Nuki says he can't make it anymore tonight. The connection's that bad, and yeah, shame on the Wyoming interwebs, no doubt. So, Jaegers.
He just needs to move to a better place in Wyoming.
Oh man, yeah. No, I'm on the whole point about like the BLM and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, they flip out when Trump's rallies have no masks. But then if you guys remember the footage of drones over Los Angeles during the BLM protests, it was 500,000 people crowding a boulevard, shoulder to shoulder, no masks. So, double standards.
So right now there's 113.6 million votes counted, and the popular vote is less than 1%.
Yeah, that's crazy. So Biden's actually doing worse in the popular vote than Hillary Clinton percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise, but he'll probably get more votes.
True. We're going to stop the stream right now. We'll come back. Things are going to get interesting with the riots. But I do want to go back to, we can go back to CNN, we can go back to New York Times. Which ones did you guys generally prefer? I like the New York Times layout, but it seemed that CNN was a bit more on the ball with the bringing in the results. So it's up to you guys, but
It really doesn't matter to me.
Well, we'll take a look at the New York Times then again. So we'll go back to that, and we'll do another election heads up with the results here. So there we go. Okay, that's screen shared. Okay,
I have no idea why North Carolina hasn't been called yet. It's like 99.89% reporting with a 1.5% lead.
yeah, it's a big lead considering. I mean, because they were neck and neck for a long time, and now Trump has come out ahead. 5 points left, 1.4% advantage to Trump. Biden has to win at this point like 60 to 70% of the votes going forward. Is that really going to happen? I don't know, man. Like, you'd say Wake County, okay, Wake County with Raleigh, 94% reporting, but there's like hundreds of thousands of votes there. Okay, I guess we're waiting on that. Charlotte, 95%, okay. And that's a big advantage. And he is getting like that 66%, kind of thing, like a 30-point difference. Yeah, it's possible. And these other counties out here, they don't really have that much of a population. I mean, it's possible that Biden wins. But I mean, you look at it right now, it's close, man. It's close. Like, that's a close one. Ohio, not close. Michigan, not close, but we can take a look at Detroit. They still haven't counted any more ballots there. But there has been movement in Wisconsin. They've counted a few more ballots from Milwaukee. Donald Trump, though, a little over 4-point lead still. We got Trump with, some of these other counties out here haven't even come online yet. Texas, obviously that one's going to go for Trump. Hasn't been any real movement in Arizona. Georgia's, 74% now, still a 9-point advantage to Trump. But again, Atlanta, those two counties there, DeKalb and Fulton County, we haven't seen any new votes counted from them in like a couple hours. And those are going to heavily skew towards Biden. So, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of votes. So it's possible that Biden definitely will close the gap a lot. Is he going to take the state? Who knows? We got Minnesota now. Minnesota, it's about 11-point lead for Joe Biden with 61% counted, but Minneapolis is basically counted. So we'll have to wait on more data from there. Iowa, Trump's taking the lead in Iowa. Pennsylvania has 50% of the votes in now, and Donald Trump in Pennsylvania still has a 14-point lead, but we haven't gotten any new votes from Pittsburgh. And we've gotten some more. Actually, there's been more votes counted in Philadelphia. Now it's up to 40%. Used to be 37%. That's, a 4-1 Biden advantage. But it hasn't really made that much of a difference. These suburbs are obviously really pro-Biden there. So we'll have to wait on those. And then that's basically it for the key states. So Reese says, if you're going way later, I may attempt to hop on again. Don't feel the need to keep the stream going just for me. I think there's a lot of internet usage in my area right now. Oh, fair enough. No, I plan for this to basically be like an 8-hour stream. This is going to be the longest stream of my channel, basically. We're already almost at the 4-hour mark, and we don't have these results yet. So, we're probably at least going to go until midnight Pacific time. So, any thoughts from you guys? We still have Henry, Yeager, and Net7 here.
Well, it's not looking good for Biden. So it can change. Like, Pennsylvania and also Wisconsin are going to have votes that are going to be counted tomorrow. So they probably won't be called tonight. But
that's right.
Yeah, there needs to be a turnaround for Biden to win.
Yeah. It's interesting. On CNN, they haven't actually called Virginia, whereas the New York Times has called Virginia for Joe Biden. 75% of the votes are in there, and Joe Biden currently has a 7-point lead in Virginia. So
Well,
So
I'm
does
looking
it-
at some other stuff right here, and I'm curious how the Senate's going to go, because right now the Republicans have the lead. The Democrats might gain a bit, but I'm interested to see though what's going to happen, because it's obvious to me that Maine is safe for the Republicans. It's going Susan Collins. So the votes being counted in so far, according to what I'm looking at. It's at 60% reporting almost, and Susan Collins is literally blowing Sarah Gideon out of the water. Susan Collins has got 52%, Gideon's got 41%. But the problem is, though, the Republicans now have lost Arizona, with Mark beating Martha McSally, and I was disappointed. I voted for Martha McSally. But now Arizona has essentially become a blue state. So this is historic, and it's disappointing for me because I'm a Republican, but it's historic in terms of U.S. politics.
Well, Montana's also interesting too, because Bullock is beating Daines in the Senate race right now, but the state's going to Trump, and that'll give Montana 2 Democratic senators, but an overwhelmingly majority Republican presidential state.
Yeah, you would think it's strange, but people here in Arizona, they were discussing that on the radio. Like I mentioned, that there were a lot of people who voted Trump, but then decided to vote Mark Kelly. And it's I mean, I don't understand that. I mean,
well, that's like me. I voted a split ticket.
Well, I don't mind voting a split ticket, but what I mean is this. I mean, Republicans needed to keep the Senate, and they should have been more concerned about Martha McSally winning, but they completely shot themselves in the foot, and now Mark Kelly is going to be is going to be the second senator for Arizona. I mean, Arizona has essentially now become blue. So those who said, in Arizona, we love Trump, we want Trump to win, but yet voted Kelly, have essentially gifted the state over to the Democrats. Because even let's say that Biden won Arizona, right?
Yeah.
But Martha McSally won. At that point, the state would be contested. At least Republicans can say, all right, well, we still have a fight going on. But because Arizona has now gone Biden and Kelly, it means the Democrats have essentially won the state. So
right,
yeah, and I figured that now I'm glad to have jumped back in after like 40 minutes or whatever.
Yeah,
but,
no, thanks for coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I felt like pretty confident that was going to happen. Like Arizona, just like the demographics, like the way it was changing, and Trump had lost a ton of suburban support, and that's kind of why I'm still holding out hope for like the Rust Belt, because those mail-in ballots have not yet been counted, and I feel like just it is a trend tonight that a lot of the suburbs are breaking more towards Biden. So it's touch and go, but we'll see.
I mean, look, I would, me personally, I would rather. This is me, and this is just my personal opinion. I would rather Trump had lost the presidency, and the Republicans had kept
Get to suck out the Senate.
Yes, got the Senate and had won the House. Because at that point, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, if Republicans had won the House back and kept the Senate, the Republicans could essentially, write legislature, and even with the executive being controlled under Biden, they could still get a ton of work done. But the thing is, though, is now it's, God, I'm just so like I'm kind of shocked that Arizona has essentially tonight gone blue, and I'm just like flabbergasted. I'm just like, wow.
I mean, are you surprised by that?
I am, because here's the thing. I mean, yes, we talked about the demographics in Arizona, how a lot of Californians A lot of people from Chicago, a lot of people from New York City, a lot of people have come to Maricopa County specifically to live, but they brought their politics with them. And I still thought that Republicans at least would hold the state, and I thought that the Republicans, I thought that McSally was going to edge it out, and I thought that Trump was going to win too, but with the results we're seeing though, it's completely different. I mean, Maricopa County is essentially now controlled, with these results we're seeing by the Democrats. And again, Maricopa County is the biggest and most populous county in the state of Arizona. Whoever controls Maricopa County essentially controls the state.
Wait, so was it you that were you predicting that if Arizona went blue that Biden would win?
I did, yeah, because a lot of the people here in the state were saying that Biden was going to win Pennsylvania, and I thought that Biden would win Pennsylvania. Like, I thought he would edge it out. I thought it was going to be really close, but I thought he would just squeak out because I thought he would appeal to those centrists, to those moderate Republicans, and to I thought that would edge him out, and I thought if he won, I thought he was going to win Pennsylvania, but the fact that he, looks like Trump's ahead is, completely, thrown my prediction, under.
Well, we only have 17% still counted. We've got no votes in the last couple of hours from Pittsburgh, and hardly any new votes from Philadelphia. Only 40% in. So, and that's a 4-1 in favor of Biden. So, as those get counted, it will definitely lower.
We're not going to get those results anytime soon.
No, but that will definitely lower the margin, because right now Trump's up 14 points, but those are two big cities with hundreds of thousands of votes each that are going to 4-1 margin help out Joe Biden. So,
do you really think it's going to help send him over? Because Pennsylvania is reporting at least half of it in, according to what I'm looking at, and Trump has a very substantial lead. Again, it's still 50%, but again, the difference is not going to shift a whole lot, in my opinion.
North Carolina shifted pretty drastically. Biden had like a plus 10 percentage point lead.
Pennsylvania's not going to get called for a couple days. So I said this from the beginning. Both of the teams, the campaign teams, they know what's going on better than anyone else. They went to Pennsylvania. They went hard. They predicted it was going to come down to Pennsylvania, and they campaigned hard there. And I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, honestly. That's what they predicted. They know better than any of the pundits, better than anyone else. And that's where they went. So it could be that state, and we know that state isn't going to get called for a day or two, at the least, maybe 3 or 4.
Well, yeah, as far as the math goes, though, just to answer the question, can Biden close a 14-point gap in under 50% of the votes? Yes, because the two counties in particular where we've only got 17 and 40% counted in, he's winning 3 out of every 4 votes on average. So if you can't bring those up to 100% and those and that margin stays the same, that's going to give Joe Biden a big boost. Is it enough to overcome a 14-point gap? A lot of these other counties out there that are really in favor of Trump, a lot of them are at like 95 or 80%. They're all way above where Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are. So if Philadelphia and Pittsburgh come in last, even if Trump's got a 18-point lead, but then the last 30 points are those two counties, well, Biden's winning 75%. He would still win the state then. That's the thing. So it really depends how much of a win he's going to take for Donald Trump. He's going to get from those rural areas that still have to come in. So
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, and I don't think we're going to know for a couple days. Because I'm basing that on the responses of the campaigns, because I feel like they know better than anyone else, and they both went there. In the last couple days,
Yeah.
they both went to Pennsylvania. So I feel like they know better than anyone. They went there. So it's going to come down to that state, is what I feel like. And it'll drag out, and there might be it could be really, really close. There could be legal battles. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. I think, we're looking at the map right now here. Virginia, 75% still. North Carolina, 95% still. But Georgia, there's been movement. 78% in now, and it's still 10 points in favor of Trump. Michigan, 49% now. We're almost at the halfway mark. And it's an 11-point lead for Trump. And Wayne County, though, is still only 28% counted. But again, I do want to point out, though, that unlike all these other urban areas that we've been taking a look at, like even Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, where Biden's got 75 to Trump's 25, Wayne County, where Biden needs a lot of momentum, he's only up 12 points there. So in Detroit, the big urban area that's going to carry him in Michigan, 12 points, that's not going to save him from an 11-point disadvantage with only 50% left to go. I don't see how that's going to work out. I feel like basically if that holds, Trump's going to win Michigan. Wisconsin, on the other hand, 5-point lead for Trump. 36% in from Milwaukee. Still no additional movement there. Florida hasn't been called, but it's probably going to be like 5 points by the end of it in favor of Trump.
Florida's been called by a certain media places have already called Florida. So.
Okay, fair enough. CNN hasn't called it yet.
I think Fox has called Florida.
What about North Carolina? How's North Carolina looking?
So North Carolina is still at 95%. There hasn't really been any movement there.
What's it at?
So it's at 95% with a 1.3% lead for Trump. So it used to be 1.4 last we checked. So from what they've counted,
yeah, I mean some late mail-in ballots could make it a potentially plausible race. CNN just called Ohio for Trump, so I bet it was going that way.
They are projecting that Donald Trump's going to win Ohio. Ohio now 89% in, 53.3 to Donald Trump, 45.2 to Joe Biden. There's no way you overcome that. That's Trump's. So that's what we're working with now. So Donald Trump takes Ohio. Wisconsin, I wanted to go to Wyatt in the chat. Wyatt isn't here right now on the panel, but he is in the chat, and he said something interesting, and I've talked about this a little bit before, but if we look at Minnesota, so Biden's got a 9-point lead there, 63% already in, but Minneapolis is basically called, or it's basically counted. It's still possible with the remainder because 96% or 94% is in from his big county there. It's still possible that Donald Trump, I mean, you look at a lot of these rural areas, they haven't even gone online yet. A lot of these other ones are only like 13%, 60%, 50%, 79%. Still possible that Donald Trump could close that gap by a big amount. Is it enough to win? Probably not, but it is possible. And if he wins Minnesota, obviously that changes things a lot because now that's 10 electoral votes that nobody was expecting were going to be in play for Trump. So Maine right now has Biden with a 5-point lead, 41% counted. So, but I'll be back in a minute.
Well, it does.
That way.
It does look like the Republicans are more competitive in the House, even though it was called earlier, at least for some of the races that are coming in.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, it really doesn't matter if you pick up a few seats. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to win back the House, and the Republicans could have done that. I mean, it's disappointing that we didn't, but
with the current results in there, if they win all the races they're currently leading in, they'll have 218, the majority.
Well, didn't Fox already call that the House?
They did before the votes came in, but like the current leading as far as the votes that are in, like the Republicans are scheduled to get 218 on the button.
That's interesting.
So with the Senate, it looks like the Republicans are going to lose the Senate because Georgia is right now leading blue, Arizona, and then Montana's also.
Georgia right now is leaning blue in their Senate race.
It's very close.
Yeah, what's the projection there?
So it's, if I could do math in my head, 6.68% is what separates the two candidates.
Wow. And you're saying Ossoff is in the lead?
Warnock.
Warnock. I think that's a special election there.
Yeah.
But what about the Ossoff Perdue race?
Purdue is going to. It looks like Purdue's going to win.
Looks like Purdue's going to win.
Yeah, the special election looks like it's going the other way. And then, yeah, like you said, Montana's leaning blue, and North Carolina is red. Iowa's looks like it's going red. And then Michigan right now, there's a huge advantage in Michigan. But, I mean, still, like most of the states, losing Montana, losing Arizona, and then potentially losing the special in Georgia is probably going to flip the Senate.
Jeez, this is so weird. God.
It's 2020. What do you expect?
Yeah, why did I even say that? Oh, God. Yeah.
Nothing is predictable.
It's been unpredictable.
I still think it's absolutely hilarious that Kanye's beating the Green Party in a lot of states.
Yeah, that's really funny. It's just like nobody knows who the Green Party even is. Like nobody that I know other than myself, like in real life, knows who Howie Hawkins is. Like just to show.
He's the founder of the Green Party.
He's the founder of it.
That's what makes it even funnier.
Oh man. And they're not even gonna crack like half a percentage point.
They can't even beat Kanye. That's hilarious.
That's pretty pathetic.
Kanye, I said this earlier when we talked about this. Kanye is the guy that when he was asked by Joe Rogan recently, why'd you run for president? He said, I was standing in the shower and like I thought like God talked to me and stuff. And I was like, oh man, I could be president. That's awesome. So that's why you ran. And you're like, wait, so that guy's beating the Green Party? That's hilarious. By the way, the Green Party recently, they were ripping on AOC for stealing the Green New Deal idea from them. Hilarious. It's like she made it something that people know. I don't like her. I don't like the Green New Deal. But if it wasn't AOC going around on her big social media platform, nobody would have ever known about it. So they're obscure, man. The Green Party's a joke. They're also Russian tools. Let's just keep that in mind. There's a reason why Jill Stein, for all of her talk against the oil industry, there's a reason she had dinner with the leader of the country that at the time was producing the most oil in the world. That's Vladimir Putin. Because let's keep it real, they're fifth columns. They're useful idiots in fifth columns. So.
Yeah, totally. Like, reminds me of Elaine Easton, who tried to run for governor of the state of California a couple years back when they had the 2018 California governor election. In one of the debates, she was saying, "Oh, fracking bad," and she essentially suggested that fracking causes earthquakes. She said this: "We should not be fracking in a state that already had earthquakes." And this is despite the fact that the U.S. Geological Survey has already said earthquakes are not directly caused by hydraulic fracturing, aka fracking. But these like Green Party, these progressives, they utter this stuff because they're useful idiots to the Kremlin who wants to keep the United States from becoming energy independent by fracking.
Yeah. It's not just about energy independence. It's that they want to keep the oil prices in their direction, which is up, It's because they have a higher break-even cost. 66% or so of the Russian government budget each year comes from oil and gas exports. If they can no longer make a profit on that, they got no way to pay the pension. So there would be a revolution in the streets. So that's why I say you want to bankrupt Russia and not have to deal with a war with them. Let's drill all the oil we can in Alberta and America and ship it over to Europe and get them off of dependence on Russia. So
frack, maybe frack.
That logistically
Drill,
would
baby,
be a
drill.
nightmare. Like shipping it all the way over there, that would be a nightmare.
It'd be like the Berlin airlift, except in a way, maybe even more important. So we got to do it. We got to do it. We got to get Germany off of off of dependence on Russia. We just have to do it. They're our enemy. We have to understand that fascist Russia, they seek our destruction. They seek to break us apart. They want to run the world, and we have to destroy them, preferably economically. But if we don't, we'll have to deal with a military conflict at some point. So
yeah, it would probably be easier. I know Israel discovered some oil as well for them to sell, but somebody like the Emiratis or the Saudis to sell oil into Europe, as far as like pipeline development. Azerbaijan only has like 20 years of oil left before they're done. But yeah, somebody like the Saudis or the Emiratis who can tap into a pipeline and send it over to Europe is a more feasible option than trying to make a pipeline across the Mariana Trench into Europe.
yeah, well, I'm not saying like do a pipeline. I'm saying like you can do liquid natural gas, ship that abroad. You can do freighters. You can do all kinds of stuff to get the oil over to Europe. I despise the Kremlin. I understand why they hype up the Green Party on Russia Today and everything. I get it. And it's simply because they want us to leave them to the oil and gas market so that they can continue to be their, superpower-ish sort of status in the world. And we have to understand that they're our enemy, and we have to destroy them either economically or we'll have to do it militarily. There is no peace between the West and Russia. What we can best hope for is that we can stoke a revolution in the streets by bringing the price of oil so low, by working with our allies in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, as well as showing huge in Canada, showing huge in America, that we can dilute and oversaturate the market so much, even if we don't make any money on it, that we can cripple Russia and Iran and have riots in the streets and stuff, and they'll fall apart. And then we can move into balkanize Russia and turn them into like 50 countries that are all poised against each other, rather than one nuclear superpower that's arming against us. That would be what we would seek to do. But we got Wyatt back here. How's it going, Wyatt? Thanks for coming on again.
Not too bad. Yeah, I just had to take a break partially because my internet randomly started behaving like Reese's, but now it's back. And a lot's happened since then. If you're watching the Fox, I don't think you're watching the Fox stream, of course, but a lot. I guess they've started calling Arizona for Biden, and they've called Ohio, of course, for Trump, as it's already on here. And I believe that they also called something else for Biden. So it still looks like a bit of a nail biter.
Yeah, nail biter for sure. We're taking a look at Wisconsin again here. Wisconsin, there hasn't been any new counts from Milwaukee, but a lot of the rest of the state has been counted now. 66% reporting. Joe Biden up by Donald Trump's up by about 5 points.
According to Kirk Wilcox said that Biden is favored in Georgia, according to the New York Times. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just curious where that's coming from.
Yeah, well, if we take a look here and we go in and take a look at it, according to New York Times right now, we're on New York Times, their election coverage. In Georgia, 79% reporting, 53.4% for Donald Trump. Those counties, Fulton County is now reporting some ballots, 58%. They're coming in now. Those are 4-1 in favor of Joe Biden. That's going to help him out huge. The DeKalb County finally coming online, giving us some new data from 24% up to 31%. And a 5-1 margin in favor of Biden. Those are hundreds of thousands of votes that are going to help out Joe Biden. That's going to definitely change things. It's going to swing things around. Question is Donald Trump's early rural push going to be enough to overcome what we're going to be seeing here, which is it's going to start going in Biden's direction. But when it ends out at the last 20%, because it looks like most of the votes that are left are from those areas where it's 75 to 80% in favor of Biden. If of the last 20%, it's 70% for Biden, then Biden's going to win the state. But there are still parts of these rural areas that do still need to be counted. Like Floyd County there, 25% reported. Now, hardly anybody's out there. Hancock hasn't reported anything yet. A lot of these other ones, though, 98% already done. So it could still be Biden's. You don't know. Could still be Biden's. And you say, well, there we go. Georgia's gone to Biden, so that's good for Biden. But then what happens if Biden, though, wins Georgia but loses Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? I can plug that into the...
That's just like such a bizarre result to me. Like,
could happen.
Like how, like, it's conceivable, I guess, but it's just like so bizarre.
Right now, if we give, because like think about it, if we give Trump Florida, Texas, North Carolina, let's just leave North Carolina as a toss-up right now, but we give Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin to Trump, which is possible, but we give Arizona to Biden. That means we're at 260 versus 256. We give Iowa to Trump. Now there's a 16-point difference. Now it all comes down to North Carolina because Donald Trump's at 262 here, assuming that Biden wins Georgia, but Trump wins Pennsylvania. Biden's at 260. Now the election's determined by North Carolina. That's the turning point. And if Biden wins that, then he wins the election. If Trump wins that, then he wins the election.
If somehow Biden wins Georgia, then there's actually a significant chance, and somehow like Trump walks away with one of the Rust Belt states, there's actually a significant chance that there could be a tie.
That's very possible too, is to have 269 versus 269.
I just plugged into 538. Yeah. I just plugged into 538 of what the chances are if the different candidates won. A combination, I gave one of the small, like 1-point districts to Trump and one to Biden, and then I gave everything a certain way where I one of the Rust Belt states goes Trump, and then Arizona, Nevada, Georgia go Biden. There's only a 39% chance Biden wins. There's only a 12% chance Trump wins, and the rest is a tie.
Yeah. I mean, I can show you guys right now. I'm going to stop the screen share here and go over and screen share 270 to win. This is just me plugging in the numbers from this weird hypothetical where Biden gets Georgia, but Trump gets Pennsylvania. If we take a look at this here, that's what you're looking at right now. In this particular case, you'll notice 260 to 262, 16 points in the middle. That all comes down to North Carolina. So it's possible. It's possible. Be weird that Arizona and Georgia turn blue, but Pennsylvania and Wisconsin go red. But it could happen. You never know. You never know. What a weird election, right? It's weird.
Yeah, the only issue with Biden winning Georgia is that when Hillary lost it, she lost by about 5 points or a little bit under 4. It's a little bit hard for Biden to win it, where he has to not only does he have to overperform in the states, in the county he's already overperforming in, he has to expand his overperformance still.
Yeah. Oh man.
And that's possible, but I would say he has like a 30% shot or a 25% shot of taking Georgia.
Yeah, I just think given those counties that we're waiting on, they're going to help out Biden so huge. It's like, it's going to be tough. Like, it's very possible that Biden then wins Georgia. And you could say, well, if Biden's winning Georgia, like I know what people would have said yesterday. You tell me Biden wins Georgia, then the election's over. Because implicit in that is that he's going to win all these other states too. Not so fast. It is actually possible that people swing in favor of Biden down in the South in Georgia, but then the Rust Belt, they stick with Trump. That's actually possible. And that could happen, in which case it's North Carolina that determines everything.
It just seems like such a bizarre like confluence of events. I mean, like, yeah, of course it could happen, but again, like I don't know. I still think Biden should be favored to win those races in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean, like there's still so much like outstanding mail-in ballots, and those are most likely going to go in favor of Biden.
I wouldn't say Michigan as much, because the thing is, if you look, especially if you switch over to the Senate race for John James, that guy's blowing out Gary Peters right now. And the thing is, like,
what's the percentage margin there?
Right now, sorry, just looking at it. Right now, John James is running at 54.5%, and Gary's at 43.5.
Oh wow, yeah, no, that's a big lead.
I think I think that's what's going to help Trump, is that I think that John James is a far better candidate, where Gary Peters was a very old, sort of an old Democrat who had really never done that much for the district. And for the district, he was like the congressperson for, or at very least, I think he was like a union boss. At very least, he wasn't a very noteworthy person, despite having been around forever.
Gotcha. And in this margin there, if we look at Detroit, Peters is only winning there by about the same margin that Biden's winning. It's only about 13 points.
Yeah, they've counted a little bit more of Wayne County now.
Yeah, no, not that impressive for Wayne County, because that's what you need in order to win this thing, is you need Wayne County. And in Wayne County, it's only 13 points. Now, that's where a lot of the votes are. But again, if we look at Pennsylvania, the big urban areas, it's 75 to 25. In Detroit, it's 55 to 42, basically.
Yeah, and it's looking bad. It's looking bad if there's 3% more of the vote counted, but Biden's margin hasn't increased, because Hillary Clinton, even when she lost that district, she lost Michigan, but won Wayne County by 66%.
Yeah, 66%. Whereas Biden right now is at 55.6%. So, and we all know how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Biden's doing a lot worse right now. So, yeah, interesting. Now, they haven't called North Carolina yet. North Carolina, yeah, that might take a while. Pennsylvania, 58% now coming in. Still no movement in Pittsburgh. Still no movement in Philadelphia. Okay. Georgia, 80% in. Donald Trump with about a 7-point lead. Florida, 96%. The thing that's crazy about Florida is that there's only 4% of the vote to go, but Donald Trump is basically up by 4%. That basically means like Joe Biden needs every single vote to be in his favor. I don't see how he could win Florida.
Oh, I'm back, guys.
Yo.
So what's it looking like?
Trump has Florida at this point.
Is it looking like we're going to have to go into the next day or two?
That's what it looks like.
Because we need North Carolina's results, man. Like that
right now, they're showing Nebraska's 2nd district, and Biden has like a 10 percentage point lead with 83% of the vote in there.
That's like one electoral college vote, though. So.
Yeah, it's one. I mean, if it comes down to that.
Hey guys, this is sort of funny, but I know they haven't counted the big cities enough yet, and that's why probably. But Trump's still leading in Virginia.
Oh man!
Yeah, I saw that.
Whoa!
He still has a lead.
I did 7 before.
Again, it's because Richmond and Petersburg haven't really voted yet, and then like Norfolk still has a good like 28% left and stuff like that. He's gonna win it, but it's just sort of funny. And also Fairfax is only at 28, but like that's so silly.
That is kind of funny. You're like, oh yeah, it's called, but like, who's up? Oh, Trump's up, but like we called it for Biden. That I know it's kind of funny.
Maybe you already showed this. I just got back. How's the Rust Belt looking?
Yeah, so we were taking a look at the Rust Belt. We can go over and take a look again just for everybody tuning in.
Ohio's been called for Trump.
Well, yeah, I kind of figured that. Like that's.
He had a solid margin last time. Wisconsin is actually Trump's still ahead, despite the fact that stuff like Madison have been counted more, and Milwaukee's 36% Dane County with Madison is 87. Eau Claire is 84%, and yeah. So that might not look great for him.
No, I don't. The thing is, only 36% in from Milwaukee, but Milwaukee, it's about a 20-point advantage to Biden there. Madison, huge advantage to Biden, but almost all the votes are in. And Donald Trump is still up. And
I think part of the reason is because he's doing so well in Kenosha and Green Bay and yeah.
That's right.
Kenosha.
Yeah, no, he's up 20.
Sheboygan.
Yeah, no, he's up 20 points or so in Green Bay, and in Kenosha, he's up 23 points.
Oh, hey, Iowa was just called for Trump. Also, actually, my mom just stepped in the room and she actually let me know that they've had to redact Arizona on the Fox News broadcast because they were previously called Arizona and ABC had it as well. Now they can't do that anymore.
Oh, really? They had called it for Biden, right? Wait, they called it for Biden, right?
Yeah, I think what they had done is they had sort of. I think he'll still win it, and I think they're even saying that he'll still win it. But like most likely, it's just that I don't think they underestimated how many, or they overestimated how many votes had been counted in the rural areas.
Shit. This is crazy.
That's Fox News.
I think this is not going to be called tonight. It is not going to be called tonight.
No, there's no way. No way in hell.
It might take some time.
Guys, I'm going to make a prediction that Trump's going to win Minnesota because Minneapolis is 94% counted, Rochester is 91% counted, and Duluth is 78% counted, and there's still rural ridings that have not been counted.
My God. The AP's called Minnesota for Biden.
Like, hey, Kevin, can you look at
the AP's called it for Biden
map for
Yeah.
Minnesota?
So if I go and click on full details, that'll give me 2016, right?
I believe so. I just also have a 2016 map up on another tab, so that's where I'm doing it. But if you look at 2016, you can tell all those ridings that haven't been counted are just blood red.
Oh God.
I unfortunately, I'm too much of a boomer to figure it out. I don't think I can. But if you've got the data, can you give us the data? Because I can hover over the counties for us, and you can read. So, for example, we've got 0 results in from Ramsey County.
Hey, I'll do the first three bottom right counties. In 2016, on the far right, Houston County, Trump won that one by 53%. Fillmore County, he won it by 56%, and then Mower County, he won it by 49.8. I'll look for some other ones that aren't.
Wow, so that's big for him, and we've got 0% in so far. What about? I'm curious here. Do you have the data on Ramsey County because that's right near the urban area?
It's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Where is Ramsey?
Ramsey is where St. Paul is. Can you get any info on that because that's got 0% reported in? I have a feeling that's
St. Paul. Sorry, can you hover over it?
Yeah. It's right here. And that's Ramsey right there. I feel that's going to go for Joe Biden, but we got 0%.
Okay, Ramsey in 20. For some reason, it doesn't show St. Paul on my map, so I was a bit confused. Hillary did win that one by 65%, so that one will be a boost to Biden. It depends on how much that one. I think that one actually you could say decides the state. Ramsey and probably somewhere like Dakota. Just depends on how much Joe does. Because here, actually, maybe Dakota gives us a bit of an insight. Because right now, Joe is overperforming in Dakota, so that might mean he also overperforms in Ramsey.
Dude, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. It's going to be days.
Well, Pennsylvania, we still only have 17%. There's been no movement all night on Pittsburgh, basically. Philadelphia, still 40%. So of all this time, we haven't gotten any new votes from the big cities there. But Donald Trump right now, 16-point lead in the state, 39% to go. The math-wise...
What's the overall count we have going on now?
You mean electoral points, 136 to 205. But obviously Biden's going to get New York and California off the bat, so he has the advantage in the early hours. But when we take a look at...
I have 223 to 145 is the count that AP has.
Okay, and I'm not seeing
Just
that.
one more thing about Minnesota as well. I've just been sort of going around the rural counties that they've been counting for Trump so far, and it does look like he is overperforming as well, which is sort of what I was expecting. Where, in like the 2016 race, well, basically wherever Clinton did well, Biden's going to do better, and wherever Trump did well, he's going to do even better. So Clearwater County, 64% reporting. He has 79%, which is sort of a little bit more up north. But in 2016, he only had 68%.
Apparently, Minnesota was just called for Biden.
No way.
Who called
No
it? Who
way.
called it?
Wait,
Somebody in the
They
chat.
call bullshit on that.
The Associated Press called it for Biden.
there's still a third of the vote left, and Biden's up 10. Well, I guess because St. Paul will still come in and that'll favor him. I can see that, but
Yeah, I could see I can still see him winning. I don't think he would call it quite yet, though.
I wouldn't
Trump
call
doesn't
it.
really maybe has like a 10% shot of winning or a 15% shot, which is like not in calling range.
Yeah. I wonder how the Associated Press determines like when to make these calls.
Yeah, I don't know
Because
like
if
they
there's
still
still a
haven't
third
called-
of the vote outstanding and they're projecting it for Biden already, where Trump has like the current lead. What's the projection on Minnesota right now, Kevin?
In Minnesota right now, oh wow, we just got some new votes come in. 76% reporting in now from Minnesota. Wait,
Where's these ballots coming from, though?
76%. None have come in.
Ramsey just came in at 82%. Reporting 72% Biden, and that is way ahead of what they were in 2016. They were only at 65% in 2016.
Yeah, wow.
So what's the percentage
Biden's
now?
up 13 points in Minnesota with 76% reporting. Yeah, it's going to go for
Oh, so then yeah, it's done.
Although again, the rural areas are also there's still rural areas to count.
They're
Again,
still
I think
outstanding.
it's probably going Biden, but like Roseau County also just came in and
Yeah,
they're
I mean, I guess
counting
it's- I mean,
76 Trump,
it's
and
just
they
like
only counted
those-
69 last time.
You see, like the thing that you really learn when you actually like take the time to sit and like study how the electoral process works is that like it really is not a I mean, like the divide is really between like the urban and rural population more than sort of like Democrat Republican like partisan divide.
Absolutely.
Oh, here's something interesting. They started counting Nevada a little bit, and Trump so far and where they have started counting is overperforming.
Yeah, I'm seeing this right now.
White
Churchill
Pine.
County, White
In White Pine, he's 77, and in 2016, he was only 72.
Yeah, I mean, but White Pine and Eureka are all going to go to Biden. Then Elko County to the north, all the north, because that's where all the gold and copper mines are. They're going for Trump no matter what.
Yeah, it just
You have
depends.
to watch.
It's more of a litmus test. It's like how Indiana. It doesn't matter where they're. It doesn't matter what happens in Indiana, really. But it is a great. It's a good indicator. The fact that he has 60% of the vote in Indiana, and in 2016 he only had 56.
So, but the issue with Nevada is like the whole state goes red except for Clark, Lyon, and the other county, the county that Reno's in.
Yeah, I was
So-
thinking. Washington.
Washoe.
Yeah,
The
those,
thing is,
those,
the problem
those
with
three
that,
counties
though-
you have to win. You win those three counties, you win the state.
Yeah, I'm
Because
just looking
Clark
at the
County
margins.
is so huge.
Hillary Clinton only won it by 47.9. Trump was at 45.5. And the problem is that you just want these rural ridings. If they've deepened in red, the Democrat ridings have a chance of either being slightly less blue or even bluer because there's a bit more polarization. Although I've heard people say that Las Vegas might be a little edgy about going for Biden just because of the economy.
There's probably some truth to that too. And
Las
I mean-
Vegas also does not tend to go one way or the other hard. It's like 52% Clinton
Yeah.
last time, which is not a
Oh.
huge margin.
because there's a decent amount of crime in Las Vegas as well. Like, yeah, they like their police there. They got to protect the tourists on the strip.
Apparently, when it comes to
they want to gamble
I'm-
with Trump because they'll make them win big.
apparently according to like 538, and this is just like based on their reporting, they said that there were some polling errors in Georgia that led to like the delayed vote count for Biden, because like at the beginning it was like Trump up like plus 16 or something like that at the start of the night. It was like this crazy margin, but apparently like 80,000 votes were delayed in Gwinnett County. So
It's not enough to make a difference.
I did hear Atlanta is also taking a while to count their votes. It's going to be much closer than it looks now, but yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see on it because it's not getting called tonight.
So in Nevada,
You know, it's interesting. You guys should also look at some of these races for the House. You know, there's some interesting results out of Texas. For example, over in Texas, U.S. Representative Henry Cuellar for Texas District 28. It's interesting because he was actually on a episode of Vice News, and where they tried to highlight that so-called up-and-coming Democratic Socialist Jessica Cisneros, and tried to essentially paint her as sort of the AOC of Texas, and that she was gonna, beat this, what they tried to term as like a fake Democrat, because he has like a really good record with the NRA, like an A rating, and he's also anti-abortion. And it's kind of funny how the Vice News and other progressive networks, try to paint their candidates as, up and coming, that, they're there to purify the party and they're going to, win and, kick out all the, the not so purist Democrats. Well, it's really interesting how some person on YouTube commented on the video and said, this guy's not a real Democrat. And I said, well, whether you think or not he's a real Democrat, unlike Jessica Cisneros, he wins. And this guy is, just won again his re-election bid campaign. And the thing is, the progressives are some of the loudest people to talk. But as for how they perform, it's a very mixed bag. AOC is not the norm. She is the anomaly.
Oh no! Even AOC would lose her district if it was not nearly as deep blue. Because if you look at the results in the 14th district, I believe she's actually underperforming like past 14th district results. Here, she has 68.7% of the vote, but in the last election, she had 78%. So she's dropped a full 10%.
Yeah, because again, progressives and Democratic Socialists, they really think they're the up and coming kids on the block, but the reality is that the vast majority of Americans don't buy their crap. They're pretty influential on social media, but again, that's not very accurate, because just like Cenk Uygur, when he ran and he thought, and he had tons of donations pouring in. I mean, the fact of the matter is he got blown out of the water. I mean, 5%, that's pathetic.
And, I mean, this is not even like a new shtick. This is like we've seen it time and time again. Like we saw it in Britain last year when Corbyn got absolutely wiped off the face of the earth. Like you see like these more progressive challengers, and more often than not, they tend to lose by like really wide margins.
Even Ilhan Omar, who probably cheated to get her renomination, based on all the evidence that we have available and the fact that she barely won, she's dropped a full 14% from 2018.
Yeah, she's at 64.6.
Yeah, like their agenda is not popular with.
Yeah, and the thing is, the media though hypes the progressives up. Like the New York Times, for example, like back in 2019, around the time that that Jessica Cisneros was trying to
North Carolina
upset.
Just got called for Trump.
They called North Carolina for Trump. Hold on, we'll go and take a look at the presidential electoral. Say we have Jay, by the way. Jay's here, so everybody, welcome Jay.
Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, they just called North Carolina. Well,
good morning from the east.
Say something in a more British accent, or wherever it's from.
Oh, mate, I'm like it's too early in the morning for that, but I do waking up. I do like waking up in the morning to some amazing news. So there's that.
Amazing.
Right now, there's really a whole lot of news to report either way.
Well, I'm looking at New York Times here. Who called North Carolina?
AP.
Associated Press. Okay. Take a look.
Here,
I
I
am
can see
reading this correctly. Biden is in the lead, yeah.
Pennsylvania could still be pretty hairy since Pittsburgh still only has 18% counted.
Yeah.
And 43% in Philadelphia. Although I'm just going to look at something. I think there was a big change since 2016. So Allentown, Leahy County, Clinton won by 50% though. She won with 50%. Trump had 45%. This time, right now, with 66% counting, Trump has 54%. I think that's what's going to happen, where it doesn't matter how much, even if Biden continues to have his large margins in Pittsburgh, I think Trump has too many gains elsewhere. Like in, I believe in Erie, he's ahead. He has 59% reporting. He has 63.2. In 2016, he only had 48, which is insane.
Yeah. But Philadelphia is still only 50 or 43% reporting, and that one's 4-1 for Biden. So
yeah,
Biden
I'm just wondering if that's enough, considering how deep red a lot of Pennsylvania has become. Like there's there's districts in here in counties where he's winning by dictatorship numbers, like 84%, stuff like that.
We finally got movement in Pittsburgh for the first time in like 3 hours. It jumped from 17 to 18% reporting. Wow.
They found too much.
Finally getting some movement here. Obviously, that's a 5-1 basically in favor of Joe Biden. But we're talking about 38% of the vote to go, a 16-point lead for Donald Trump. Is it enough? It might actually be enough though, because these are such huge margins for Biden. We're talking like for every 5 votes that are counted, he's getting 4 of them, and we still got 82% to count.
Oh, hey, Kevin, the mask has slipped. If you look on Twitter, there's a lot of clips of people black bloc people marching in DC saying, I think they're saying F Trump and F Biden. So they would have protested anyways.
Oh, no, Henry and I knew, man. We knew they were going to burn shit no matter who won. Well, we can take a look at the riots too, for sure. Before we do that, I want to see if there's been any movements on any other states. Nevada now is 2%. Pennsylvania is 2%. Okay, let's take a look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin 51.5 to 46.8. 36 to 90. Yeah, no new votes from Milwaukee, though. Let's take a look at Michigan.
Montana called for Trump. I'm not sure if that's news.
There's finally been some movement in Wayne County. It was at 28 forever. Now it's at 31%. And comparatively small advantage to Biden. It's only 13 points for a huge urban area. That's not good. That's not going to bode well. That's not enough to get him up, I don't think. I think that Trump is probably going to take Michigan.
Nevada's such a weird state. Since it's a desert, I like how there's these massive districts, and it's like 700 people live there. But yeah, like in Wisconsin, in Nevada, they've added 1% more of votes in rural areas. But again, it's showing Trump overperforming. So it depends on if that translates to the cities or not.
Yeah, we also have Maine, which is pretty close. Maine right now, 49% counted. Biden, 51%. Georgia. Right now, Georgia, 53 to 45.8 with 81% counted. We're getting 58% in from Fulton and 31% from DeKalb. So there is some movement coming in on the votes now from Atlanta, but it's gonna take a while. Is it gonna be enough to put Biden into the winning position? Maybe he wins Georgia, but again, Trump could still win though if he's able to take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and North Carolina.
There still is some districts that are favoring Trump in Georgia that still haven't counted all their ballots, like Gilmer County, which has 86.3 for Trump, but still is only 82% of the way there. It's not a huge one, but it just could offset. It doesn't matter if Biden has big gains; he still might not catch up because of these little small votes trickling in from the rural areas as well.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of the rural ones, though, are almost all counted, and of course, Atlanta is a huge enough number that even small percents there can still stack up bigly. But yeah, I'm not sure about Georgia. I'm not sure about Pennsylvania. Michigan, I think Trump's probably going to win. I think Wisconsin, I don't know. Minnesota's probably going to be Biden. Arizona, Biden. Texas, Trump. So they've called Florida for Trump. North
This is sort
Carolina,
of funny. Staten Island has become more red since 2016.
oh yeah, we got Suffolk County there. Donald Trump winning, 55-43. And Staten Island, oh yeah, I was looking at Long Island. You're right, Staten Island, 61-37. Dang.
Oh, I want to go onto Twitter and just sort of find the people who don't understand how ballot counting works. Who I want to find people back in the day who were like, "Oh, Biden's going to win Utah. He's ahead because I'm with 1% counted." I want to find those people. It'd be really funny just to see everyone's hopes get dashed constantly.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
He doesn't think that votes should be counted after election, which we should say.
It's sort of messed up that one of the things trending on Twitter is the controversial U.S. Electoral College explained.
Well, I think that it's interesting how this presidential election is turning. I did not expect Pennsylvania to go red this time. I thought it was going to be very close. I thought Joe Biden had the biggest chance of all the Democrats to win back Pennsylvania. But looking at the numbers so far, I mean, Trump's leading incredibly there. And I thought for sure that Trump was going to win ever so slightly, but I thought he was going to win Arizona. And yes, it's still 55%, but maybe the lead will change, but it's considerable, the difference right now. I mean,
yeah, like I didn't know that. I thought Arizona was going to be something that Trump would eke out or something like that. This looks like he might get stomped in Arizona. Oh, also, Donald Trump tweeted 3 minutes ago that votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed, but he spelled polls as in Polish people.
That's kind of funny.
Did he really?
There's I think he's indicating that there's a big Polish mafia that controls voting.
I think this is turning out to be quite an election in terms of.
I think he's probably pretty tired. It's 1:15 on the East Coast.
If you honestly, this is like a textbook election. Like if you were to teach people how sort of elections sometimes go and how mixed they are and how individual counties really matter, you'd go with this one.
Yeah, I mean, with Arizona, for example, like I mentioned earlier, Maricopa County just according to what I'm seeing is, and almost 60% has been reported. I mean, it's gone overwhelmingly blue, and essentially Maricopa County essentially decides Arizona, and it's just shocking.
I mean, it was a big flip from 2016 that it went from Trump +5 to Biden +8.
I mean, that's crazy, but it's interesting. I think what's also interesting too is how these, these Senate races and these rep races or representative races are going. I mean, like I mentioned with in Texas too. Let's see. What's that? Well, that looks like that Crenshaw guy or whatever, the one with the eye patch, is looking to win his race there too. Jeez. Yeah, Dan Crenshaw looks like he's going to win so far. Jeez, this is crazy.
Yeah, and it still looks like the GOP's in line for getting a slight majority in the House. Now, the Senate, Montana's flipped, but it's still extremely close. But Michigan's running away, and then Maine's running away, so they may be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Maine is going to stay red. I mean, and the thing is, the Democrats kept saying that Maine is going to go blue. They kept hyping, oh, Susan Collins voted for, Kavanaugh. Oh, well, she didn't vote to impeach Trump. And they tried to really, make that their attack to try to, separate her between independents in Maine, and also centrist Democrats. But I mean, Susan Collins, is maintaining her lead, and it looks like she's going to win. But it's different but Arizona is another story. I mean, even though it's still, only 56% reporting, I mean, the fact that Kelly has an almost 10%, that's really concerning.
Yeah, and I think Texas is close to being called for Trump. I mean, about 80%, and he has a 6-point lead.
Oh man, I'm back.
I mean, Texas is obviously going to stay Republican. I mean, Democrats really invested a lot in trying to flip Texas with Beto O'Rourke, and they thought that they could, get that that Senate seat, but that just didn't happen. The Democrats. I mean, Beto O'Rourke. I wouldn't say he's a democratic socialist, but he's pretty close. I mean, and his some of his views, like he wants to it'd be very restrictive on gun ownership and things like that, and others, and very much abortion available in pretty much all cases. But Democrats really thought that they could flip that Senate seat with Ted Cruz, but that didn't happen. And I know the Democrats have been trying to get Texas blue, but it's still red. But the day that Texas goes blue is the day the Republicans cannot win, a presidential election.
I'm just taking a look here at Pennsylvania. There's been a bit more movement here. We got 30% out of Pittsburgh now. It's gone down from 80 in favor of Biden to 67.4 in favor of Biden, 70% to go. Donald Trump has taken a pretty big lead here. He's at almost 57% to 42, 15-point lead in Pennsylvania. So with 36% of the vote to go, Biden has to close. I mean, 36%, and we're still waiting on.
It's sort of interesting how the Republicans actually have a decent, what looks like to be an actual shot at winning the House here, in the sense that the fact that the Democrats have only flipped 2 seats, probably pick up, or where the Democrats are trying to hold seats in the West more so than the East. The fact that they've only flipped 2 seats means that they aren't going to be making crazy gains, but it sets the Republicans up to maybe make more.
Well, they need 218 to get a majority. I mean, so far, according to what I'm looking at, the Democrats have 142 seats. They're leading in 68. Republicans have 154. They're leading in 63. And there's 8 to be decided. So Republicans do have a slight edge, but that can change. But we'll see.
Oh, more numbers coming in from Nevada. They're 5% counted now, and again, in the few more regions that started being counted, Trump's overperforming.
Yeah.
County is going to be.
Oh, we're losing Wyatt's connection, unfortunately. Just to kind of go to what Wyatt was saying, though, the sort of the issue here is that there aren't that many people in these areas, and will it be enough to compensate for whatever margin of difference that Biden's going to have as an advantage in Las Vegas and Clark County? I don't know. That one's tough. I think it's almost certainly going to go to Joe Biden. Yeah. I think that one's going to go to Joe Biden, And I think Biden's going to have that. My concern here, like if you're in the Biden camp right now,
Biden.
Yeah, no, I'm riding with Biden. I'm vibing with Biden. But if I'm in the Biden camp right now, here's what I'm super nervous about. In Pennsylvania, you're getting your margins dropping as more votes come in when you need them to be consistently like in the 4-1 range or the 3-1 range. Philadelphia is almost half counted. So you're only going to be able to get about 54% more from that. Is that really enough to compensate for a 15-point gap with 36% to go when they're still counting in the rural areas too, and even in the cities, even where Joe Biden has an absolute advantage, 50-point lead, those Trump votes are still getting counted too, right? It's possible. It's possible. But here's another possibility. He loses Wisconsin, he loses Michigan, he loses Pennsylvania. But he wins Nevada, he wins Arizona, he wins Georgia. At that point, all that you're focused on is whatever's going to happen in North Carolina. Now, you guys were saying earlier that the Associated Press had called North Carolina in favor of Donald Trump. I'm looking at the New York Times right now, and I'm seeing 5% more to go with a 1.4% lead for Donald Trump.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
The Associated Press has 100% of reporting with 5.5 million votes and 50 to 48.69 for Donald Trump.
Can you link me to their map? Like, do they have an interactive map? Because I can screenshot of that, but I couldn't find it earlier.
Yeah, I'll just throw it on my screen.
Okay, there we go. Take a look at here. We're looking at from Jaeger's end. Okay. Yeah, I see that there. So they've called it with 100% counted. Damn. So then if Trump takes that, basically at that point, if Trump's going to take Pennsylvania, he wins the election then. Like there's no way. Because you give Joe Biden Nevada and Arizona and everything, but if Trump takes Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, even I believe at that point, if you give Biden Georgia, Donald Trump would still be the president then, going forward.
Yeah, so, the tough thing is we're not going to know Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania tonight because their governments suck at counting votes. Every other government in the union can count their votes except for those three.
Here's the reason why I was sort of bringing up Nevada a little bit more. Is that in 2016, Hillary Clinton only won by 27,000 votes. It's not a huge state. It has a little bit more than 1 million people vote every time, maybe like 1.1 million. But the fact that Trump is getting an extra 1,000 votes in some of these rural counties means that if he does do better in Reno and Las Vegas, he doesn't have to do better by that much.
Yeah, and we got zero coming in from Reno, from Washoe County. Yeah.
So, I mean, I've lived in northern Nevada, so I can't imagine that going for anybody other than Donald Trump. I know Humboldt, Nye, they're all going to go. Lyon's the one you have to worry about, and then Clark County in southern Nevada. But I would wait in Nevada until Clark County announces their numbers.
I think Donald Trump just got Georgia. 84% counted. Fulton County's now at 72%, up from 58%, and Trump still has a pretty good lead.
Yeah, because
I don't think he can squeeze enough out of that one.
That's where Biden was going to squeeze all of his votes out of going forward. Was going to be Fulton and DeKalb.
His margins are trending down as well. He used to be like a 76 or 77. Now he's at a 72.
That's right. And in DeKalb, he's still at 83, which is impressive. But there's less votes there than in Fulton. And Donald Trump still got a 6-point lead, 84 to go. It's possible. We'll see what happens. I don't know that Biden can overcome that, but yeah.
Oh, and there's places like Floyd County for Trump that are coming his way. Like Floyd County, last time he got 69%, and it's not a massive vote. He got 24,000 votes there last time, but that's still only 25% counted. And that's, again, just saying that Biden has to overperform in some of these areas. Not just he doesn't just have to beat Trump. He has to beat Trump by 20 or 30.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's interesting. Some of the articles coming out were, like from the Guardian, U.S. House races, Democrats predicted to expand majority, yet the results coming in show that the Republicans might actually take the House, barely, but take it. So.
Yeah, we could go to CNN and look at that, because CNN right now is reporting that the Republicans are going to win. At the moment, they're calling 155 for the Republicans, and they're calling 152 for the Democrats, but that they're noting that the Republicans have lost one seat and the Democrats have gained a seat. But
issue is as well for the House is that when you look at a lot of the counties they haven't called yet, it's mostly leaning Republican. And again, if the Democrats wanted a good buffer, they would have picked up some states, some districts in like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, like Ohio, Virginia, and whatnot.
West Virginia.
There's a guy in Virginia. There's a guy in Virginia whose name it's Nick Freitas. But yeah, if the Democrats wanted a good buffer, they would have won more on the East, and I think they have to defend so much in the West, they might be screwed here.
Well, it looks in terms of the West, in terms of Senate seats, the Democrats are doing okay. I mean, they obviously, won Oregon, obviously New Mexico, obviously Colorado, but Arizona was where they invested a lot in, where they hope to flip, and we're not at 60% yet, but still, it looks like there's a solid lead for Kelly, but again, they didn't win everywhere they thought they would. I mean, they thought, like I mentioned before, Susan Collins, they thought that they threw in tons of money into the state, millions. And now the fact of the matter is that they're seeing that, it didn't work, because almost 80% of the votes have been counted, and Collins still has a sizable lead against Gideon, like almost 7% full.
Yeah, no, Collins is going to be the senator going forward. I mean, continuing on. Yeah, and
the thing is, I mean, this is going to be close, but the Republicans, despite losing, what appears to be like them losing Arizona, looks like they're going to, maybe, keep the Senate. And because, I mean, again, the Democrats really, their biggest hope was they would win Montana, that they would win Arizona and win Maine, and get this, and eventually push for either a split or majority, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I'm just looking at Montana right here. Daines is up. Well, Daines is up by 100 votes. It's literally 50-50 in Montana right now. 157,633 to 157,506. Like 53% in. This is CNN right now. So
don't buy that BS, everyone listening in on this stream, when they say your vote doesn't count. Okay, look at that race in Montana. All right, yes, your vote freaking counts.
Yeah, it's 130 vote difference right now.
Well,
47% go.
So the Montana race is very interesting, because it's not one of those cases where, like, it's Democrat, Republican. Like, they generally like both candidates. Like, it's the same thing.
Like
Like
a libertarian state.
No, well, so like you have to be a blue dog Democrat. So like John Tester's a rancher. Like you have to have a good opinion on guns. But one of their biggest issues is like access to public lands and hunting. And so like there are people who are generally more Republican that'll vote for a Democrat because their policy is going to have better access to those lands as far as hunting or fishing.
That's what I mean when I say they're a libertarian state, where they'll go with any party that will sort of provide more like freedoms that way. It's not really like they want more. They don't want usually more government programs. They tend to want just less government control from both parties, and both parties are sort of willing to give it to them.
Well, it's like I mentioned with Henry Cuellar from Texas, back over in District 28. Again, he gets a lot of Republican votes because he's very pro-life in his positions or anti-abortion, and he also has an A rating from the NRA. Now he wants like universal health care and he wants universal free education. But the Republican voters in that district still vote for him because they're willing to accept, universal education and universal health care so long as they get to keep their guns and, and that abortion is limited. So they're willing to make that trade. And that's why Cuellar is able to seal the deal, because he doesn't just win Democrats, he wins over Republican voters. I mean, the Republicans ran a candidate, Sandra Whitten, and she's even though there's still not so far, it's only 77% reporting. I mean, he already has a plus 10% lead.
I found another interesting county in Pennsylvania. We know that Allentown is going for Trump, where it went for Clinton last time slightly. She got 50% of the vote there. Right now, Trump's getting 54%. But in Philadelphia County, right now Biden's at 73.8%, which is a big number for him. But last time Hillary Clinton got 82%.
Oh wow. Yeah, and of course Trump won still.
Yeah.
So in other words, Trump is expected to win Pennsylvania then.
He's taking away Chester County right now as well, and Clinton took that one by 51%. He has about 49.6.
49.6. Yeah, and he's taken Allentown. What? How did Clinton do in Pittsburgh? Because he's at 67.6. How'd she do?
Yeah. Well, you mean Biden's at 62.9? That's what I'm seeing. And she was at 55.9. So that's the place he is overperforming. It's a bit of like an Austin, Texas type of a city, Pittsburgh. So I think that's why he's taking it. It's a little bit more liberal. It's like how I personally know about a lot of like super hyper liberal towns in Montana, but the places right next to them are very, very like Republican.
Gotcha.
It's a bit of just like all the Democrats are there.
So pretty much in Montana, it's just Missoula and Bozeman.
See, there's actually I'm right here. This is where I tend to go in Montana, and there's like towns like Whitefish that are super liberal, and that's Glacier County. And Clinton won that one by 61% last time, and let's see what it is now. Of all the weird hippies, they haven't counted yet. The hippies have not come in with their votes yet.
They haven't counted. Yeah, that's right. Glacier, zero reporting.
The hippies vote? What?
Yeah, every once in a while.
So yeah, but Libby's going to be conservative. But yeah, I think of like liberal in Montana, it's mostly Missoula, which sucks because it's one of the places where one of the greatest fly fishing books was ever written was in Missoula. So,
man, yeah. The thing is with Montana liberals is they don't tend to actually be hyper progressives. They're like granola 1970s and 1980s type liberals.
Okay.
Where they're still hung up on like the Vietnam War there.
Gotcha.
Hey man, the Vietnam War, man.
Yeah.
There's no draft anymore. There was a draft.
We're bad, yo. Did you guys not hear it? We're bad.
We're bad.
Actually, Arizona's tightening slightly for Trump. I'm still going to estimate that's not going to be enough, but like Graham County came in hard for him and a few other ones. Although Phoenix still has more to count.
Yeah, Phoenix is only 79% the way there. Huge amount of votes at stake there. Graham, on the other hand, 2% the votes, kind of. But huge win there for Trump. I think Arizona is going to go for Biden personally. I'm feeling Biden taking that. Wisconsin, 72% counted now, but there's still no extra votes coming in from Milwaukee, so that's going to help Biden out.
Yeah, Milwaukee's not going to be counted until, I want to say, tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, that's a point. So we're not going to know who's going to win.
They didn't announce that They announced that today before the polls were closed that they weren't going to count Milwaukee until tomorrow.
We got a note here coming in from Annie Carney over on New York Times saying that Twitter placed a warning label on Trump's tweet that claimed without evidence that Democrats are trying to steal the election. So I guess I haven't checked Trump's Twitter. I haven't.
To be fair, that's a bit of a silly thing to censor because I think every single person who's like a hyper partisan has already said that.
Yeah, that's like a classic sort of like Trump camp sort of thing. Like he said that in 2016, didn't he? But like, yeah, he said we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
Oh, you weren't here. You didn't notice that he spelled polls like Polish people, and that's why polls is now trending.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, no, I wasn't here for that. Oh, wow, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. And his son today filled out an electoral map, but it was the world, and he thought that Armenia was a sea, like it was water.
And the Black Sea, he colored in the Black Sea, but didn't.
And he colored it in the Caspian Sea as supporting his dad. So that was funny.
Well, that map was so messed up because you're like, well, okay, so Venezuela, Russia, they support Trump. Like,
well, he was making it out that India leans towards Biden, which like there are people in India that support Trump, but his big gotcha was like, see, China, communist China, they support Biden. As he's coloring in fascist Russia and Iran and North Korea for Trump, it's like
I think he was sort of doing it with the population of people who would they vote for, not the government. And like that's why I think some people put like China as Trump because maybe you couldn't openly admit you like Trump there, but maybe they like him.
Okay.
Because maybe they're also used to a more boisterous style of leadership. So if they're going to pick some guy who's pro-democracy, they're going to pick the boisterous Democrat, pro-democracy guy.
Yeah, I think Don Jr. though he doesn't really know geography that well because I mean just the oceans and stuff. It was funny. It was funny. That's all I'll say about that. But you know, I don't really follow these guys on Twitter. But
they should have done an electoral map where the oceans were divided by like they decided who the oceans would vote for. Indian Ocean coming in solidly for Biden.
We got a tweet from Trump here. He says, I will be making a statement tonight. A big win. That's from about half an hour ago. So
that's going to be, what is the Truman one? That's how this is going to turn out. Because like those 3 states are going to decide the election at the end of the night, and they're not going to count until the next day. But this is going to be like Trump announces victory, and then all of a sudden it's taken away because some of these bigger spots are.
No, this is a bit of a weird prediction, but I feel like a Democrat's going to be stupid enough. Like when I say a Democrat, I just mean like someone who's a hyper partisan, like maybe even Democratic socialist type Democrat is going to write an article explaining how people can like cheat the voting system by sending in ballots after the 3rd mail-in ballots and how to get them cleared, and they're going to get arrested for it.
Oh man,
they're just going to be a little bit too deranged about the results, even if it's still up in the air.
Speaking of postal votes, what's the situation with all the postal votes? When do they get counted?
Well, certain places can count them all the way up till like November, like 12th or something like that, like quite late. But the problem is, it's like if you were gonna mail a ballot in today, why wouldn't you just go and vote at the polls? It seems a little weird to having something postmarked today, unless you mailed it in 2 or 3 days ago. But even then, people have been warning about not mailing anything in the week before because there's a chance that it doesn't get to the post office in a week.
Yeah.
So I think most people just did. They went to drop boxes and just dropped their mail-in ballots there. But that would have meant that they would have been counted today.
Right, got you.
Yeah, we got a tweet from Joe Biden here. He says, 11 minutes ago, we feel good about where we are. We believe we are on track to win this election. So that's from Joe Biden.
Biden.
That's from Joe Biden right there.
Old Uncle Joe.
Yeah, no, that's Joe Biden.
He put up that one tweet though. He said it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It's the voters' place. It's like no one's literally declaring the election. I always hate that histrionics of like, oh, he's declaring the victor. He's like, no, he's just boisterous and saying that he's gonna win. I'm not sure.
He always says he's gonna win.
Yeah, like how? But I think the Democrats are doing this really obvious thing where they're gonna say he stole the election by declaring himself the victor. Like, or he just thinks he's gonna win, so he said that.
Yeah, or like even if Donald Trump thinks he's going to lose, which by the way, if you're Donald Trump right now, like if you were there yesterday, yeah, I could see being worried. But right now, he has a path to victory still that's got a decent chance of following through. Why wouldn't he be hyped? Joe Biden should also be hyped. They both have a shot at this right now. So
maybe this is a little bit of a weird argument for why. Maybe this is a bit of a weird argument, but I could never see Donald Trump really cheating in an election because I think he's such a competitive guy. In his own mind, it would bother him if he cheated. You know what I mean? Where with his finances, he'll use tax loopholes and stuff like that, but he never just flat out cheats on his taxes. Where he's the type of guy who wants to beat someone and wants to be able to rub it into their face legitimately. That's why he got all pissed off about the popular vote last time. And he didn't say it was fake, but it just took him like a year and a half to figure out that it was actually true, just because he wants to win it so bad, but he's not cheating to win it.
Can I ask who's at the Grand Prix today?
Yeah, we got some
cars.
Hopefully not in my living room.
It's what you're actually hearing is the Turks trying to invade Cyprus.
Whoa! Where? I don't see no Turk.
They already invaded. They're occupying the northern part of the country right now. Wait, you?
Well, that's what happened when your country doesn't allow people to own guns. They can't defend themselves against Turkish invasion.
Jay looks down and finds himself holding a kebab. He's like, I didn't even notice it had happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's happened already.
Oh man.
Yeah, Turkey needs to get out of northern Cyprus. It does not belong to them. I mean,
absolutely.
I've mentioned before in a previous stream that with them we should offer Turkey, or at least the European Union should offer membership into the EU on the condition that they withdraw unilaterally from Northern Cyprus. Now, I don't think under the current administration that's possible because Edrin's, a hardcore is a super nationalist. But under a more amenable government, that could be a possibility.
I don't think Erdogan wants in the EU. I don't think he sees himself as any sort of European. He cares more about getting close with Russia. That's
well, the thing is, they have teased the idea of wanting to get into the EU, and but for the economic benefits, obviously.
Yeah, because I mean, they own the Black Sea as far as trade.
Them joined the EU. Oh, go on, mate.
I was going to say they kind of own the Black Sea as far as trade. They're doing business with Ukraine now. They have the pipeline with Georgia and Azerbaijan. They have good relations with Romania, Bulgaria, Moldova. The European Union for their manufacturing would be a great thing.
Moldova doesn't have an economy to speak of. Come on, that's the.
Moldova, I mean, they're pretty much just. I mean,
when you say the word Moldova, you what do you think? You think essentially like Borat, essentially like how people used to think of Kazakhstan.
I think like of Transnistria. Speaking,
I think of Transnistria too.
Who do you think Transnistria is voting for, Biden or Trump?
Lenin.
Did they solidly reelected Lenin with write-ins?
100%, 100.2% of the vote for Vladimir Lenin, the comrade.
Negative 50% of the vote from the Tsar.
Oh man, yeah, except for the Nazbols who voted for the Tsar and Lenin. So, oh man, I'm just looking at Georgia right now. According to New York Times, 85% of the vote is in. Donald Trump's still up about 5.5 points. Fulton County 72% in. Lake Halab 39% in still. This is gonna go on for a while. There's no way we're gonna have any information.
Yeah, this election will probably outside of all the elections where they had to like cart ballots to Washington on horseback from all the way in like on the coast of Oregon. Other than that, I think that this is probably going to be one of the longest elections ever.
For sure. And we're already at 122 million votes cast, you know, plus the third party votes.
So the Republicans are actually favored now to take the Senate.
Oh, interesting. Let's go back and look at the Senate race.
Because Alaska just came on, which swings it in their favor.
So if the Republicans hold the Senate, yeah, let's take a look. We can.
I guarantee you, this is the only stream currently going where some of the people on the stream want Joe Biden as president, but want the Republicans to just smash the Democrats in the Senate and the House.
Well, I've said it before. If I was going to live in the United States, I'd be in the Republican Party, but I support Joe Biden. I'm basically in the same sort of position where like Colin Powell is at, you know?
Yeah, but you're not like one of the cringy Lincoln Project people where you want like the Democrats to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency because every single senator or like congressperson that supported Trump needs to go because they've committed like some thought crime.
Yeah, look, I've defended the Lincoln Project in the early days. I kind of hyped them up on the channel. Here's the thing about the Lincoln Project. Like, I like Bill Kristol, but his social media presence tends to be more, I'm not going to say like a Liz, but it's not as true to, his more professional self. The Lincoln Project, by and large, I'm going to say now after watching them throughout the course of the election, they've had some good ads. They've actually had some of the hardest hitting ads of the election, but some of their rhetoric has been completely hysterical, literally calling Trump like a dictator. Like, let's go vote so Trump, vote Trump out so he doesn't become a dictator. And it's like, wait, if we're having an election and you're implying that your vote matters in the election, how the hell is he a dictator? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I always hate that whenever people are like, if Trump gets reelected, he's going to end democracy. I'm like, he must be just he just must be really slow at ending democracy. He sort of didn't do it in the first 2 years where he had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, of course. But also, it took me a while to be able to watch through that Lincoln Project ad. It was so cringy. The one where, like, that mother comes in to talk to her son. He's like, who won? He's like, Donald Trump again. And it's like 2024 or something like that.
Yeah,
that's why he's running again. They're like, shut up.
The only way that Donald Trump would be running in 2024 is if he loses now and makes a run again. He can't run in 2024 if he wins tonight.
I guarantee
he literally can't do it.
I guarantee Trump's more likely to start a Celebrity Apprentice version of his show with politicians and go back to doing that than he is to even attempt to even like talk about running for the presidency in 2024 outside of a joke.
Well, it'd be embarrassing. He gets shut down because he can't even register. It wouldn't be a matter of winning. He can't even register. You can't be president 3 times. Like, they nixed that after FDR, So, I mean, America learned from FDR. Yeah, probably not a good idea to just let presidents have unlimited terms, So,
well, it's not that it's nixed. It's just it's considered not tradition. I mean, former President Obama could have certainly, if he had wanted to run for a 3rd term, but he decided not to, and that was probably the Democrats' biggest mistake in 2016, because I think that probably Obama, had a good chance of beating Donald Trump, but Hillary Clinton just she was that was a disaster pick.
Oh, they finally called Texas for Trump.
Another quick news though regarding Moldova. Actually, guess what? They had their elections. And their presidential election is going to a runoff because Maya Sandu and Igor Dodon, none of them got a majority. So they're going to be going to a runoff.
Oh, interesting. So, because Georgia had an election recently as well. And I remember you were talking about that in the Hot Gang chat as well, right?
Oh, yeah. No, it looks like the Mikhail Saakashvili's parties are basically disputing the election where they have strong evidence there was people voting multiple times at different ballot stations and that they randomly, they randomly stopped letting poll watchers into certain polling stations, and suddenly the Georgia Dream Party got an extra 300 votes. So I think what's going to happen here is whoever wins, like if Trump wins the presidency or if he doesn't, it doesn't really matter. He'll probably get involved in, I think the U.S. will get involved in sorting out the Georgian election, because what probably happened is that the opposition parties can form a coalition. Because what happens in Georgia is if you get like 40.2% of the vote, you get an extra bunch of seats. But if you can declare that you can make a coalition, you can invalidate that extra seats that the one party who gets 40.2% of the vote gets, and say that you should get them because you're all willing to work together as like one party.
Gotcha. Yeah,
it's really confusing, the new rules in their elections.
Yeah, we're getting an update in Pennsylvania right now. Pittsburgh, the margin for Biden has dropped way down. It used to be 80-20. Now it's 60-40 in favor of Biden. 45% reporting. At this point, with 34% of the vote to go in the state, with that kind of margin there, and it's going downwards, it basically means that Biden has to hope on Philadelphia. Philadelphia is almost half counted with a 4-1 margin in favor of him. The rest is all basically going in favor of Trump.
Or early voting.
Or, yeah, that's true. That's true.
The problem is that red districts are redder like in Erie, and some blue districts have flipped, like Allentown, where Pittsburgh has to be like ridiculously on Joe Biden's side. He's only 59.2% there, and in 2016, I believe Clinton was at 55. So he has to make it back in Pennsylvania now. Also, I think my theory on Nevada is actually becoming right. They started counting Carson County City, 88%, and Trump's at 54.3%. And in 2016, he was at 52%. And this is what I'm saying, is that like these rural districts have almost no one living in them, but the fact that he's basically winning by an extra 8% than he did last time might mean that when we hit Las Vegas and Washoe County, that he'll actually edge in even just a few decimal points and win.
Yeah, I mean,
word from the Turks.
How close is Nevada?
It's about 54-44 right now, with close to 1 million votes counted in Clark County. So Biden has a 10-point lead in Clark County, according to the AP.
Interesting. Yeah, we can bring up the AP on Yeager's end if you want to, because like I can't seem to find it just searching myself. So we'll go there.
So yeah, that's Clark County, and so that's going to be Las Vegas.
There's still counties who haven't even started counting in Michigan.
Yeah. You have Lincoln, which Lincoln doesn't have enough people. Nye's interesting because that's where Nellis Air Force Base is. So it'll have a little bit more people in Nye because that's where Area 51 is and Nellis Air Force Base.
That's right. The Nevada test site's over there.
So Esmeralda doesn't have any people. Mineral. Lyon does. Douglas has a few. And then Washoe. Perishing doesn't have many. Humboldt doesn't have many. Lander, Eureka don't have many. So Elko's probably the third biggest county.
Also, they finally called Minnesota for Trump. Sorry, for Biden. Sorry, not to give you a heart attack.
So yeah, 14,000 votes in Elko County. But I mean, you have close to 1 million in Clark County, and they're in Biden's favor.
Yeah, close to 1 million. That's, yeah.
I think it looks like Trump might win Wisconsin.
Can we go to Wisconsin then, Yeager, on your end and see if there's any difference?
Yeah,
it's just a green.
The only issue with Wisconsin is that Milwaukee's not going to be counted till tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true.
It's only 36% of the way there, yeah. Although, what did Clinton do back then? Like, Clinton won it by 65.5, so it maybe is downtown Milwaukee, like everywhere around Milwaukee's been counted, but not Milwaukee itself, because I assume at some point, like, unless maybe people are so ticked off about all the rioting that they're going to go more towards Trump than they did in 2016. But I believe that will probably stiffen for Joe, since he is only at 59 currently.
Okay, Yeah, so then you have, whoops, I'll go up here. Bayfield, 10,000. Ashland, Douglas, Milwaukee County, about 300,000 votes. It says 99.58% reporting. So, how many votes did Wisconsin have in 2016? Because they've counted about 3 million votes so far. So Vernon, Sauk, yeah, it looks pretty close unless they have more vote. Pierce County, yeah, 3.7 in Pierce.
You can tell turnip's really up, considering that in Nevada, in some of those counties I'm looking at for rural areas, even though they haven't been fully counted yet, Trump's already beaten his numbers from 2016, just raw numbers. And I believe that's probably the exact same with Biden compared to Clinton. I'll check.
So
yeah, easy.
Yeah. So Iron County, that's Trump County, like. Yeah, unless there's more votes to count tomorrow, I don't know what it was in the 2016 election in Wisconsin. But yeah, I mean, they have 2.8 million votes counted so far. And Nevada still, and then Arizona still.
Yeah.
Georgia has to be close to calling it, I would think. Yeah, Gwinnett doesn't have any results yet. 0% reporting in Gwinnett County, and then 95. So I think they're just waiting for Gwinnett County in Atlanta.
They just counted a little bit more in Milwaukee. It went up from 36 to 41, and the problem for Biden is he's still around the 59% mark, where if he wants to get back to Hillary, he has to get to 65.
Yeah, it just updated. It's 41 now.
So far,
Pittsburgh is actually going. Is it going down for Biden? I'm not sure what. Clinton won Pittsburgh by 55. Right now, actually, Joe's up at 57, and it's with 51% counted.
Yeah, about 53% reporting here. Centray.
But Biden's winning Chester County, Bucks County, and Delaware County, I believe. Biden's holding about the exact same in Delaware compared to Hillary. Trump's flipped Monroe County, or what they've redistricted. Oh no, he's winning it. Yeah, it's still around.
Lebanon County.
Oh yeah.
Juanita, or it's not Juanita, it's June.
I think this is telling that in Greene County, this one I checked in on way before. In 2016, Clinton had 68.4% of the vote. Or sorry, Trump had 68.4% of the vote. But this time around, he has 82%. And that's 74% reporting, so it might go up or down, but still, that's pretty crazy at this time.
Yeah, there's still a lot of votes in Pennsylvania.
Again, I don't think Biden's doing enough over Clinton's numbers to win that one.
Yeah, it's tough.
But mail-in ballots might make a difference. Who knows?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
So with the Senate race, just go over this real quick. The special election still looks like it's going to the Democrats. Arizona looks like it's still going that way. Montana looks like it's pulling away. And then Michigan looks like the Senate candidate for the Republicans pulling away. And then in Maine. And then in Alaska. And then the House, it looks like it's right on the edge. Like it looks like it's about 50-50 right now. Looks like a little bit more on the Democratic side. Looks like they'll get to 218, but it's still right there.
In the Senate, John James still has a bit of a healthy lead, but Steve Daines has overtaken Bullock in Montana. But at the same time, I think they've just been jumping back and forth throughout the day.
Yeah, Kirk Wilcox is saying Biden will have to really outperform Clinton's numbers and Gwinnett and Fulton to steal Georgia. So
the reason I think that Trump's also going to maintain Georgia right now is that the fact that David Perdue is also ahead, and he's actually ahead more than Trump is ahead.
Yeah.
I think that's going to say that he wins, because didn't he have some really creepy like sexting scandal or something like that, where it's like if that guy's winning, I think Trump's going to win.
yeah, that's possible too. Is that, you know, this thing's going to go in Trump's direction there.
Oh,
And-
Nevada's at 59% now.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right here, 59.
So far, actually, Biden's actually overperforming in Las Vegas. 52% for Hillary last time, 54% right now for him.
Yeah, so he'll win Nevada then. He's up like 5
They're
points.
probably about ready to call Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably still waiting on Lyon and probably just Lyon at this point to see where it goes. But yeah, that's the problem with the Nevada is Clark County has so
Wisconsin counted some more. It's tightened and now, or maybe I'm just confused. I think it's counted more or not. Never mind. I don't think it's actually changed. I think I'm just tricking myself.
Yeah, so 93% in Wisconsin, 62% in Michigan, and then
Yeah, wow.
37% counted in Wayne County now.
Oh, okay. 37 now. Yeah, I'm seeing
And-
that 37, and it's only a 17.
He's increased his margin a bit. He used to be at about
A bit.
55. Now he's at a 57.6.
That's right. We got a note here on Wisconsin just saying that, you know, Governor Tony Evers has said he expects to know the results on election night or by the day after. Officials in Milwaukee said that it could take between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. Wednesday. Pennsylvania officials say that they expect most of the results to be counted by Friday, November 6th. So, wow.
In Michigan, Biden's slightly behind where Ann Arbor is, but I believe Trump still is holding Flint by a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Kanye West, 0.3, 0.23, 0.34.
You gotta respect it.
0.36, especially since he's not on the ballot in all 50 states.
That's right. He can't even get all 50 states, but yeah, he's outperforming the Green Party. That's you know, a good job to Kanye.
It gives us something to joke about with the Green Party.
Do you guys think he's taking away more votes from Democrats or Republicans, Kanye West?
I think he's just taking throwaway votes.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of. I think you get Democrat TikTok kids giving him votes, and then you get like maybe black voters who might have gone Trump go Kanye instead.
But it's not at any significant margin. It's just
it's just people who are like they were maybe slightly into Trump, but they didn't like him enough, so they were like, "I'll just give it to Kanye for fun."
Yeah.
Or I'm in the safe state.
Like he's getting all the 50-cent voters who hates Biden's tax plan, but also still think Trump's racist for some reason.
Oh, we lost Wyatt for a moment. I was just tweeting out we're still live.
Yeah, I mean Biden's path to victory is still going to be reliant on the early voting, Because I think he's going to lose Georgia, even though he's only 2 points down in Georgia now. He might pull out Georgia because
Oh wow.
you still have Gwinnett County, which 0% reporting, but Biden is somehow up by 18 points with 0%.
I'm more interested in this, the House race, right? Nationally. I mean, so far, according to what I'm looking at, Democrats have 167, 51 leading. Republicans have 161, 54 leading. But it's still close. I mean, it looks like the Democrats might squeak it, but the Republicans could pull could edge it out. It's going to be very, very close because there are still some counties that, yes, are leaning Democrat. For example, in California, like for example, California District 8, which is split with Republicans and Democrats. And while the Democrats, yes, have a lead there will only have 30% reporting at this time, and the difference is 50% to 49% in that district. So Republicans still could, squeak out a majority, but just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah. And have you been to that part of California? It's like Bakersfield, Barstow, the armpit of California. I think Death Valley is actually there as well.
Death Valley is there, yes. I used to live in Southern California. I've never lived in the Barstow area, mind you, but I have gone through it.
Yeah, it's a hole. So, yeah. But, yeah, that race is really close. Surprised it's not on the list of competitive seats.
Yeah. And it's not just there, too. I mean, again, look at California District 50, which is, leaning Republican. Right now, it was like 45% reporting. But Republicans, are just barely holding that district. It is extremely close, like not even a full percentage point.
No, that's San Diego, isn't it?
That's going to be the San Diego area, yeah. So some of these Democrat ones that are, that the Democrats are leading in, it's not a very big lead in every case. Again, look at, for example, another one too over in Virginia. You have Virginia District 4. I mean, that is almost completely reported on. I mean, 97%. So it looks like the Democrats are just going to squeak by, but barely.
The one that surprised me a little bit is Arizona District 1. But at the same time, it doesn't, because I've lived in District 1 in Arizona. I lived in Safford.
Mm-hmm.
And other than reservation, I would say it's mostly Republicans. You have Snowflake, you have Show Low, Springerville, Morenci, Safford.
Yeah, and you have Navajo County, which is a slight Republican lead, but you have Coconino, which is mostly Democrat, and Apache, which is mostly Democrat. So it's kind of a mix around there. We have to see now what happens to Gila County, but the Republicans pretty much lead there.
And then Utah has a county that's going blue. It's Salt Lake, Park City.
Summit County and Salt Lake County are going blue.
Yeah, which that isn't a surprise. It's normally a closer district than what it is showing right here, but yeah, it's not too big of a surprise. But yeah, Liz Cheney.
That's kind of disappointing, because again, because you think of Utah, I mean, that's a really red state, and the fact that Democrats may actually are going to take the Salt Lake area is interesting. I mean, just the same.
It's flipped back and forth too. It's one of those seats that can flip back and forth.
Mm-hmm. And it surprises me because, I mean, if you look back at the 2012 election when Mitt Romney was running, I mean, there was a lot of anti-Mormon rhetoric coming from the Democrats and stuff like that, who were trying to essentially castigate Mitt Romney for his beliefs in Mormonism, because they were attacking certain religious things that were said in the past or blah blah or whatever, and they were essentially saying that they were trying to tie some of those beliefs that that were not good, like held by some of the old religious leaders like Brigham Young and things like that, one of the heads of the church, the prophets. And they were trying to essentially say, oh, well, he's trying to suggest, not say, but suggest that, these were his private beliefs too. And, they were, and there was even there was a lot of, and it surprised me because, if you were to criticize like Islam, for example, like criticize a candidate if they were a Muslim for their religious beliefs with Islam, I mean, people would go nuts and we'd call it Islamophobic. But then the Democrats in 2012, essentially, a lot of these pundits were saying all these things about Mitt Romney and his belief in Mormonism. I mean, what is that, anti-Mormon bigotry? I mean, it's hypocritical.
And the funny thing is, if you brought that up, they'd say that's because they think, Islam is a great religion, but Mormonism is a cult. That's what they would say, right? That's the standard sort of narrative around that. Whereas it's like they're both equally religious beliefs, right? So,
well, the interesting thing about the Mormons is the United States tried to genocide them at one point as well.
Yeah,
like that's the reason why they moved out west, because they tarred and feathered people and they tried to kill them and they persecuted them and they moved out to this place, the Great Salt Lake, and called it their homeland.
Yeah, but you have to remember though that the Mormons under Brigham Young, who was chosen as the prophet after the original Joseph Smith, who was the founder of Mormonism, died. I mean, some of his views were just a little cuckoo and cracked. I mean, he's the one that. I mean, there are people who say that Joseph Smith brought polygamy into the church, but but there's also some other people who think that it was actually Brigham Young, not Joseph Smith, who did that. And remember, the United States the government almost sent the army into Utah because of the polygamy issue, and told them, "Hey, you better cut this out, or we're actually going to send in federal troops." So at one point, so the Mormon Church backed down at that point and said, "Oh no, God, we have a revelation, and God wants us to stop marrying young 16-year-old girls to 50-year-old men." I mean, and the sick thing is that they're still doing that in some parts of northern Arizona. And
that's the fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, though. That's the main LDS church is completely dissociated themselves from those fanaticals.
Colorado City, Arizona is one of those places.
The thing is, though, is that these radicals up north, the thing is the authorities here in Arizona should literally, in my opinion, send the police and even the National Guard to stop what they're doing. Because we know that they're still doing similar practices like this. They're just doing it secretly. But the problem is that, when the government tries to step in and stop these practices, there's this all PR campaign, like, oh, look at these little, minorities, being oppressed by the government. And yet they're doing despicable things. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, it's like the case for interventionism. It's like you'd say, oh, Saddam Hussein, Iraq, they're brown people, man. They're oppressed by Western imperialism. It's like, yeah, or we could side with the people and not the leaders and not bootleg for the leaders,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Support, the people, who are being literally oppressed, because it's those, like in northern Arizona and those places, where it's still going on, it's those little girls, who get married to perverted old men who are the victims. Do you think they want us to just stand by and do nothing? And it's the same thing like with Iraq, when the Assyrian community in Iraq was being persecuted by the Baathists, the Kurds were being persecuted by the Baathists. and the Baathists were also persecuting, other fellow Arab Muslims. Do you think for a second that those people in Iraq just wanted us to ignore Saddam Hussein literally ruling Iraq like it was his, personal fiefdom?
But it's his sovereignty, bro. My Westphalian sovereignty, bro. We're bad. We're bad. And a lot of the libertarians made that argument, and they're like, "Hey, man, who are we to interfere on Saddam Hussein, his business?" That kind of idea. Pathetic, disgraceful. So, ridiculous. I've watched a couple of documentaries on like the FLDS communities and stuff in northern Arizona. Yeah, unacceptable. Like they operate with impunity, and those you can call a cult for sure. For sure.
It's a tough point of jurisdiction too, because it'd be easier if they allowed Utah to be the police force there, because really you have to get there through Utah. Like even if you're coming up from Phoenix, like you can't cross the Grand Canyon that easily without going through Utah.
Well, it's also that there's in the Mormon community. I mean, yes, the Mormon Church has disavowed polygamy today, but they still have people in, certain members of government or the police who are friendly to them. So that's something that also is overlooked that needs to be addressed. Because again, I mean, the fact of the matter is that they can't have that separate law up there. It has to be the rule of law, and I don't want that's what's got to change.
Yeah, and they're really weird too, because they dress like the Amish or Mennonite people.
That's right,
and they have a little bit of an accent, and because I actually went to junior college in St. George, and so we would try to pick up on some of the fundamentalist girls.
Oh yeah.
Which they wouldn't even look you in the eyes. They wouldn't talk to you. You would try to say something, try to start a conversation. They would just look down and walk away. So it was one of those deals, like an A for effort.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that needs to be shut down. I mean, yeah. We still have 21 people here, so that's cool. And we also have the Chinese bots, the Russian bots coming in. Oh, we lost Net 7. But we do have this bot here. He says, in search of followers, primes, and views, come on this Russian website. Yeah, no thanks.
So Jay's there in the chat with Annie the Greek. And I don't know if she speaks English. I don't think I've ever heard her speak English on TikTok. So supposed to convince her why Biden should be the president. It's because Trump will give Cyprus to the Turks. It's pretty simple.
Well, there you go. That's a good argument to convince somebody that lives in Cyprus, no doubt. So, yeah.
It's the best one I got.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So for me, basically the argument for Biden is there's a lot, and we talked about them on the show before, but if you're somebody who wants to end the era of cringe, end the era of isolationism, we need to thoroughly rebuke the brand of populism and isolationism that's enveloped the Republican Party under Trump. And Republican Party's got to get back to normalcy. And Joe Biden putting an end to Trumpism is a way for the Republicans to remedy that and bring in the neocon renaissance. And in the meantime, we can get Joe Biden, who, if we have, Republican House and Senate, he's not going to be able to do too much in terms of domestic sort of policy and whatnot. But on foreign policy, he'll be able to, restore a lot of America's relationships. Also, my hope is he'll continue the Democrats' stance on Russia and actually get tough. And though I'm skeptical on that, the worry with Joe Biden, of course, is mostly with regards to Iran. On North Korea, they both had bad answers. So this isn't This isn't like a, oh, I'm hard in, for one candidate or whatever. It's like, no, I'm supporting Joe Biden, but like, keep it real. I wish it was John Bolton right now versus Donald Trump, or I wish that we could have Joe Biden from the 1990s, but such is what we got. Joe Biden's been far too lax to really distance himself from the more radical progressive wings in terms of his rhetoric, even though they don't like him. They don't like him. They're not convinced by him. He could have done a lot more to appeal to moderates and whatnot, but I'll take him over Bernie Sanders any day. And a lot of the Bernie bros are rooting for Trump right now. So,
God, Bernie Sanders is a wacko.
I know. I hate him. Yeah.
Me too. Hey guys, look, I gotta get off the stream. I'm being too loud. My roommates are all asleep. So,
okay.
Nighthawks, good to talk to you all, and remember, death to all tyrants.
That's right. Thanks for coming on, Nat 7. Death to all tyrants. We'll see you later. Peace.
So, looking here at Nevada, I mean, Washoe County is really close, but Clark County's kind of pulling away for Biden. So, Lincoln County doesn't have that many votes. Like this county, Esmeralda, 474 votes.
400. Yeah, I'm seeing 389 to 72 right now. Wow, that one's big for Trump, but hardly any votes. 10-point lead in Clark County, what I'm seeing on New York Times.
Yep.
Lincoln County, nothing in yet. Lander County, nothing in. Washoe County, 5-point lead. Yeah, 86%. Yeah, that's going for Biden. So
yeah,
I think Nevada's going to be.
It's probably going to be called here shortly for Biden.
For sure.
Trump needed to do better in Clark County, which he didn't do.
We've got Pennsylvania right now at 69%. What's Pennsylvania on Bing right now? Because New York Times says 69%.
That's 70%, and
okay.
Trump has a 14-point lead.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 14.4 lead still with only 31% to go. Yeah, Biden basically has to get like 70% of the votes going forward. So that's even like Chester County, very close.
He has a 9-point lead in Michigan and then a 4-point lead in Wisconsin.
That's right, but we're not going to know Milwaukee.
2-point lead in Georgia.
Oh, interesting. Milwaukee's up to 41%. I can't remember if it was at 41% before. It might have been. But 3 a.m. when they might start counting. We're almost there as far as Eastern time goes. I think that was what they were referring to.
Yeah, another hour or so.
Another hour. I'll still be here. So we still have 20 people. By the way, we've had like a minimum of about 20 viewers the whole time we've been live. So that's pretty cool. This is probably like the most watched stream I've done. So that's pretty good. We're almost on the 6-hour mark right now. Jaeger's been here basically almost the whole time. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're not going to know tonight, but I'm down to go until midnight Pacific. This is, yeah, based on everything that we've seen so far, Jaeger, how are you feeling right now about Biden's chances?
I still think he's going to win. I think he's going to make a comeback in at least Wisconsin and Michigan, maybe Pennsylvania. I think Georgia's going to Trump, but then you have Nevada and Arizona. So with that, so if Trump wins the, 16-19 there, 16 in Georgia, and then the 20 in there, so that would be 29-49, and then the 3 in Alaska. So he'd be at 252, and then if Biden takes Michigan and Wisconsin, he wins the election.
Yeah. Yeah, my worry is that Wisconsin might still wind up going for Trump, though, because, we've obviously got Milwaukee only 41%. Pretty decent lead for Biden. I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how much the early ballots skew towards the Democrats. It's probably a lot, because a lot of the Trump guys, they voted on election day. So,
well, the old people may have voted early as well, depending if the polls are correct with those old people or not. Because generally, old people vote a little bit more Republican, which is one of those things. Like, because if you're an old person in one of these metropolitans, you're voting early because you don't want to be around people.
Right. That's true.
So, but the popular vote, I think, is interesting because Trump's not losing by that much.
That's right. He's only losing by about 1.4 million right now, 1.5 million. He lost to Hillary Clinton by about 3 million. So,
yeah. So, but California still has a bunch, and I think he'll take over the popular vote there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, even California, about a third of the votes coming out of California were for Donald Trump.
Well, that's California in general. I mean, there's more Republican voters in California than there are in Nevada, Idaho, Utah, Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, Nebraska. So yeah, it's one of the cases for like kind of a representative electoral college, because like it would still make it competitive, still a reason to go there. But then you also, like in Utah here, about 1/3 of the votes going Republican. So if you go to Utah and it has 6 votes and you get 1/3, you get 2 electoral votes.
Yeah.
Which would make every state somewhat competitive, somewhere where you have to go.
W.R. Winter says, I can see Wisconsin staying red. Then it'll be down to Michigan and Pennsylvania. He just needs one sickeningly close. I think he needs both of those, though, right? Like I think he needs both. If I plug those in, if we give Biden,
So since he lost Arizona, he needs Georgia, Pennsylvania, and either Wisconsin or Michigan.
That's right. So if Biden wins Michigan, or rather, if Biden wins Pennsylvania right now, but Trump holds Wisconsin and Michigan, then Trump wins with 273, assuming he holds Georgia.
Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty obvious he's going to hold Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia was 91%, I think, in
99.36%. And he owns a 2-point lead.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm looking at old data. You're right. So he's going to get Georgia for sure then. He's going to get Georgia for sure. So we can stop following Georgia then. He's going to get... The tough thing is, how much is Milwaukee going to bump up Biden to overcome a 5-point lead? Because right now I'm looking, it's got 78% of Wisconsin reporting. What's the AP saying for Wisconsin right now, Jaeger?
– 95% reporting.
Oh, hold on. So we can do this. We can figure this out then based on that. 95% reporting. If you click on it, what's it saying for Milwaukee right now? Can you see Milwaukee data?
Yep.
Let's just check out Milwaukee, because I'm only seeing 41% reporting from Milwaukee.
99%.
They counted it. Oh, so if we go back.
So yeah, they're probably about ready to call.
They're going to have to call it. You say 98% reporting for the state?
95% reporting.
95% reporting for the state. And you said Donald Trump's up 2 points still.
Yep.
And Milwaukee's basically done. And we knew that Madison was already done. The other votes are probably going to be various rural areas for the most part. Donald Trump's won Wisconsin then. Now it's a matter, let's take a look at Michigan. If you can scroll over to Michigan, let's take a look at there. Because Michigan,
65%, and he has a 9-point lead.
9-point lead. Can you check out Wayne County on Michigan for Detroit? This is what's going to come down to here. I think it's further down. There we go. Wayne County. 53% reporting now. What was that margin again? It was for... It was like can you scroll over Wayne? Yeah, Wayne.
Yep.
17 points. So that's not a big enough margin when they keep counting the rest. I don't think that's going to be enough to take him up 9 points to tie it. Like, I think, oh man,
it might be because there's only 50% and there's 300K already in.
Oh,
so
that's
you're looking at another 300K votes. And
true. I'm
I
just
think
like
it's
plugging
safe
these
to
in.
say he won Michigan. But
I'm just going to show you guys. Yeah, I'm just going to show you guys. I'm going to stop the screen share. I'm gonna move over to the screen share for 270 to win right now, so we can take a look at what happens if we fill out all this stuff here. If we take a look at this right now, and we give Trump Michigan and Wisconsin, but we give Biden Pennsylvania, but we know that Trump's already won Georgia. Donald Trump's going to win this with 273 electoral votes. What do you make of this? Does that map look unreasonable to you? Because that could actually happen right now. The only question is those two states, Maine and Nebraska here, because I'm just on the default for 270 to win. Nebraska, what was Nebraska at right now? Because in this one, we got Nebraska with one going to Biden.
Yeah, I think that's still going one to Biden. So he's going to win. Yeah.
What about for Maine? Maine was going to Biden, if I recall.
So, and Maine, I think you have to watch one of the districts as well. And there's still 2 counties that haven't been reported, but I think Trump's getting 1 county in Maine.
So, okay. So if we say...
So if you go there on the side on the split states.
Oh, right.
And the second one, I think, is going to go for Trump.
Second one goes for Trump? Yep.
Yep. And then the whole state's going to go blue.
And then Biden gets one as well.
Yep. So he gets 3 out of the 4.
And then Biden gets 1 out of the 4 for Nebraska. Hey guys, this is it right here. I'm telling you right now, if this is holding and the numbers that Yeager just presented us from the AP right now are accurate, it doesn't matter if it takes 6 days to find out Pennsylvania. We're giving Pennsylvania to Biden here. Donald Trump's still your president with 274 electoral votes. I think that's probably what's going to happen at this point. Like, the only question here is if Wayne County is enough to overcome a 9-point difference in Michigan, and I don't think there's any way he can come out ahead in Wisconsin. I think it's over, guys. Like, I mean, we're going to still wait for the votes to come in and stuff. I think Donald Trump's going to win. Donald Trump's going to win.
So, yeah, it's going to come down to Michigan and Pennsylvania because I think Wisconsin's gone. I think Georgia's gone.
Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way because this whole thing assumed that we were going to play around with Wisconsin and see if it stays for Biden and whatnot. These are the numbers right there as they are right now. The only states in question would be, Pennsylvania. But in this particular case, given what we know about Georgia and given what we know about Wisconsin, even if Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over. Donald Trump takes it. I mean, because how is he going to overcome a 9-point difference? Can you tell me what percent of the vote was reporting in from Michigan here?
He's up 14 in Pennsylvania.
Well, it's also possible that Trump wins Pennsylvania, but I'm just assuming
60% of the vote and 66% of the vote in Michigan, and he's up by 8 points.
So it's still possible that Biden overcomes that, but we know that a lot of those votes in the rural areas that are counting are still going to tend towards Trump, and some of those votes in Wayne are going to go to Trump. The question is, you got a little over 30% to go. You got those an 8-point gap. I guess, it's still possible. I guess we should take a look. I'm going to scroll over, New York Times and just take a look at what these numbers are like for these rural areas.
Yeah. So,
man, there's some rural areas that have like 2% counted right now. Like,
New York Times has also the needle.
The needle. I haven't looked at. Oh, you mean like the electoral delegate needle, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to go back to New York Times. Now, I think this is my deal right now. we've been watching this a little over 6 hours. For me personally, may I be wrong. Given what we've seen so far, based on my own intuition, you know, I'm not like some big Nate Silver type guy or whatever. I think Donald Trump's going to win it right now. I don't see how Biden can do it, because if he gets Pennsylvania, which he might not, it doesn't matter if Biden holds or Trump holds Michigan. It's over. So we'll take a look at the New York Times here. Taking a look. So the needle is the one at the top with the 101 remaining, right?
No, they have like a needle like that predicts each state.
Oh, where do I find that?
I would just Google the needle. I don't have like a New York Times thing, so I can't log into.
Fair enough. Oh, I'm not a member. I'm not a member either. Nah, I don't know, because the thing is, I think a lot of the media outlets right now, this was just my speculation. I think that a lot of the media outlets right now don't want to call it for any particular candidate for the election because they want to keep the hype going. And I get that. And, you know, I can kind of understand the hype for keeping the stream and everything. But I think Donald Trump probably won. So
it's looking like the Republicans are going to get the House and the Senate as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a triple. You know, right there. I want to take a look at the chat right now. Arthur says, I think Trump is going to win. W.R. Winter says, called it. Nellie Avalon says, well, fuck. Maximus says, it looks like the vote counters went home for the night. May get the result tomorrow afternoon. I think, you know, they're still bringing in voting from Michigan. We already got the votes from Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin's not looking good. But I mean, you still have the early voting, which I think they're going to, like they said earlier today, they won't announce official results from Wisconsin tonight, but with 95% reporting, I don't know if you can make up the 4 points tomorrow, because some of them are going to be for Trump as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to tweet out right now. I'm calling him for Trump, basically.
Because, I mean, worst case scenario, you're wrong, and then you're happy. You know?
That's the thing. Like, I'm still rooting for Biden. I want to be clear here. I mean, the thing is, for me, there's an upside if Trump wins, which is that I expect him to continue to be decent on Iran. That's it. Everything else sucks. With Biden, the problem with Biden, like, here's the thing. The problem with Biden, and I think, you know, going into this, I think Kamala Harris, not the best pick. That's just what I'm going to say here. This is not, like, I mean, you know, to the extent that you can blame the candidate, every candidate, you know, they have to own their wins and their losses and stuff. But, like, come on, this isn't because of Biden. This is because of weak people around him. That's my view. Biden was a strong candidate. Biden crushed Bernie. He's a fighter. He's a strong candidate. Like, what do you guys think in the chat? Do you guys think that this was Biden's messing up, or do you guys think that this was the people around him, or I don't know. I think Biden was a good candidate, better candidate than Hillary Clinton.
I think it's just the Trump phenomenon. I mean, it's one of those things. Like, if you would have said, "Well, we're going to get historic turnout," and that Trump would have even been competitive.
Yeah.
Like, he's so, like, underestimated. Like, even though he's a complete idiot every time he opens his mouth. But
I know, man.
A lot of people like what he's done and like the fact that he's still not like a politician and he's going to shoot straight from the hip. Like, they're willing to push aside some of the things he says just because they know who he is.
Yeah. No, there's look, here's the thing about Trump.
Well, the thing is about Pennsylvania too is Biden's stance on fracking probably is a big contributor, because that was one of the things, like, when he said in the debates, Trump immediately went, "Oh, hey, Pennsylvania, did you hear that?" it's one of those things like he wants to have kind of a climate change plan, but at the same time, you're going to affect workers in Pennsylvania, affect workers in Ohio.
Well, that's the thing. I don't like Biden's position on rejoining the Paris Climate Accords, for example. That's one of the areas where it's like, I mean, like it's tough. Donald Trump on Russia has been profusely pathetic. I want to be very clear about this. On North Korea, he's been an absolute complete embarrassment. I've been critical of Biden on North Korea because I've said, he would basically go back to the stance that Obama had. You know what's worse than that? Singing the praise and dusting the portraits. That's what Donald Trump did. But I'm not an orange man bad kind of guy. I'm not a Lincoln Project kind of guy where I'm just going to be hysterical about it. I want to give Trump credit for stuff, and I want Trump to do hawkish things. And if he does, I'll give him credit, even though he's Trump. I'm not going to have I have to be opposed to him or whatever. I want him to do better. But come on, man. He basically wanted to throw a peace party for the Taliban. He wants to surrender to the Taliban. I mean, it's not good. It's not good. There'll be some areas where I've got commonality with Trump. What I would have hoped for, and Net 7 and I would agree on this, you get Joe Biden as president, but you get a Republican Senate, for example. So you can check the more progressive element in the domestic policy of the Democrats while still having a more reasonable foreign policy. That's what I would have hoped for. It looks like Donald Trump's going to win, though. And I mean, we'll have to do another stream on that. I know that a lot of the paleocons and stuff are going to rub it in my face and say, this proves that the neocons are done and everything. I want to be clear about something here. If it was George Bush running, all these people that showed up to vote for Trump, they would have voted for him. If it was John McCain running, they would have voted for him. Because for a lot of Republican voters, it's not even so much about Trump the man. That's a factor for some of them. But Bush had his fan base and stuff too. No, it's because of abortion, or it's because of tax policy, or it's because of energy policy. That cult of personality thing that people talk about, that's a tiny percentage of 4chan boys and stuff. That, every politician has their fanboys, including, the neocons and stuff. But oh man, this is ridiculous. I said before, if Donald Trump loses and Biden wins, then you get Nikki Haley or somebody more hawkish in 2024. Now, if Donald Trump's going to be the president for 4 years, do they continue this cringy brand of isolationism? Or once Trump is done, is that it? I don't know. I don't know, man. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, could he get a little bit more hawkish in his second term? I doubt it, because
I doubt it.
I bet he tries to out legacy Obama.
Yeah, and he's going to make his legacy withdrawing from Afghanistan and letting the Taliban take over. He's going to make his legacy, oh, look, under me, bro, North Korea didn't really do any testing or anything. And then the second the next president comes in 2024 and talks tough on North Korea, they're going to have all these bombs and missiles they've been waiting to test ready to go, because they're just buying time right now. Why would they test? The test is provocative. Why would they want to provoke Trump? They like Trump. Embarrassing. Imagine bragging about being liked by North Korea. If I'm president of the United States, I want them to hate me. But it's not going to matter, because if I'm president of the United States, in 40 minutes, there's mushroom clouds over their targets, right? So I'm man, I'm at a point with this where it's we can blame Biden for not distancing himself enough from the radical left. I think the most obvious way that he failed to do so was when there'd be these shootings where it was clear cut and we'd have the footage, and Biden would be out there going and meeting the family of Jacob Blake and stuff, or saying, Walter Wallace life mattered and then stuff, when he wouldn't have said that if it was some schizophrenic white dude wielding a knife in public and getting the cops called on him. It's not a good look. Not a good look. And I'll tell you this, guys. If you're one of the people down there in Kenosha, or you're in Minneapolis, or you're in these other areas and you voted for Trump, you know what? I get it. Because like I said before, I care more about why you're voting for somebody than who you're voting for. If you're voting for Trump because, you're worried that the Democrats are not going to be tough enough on the rioters and everything. Well, I mean, the proof positive for that is that you got Biden tweeting out, basically staying in solidarity with these thugs and stuff. I wish that we could have had the Biden from the 1990s run. I wish it could have been, bombing Ron Biden and crime bill Biden, that guy, and maybe Biden personally still feels a lot of the same way, but he's been too reluctant to say so because he didn't want to lose the far left. But the problem is you did that and you cost yourself the moderates and the right that might have been sympathetic enough to you and disillusioned enough with Trump that they might have gone independent, crossed the aisle, and voted for you. No, dude. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't think that Joe Biden's going to win this now. And people will say, "Oh, you got to wait a week for the results to come in." Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he wins Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, if he holds Michigan, it's over. Like, it's totally over if he holds Michigan. He's going to win with 273 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And we're going to have all these Nick Fuentes type losers trying to rub it into our face, like, Hawks aren't popular. Meanwhile, if it was a hawkish Republican running against Biden, they would have done the same or better. So, ridiculous. But what are your thoughts on that, Jaeger? Do you think that Biden would have hurt himself more by not associating himself with those shooting incidents?
I mean, he's in a difficult position because, like, the Democratic base is the African American community, and so he doesn't want to alienate that community while also, like, trying to get some of the more moderate community that is against writing. So I thought his response to that was good, knowing the different bases as far as that. I think this still just comes down to, like, everybody just underestimates Trump and the work that he has done. Because by all accounts, he should have lost this election. We run this election 10 times. He loses 8 or 9 out of the 10 times.
That's right.
According to the data. It's one of those things, like, Trump's just Teflon Don. Like, you can say stuff that bounces off of him, and he's just going to you punch him, he's just going to punch back. Doesn't matter if he makes sense or not. He's just going to say what he wants, say what he means, and people like that versus a politician who's going to say something to your face and then do something different behind your back. They just know he's going to be an idiot and not to take what he says seriously, and look what he does.
Yeah, I just want to answer Mike's question. He says, how are you making that calculus that Trump's going to win? That's how on the screen right here. We're keeping Wisconsin and Michigan for Trump here, but we're giving Biden Pennsylvania. Then Trump still wins because he won Georgia. So because Georgia's gone for Trump, Wisconsin's gone for Trump. It's only Michigan that's at issue right now. I think he's going to win Michigan. Then it doesn't matter if Biden wins Pennsylvania at that point. And I said 273. I meant 274. I forgot. He's going to get one from Maine, right? So that's it. And I think that's the most likely outcome at this point. Like, let's see what 538 has to say right now, because they gave him a 90% chance. Just scrolling through their blog right now. Nate Silver says, as of 10 minutes ago. Oh, no, it's refreshing. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. ABC is saying that Joe Biden will win the electoral vote for Maine's 1st district. Okay, we got that here. But Donald Trump gets the 2nd district. So let me know, Mike, what you think about the projection here. It's just I already said on Twitter I'm calling it for Donald Trump, so Donald Trump's going to win.
Yeah, the margins narrowed a little bit in Nevada, but Biden still holds a 2.5-point lead. Arizona, he owns a 6-point lead. Alaska, Trump owns a 23-point lead. Georgia, still a 2-point lead, 2.5-point lead. Pennsylvania, 14-point lead. Michigan, 9-point lead. And then Wisconsin, the 4-point lead.
Yeah, I like what Eric said on Twitter in reply to me. He says, looking that way, I have to say I'm pretty disappointed. If I were Putin or Kim, I'd be breaking up the champagne to celebrate another 4 years of this dumbass chump laying me off the hook. Oh, absolutely. Except the sad part is, I know for a fact, given Biden's answers and those around him, he wouldn't have done much more on North Korea except not have the goofy rhetoric, right? There's no way. Because here's the thing, and I've talked about this on other videos. It's part of why I created this channel. Anything short of military intervention isn't going to cut it at this point with North Korea. They don't negotiate in good faith. They know how the game is played. The only way to deal with them, the only way to denuclearize them is, as I'll be arguing Monday night in my debate against Dylan Burns. And Dylan Burns has been covering the election the whole time, and I appreciate you guys choosing to be here instead. Now he's got probably 10,000 viewers or whatever. I don't really care, but I'll take our 20 over his 10,000 any day because you guys aren't a bunch of brainlets. But here's the thing: anything short of what I'm going to argue, military strike, but I'll specifically be arguing for a nuclear first strike, ain't going to cut it. Ain't going to cut it. And Joe Biden wasn't going to do it. So at the end of the day, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump on North Korea is rhetoric. Donald Trump's rhetoric is piss poor. It's dismal. Joe Biden's rhetoric is not good enough. So still better, but not good enough. It's depressing, man. I've been following North Korea since 2006. So 2005, 2006. I was fascinated by them as like a kid. I was like, what? How does this place even exist? Somebody should probably intervene. It still hasn't happened.
So Wisconsin plans to count their ballots over the night, and they have about 800,000 ballots to count. So that's one of the news. So 800,000, I mean, that would push their vote count in Wisconsin to 3.6 million. So there's about 500,000 votes to count in Wisconsin.
Wait, on the AP that you were looking at, it was almost all counted for Wisconsin, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Wisconsin announced that they have about 800,000 votes left to count, and they're going to count all night.
Okay, well, that was different. I thought that Wisconsin was basically done. Interesting. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, they have 95%, but
95, yeah, that's right. Wait, how can 500,000 only be 5%? There aren't like 10 million people that are going to be voting.
Yeah, I mean, so it'll be 3.6 million. So, yeah, the numbers really don't add up.
Those numbers don't add up because 5% of 3 million is not 500,000. That's like that's 150,000. So it's got to be closer to like 85% in at that point, 87% in.
So yeah, they'll count all the ballots over the night, and 800,000's going to be enough to shift it to either side. But
true,
Biden has to make up those 4 points.
Yeah, I guess that's possible. Yeah, guess that's possible. I thought it was way closer. Okay.
Yeah, too bad Mike's not in here. He'd make fun of him for being a Jets fan.
Well, Mike's welcome. I've given him the link. He can come in.
I was just giving him crap. Hopefully he'd hop on. So, it does look like the Republicans are going to take the Senate, and it's a deadlock right now in the House. So, but yeah, with Wisconsin announcing their 800,000, I'd still leave that one kind of up in the air. But I mean, with a 4-point lead, depends on where those votes are going to come from. So, I mean, this one's about 50-50 Portage. So that means you kind of maintain the lead, maybe gain a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Not much in Milwaukee.
Well, I want to be very clear here with the prediction that Trump was going to win. That was based on knowing that 95% had been counted, but that 500,000 votes, that ain't 5%. So W.R. Winter says perhaps the 95% reporting didn't include the mail-in or something. That'd have to be it. That'd have to be it. So,
which is going to be, interesting because they're not going to call anything in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania tonight.
No, yeah,
and I'm surprised they haven't called Georgia yet. But Trump did call Georgia for himself, if that counts for anything.
Yeah, he's gonna win bigly. He probably said he's like, we won bigly, bro. Let's see. Oh man. So wait, is Donald Trump live right now? It looks like Donald Trump is live, or was this 8 minutes ago? Okay. We can see what Trump has to say if you're interested. So.
Yeah, we might as well. So
sure, over to Twitter. One moment.
So Michigan has 2 million more ballots to count, and they expect full results by November 6th. So by Friday.
Come on, load already.
Because the Rust Belt forgot how to count.
Is it not loading now? Seriously? It was loading when I was in screen sharing. Okay, stop the screen share. Restart. Okay. Resume the screen share.
America great again. I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr.
Again. Because English is my first language. Yeah, I'm just frustrated that these states, all the other states in the union can count votes except for the Rust Belt. We need to send them back to grade school.
That I'm going to see. Yeah, we missed the full statement there. We can watch it again. Are you down to watch it again? Because we can take a look here.
We might as well.
Hopefully it doesn't just not load. We'll give it a few seconds, otherwise I'll restart it because it did work. Okay. There we are. This was 8 minutes ago. Millions and millions.
A very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. We won't stand. We will not stand. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just walled off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
wait, a lot of people expected him to win Florida.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. And it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes and 65% of the voters in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of dollars. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, so that's Donald Trump and Mike Pence there. I'll see if I can find any statements from Joe Biden that we can take a look at. But obviously, Trump looking pretty triumphant there. We don't know. I mean, it's still possible that Biden comes away with those votes. But if it is actually 5% in Wisconsin, and that's all that it is, yeah, it's not going to happen. Donald Trump's going to win it. Turns out to be like 13 or 14%. Yeah, then there's a chance. But take a look at Joe Biden. I'm checking out Joe Biden's Twitter right now. He hasn't stated anything in over an hour. Last he said was, "We feel good about where we are. We believe we are on track to win this election." He hasn't given any video statements or anything. So, but that's Trump. That's the Trump camp there. We took a look at, and you know, that was about 20 minutes ago now. So yeah. There you go.
But I mean, that's probably going to be the last speech tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that some of the people around Joe Biden are like they've already gone to sleep, probably. Yeah.
I wonder what the Young Turks are doing. I bet they're.
Oh, good point. Good point. I wonder if Vosh is even still streaming, because Vosh was supposed to be streaming for like 8 hours. I think he thought that it was probably going to be a quick win for Biden. I'll see what Young Turks is saying. Take a look.
Because I imagine they're having another meltdown. Were they offline? Did they stop?
They're offline now. No, they're offline. They stopped 40 minutes ago. They're offline. They're saying what Democrats need to do to win. or need to do win, because they didn't even type it properly. Cenk goes off on Democratic weakness. That was a rant earlier. Yeah, they're done. We'll take a look at Vosh. See if Vosh does anything. Vosh stopped streaming about an hour ago. Who else is there that's worthy of paying attention to right now? From
is Rogan and Kyle. I'm so disappointed they didn't have Alex Jones on.
Yeah. He's not live. He's not live. Nah. Who else is there? Maybe Sargon. See if Sargon's on.
Yeah, Sargon or Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder. I mean,
yeah, no, Sargon stopped 2 hours ago. Ben Shapiro, good point. Check Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not streaming. He's not streaming. The last video was from 13 hours ago.
The Daily Wire was streaming a little while ago.
Oh, I'll check the. Yeah, I was checking Ben Shapiro's YouTube. I'll check the Daily Wire specifically. Oh, it looks like they're still live. Oh no, no, they're still live. They're still live on the Daily Wire. We can listen to Daily Wire. We can also see if there are riots and stuff happening after, but we'll take a look at the Daily Wire for a moment.
When American Marines first faced the Japanese in Guadalcanal, they fought them more or less fairly the way they fought every other war, the way they fought in the prison. But when they found out the Japanese would wave a surrender flag and then they would go quickly surrender, then they could shoot one of these guys down, or somebody was calling for a corpsman as a Japanese soldier got a grenade and explodes and takes 3 people out, then the Marines have to make a decision, and that decision is, do we fight on their level or do we lose? And that is the issue. And I don't have a simple answer for that. But the question is simply this. If you are fighting a dishonorable opponent and you decide that you're going to fight honorably, and that means that by fighting honorably you lose the cause, then the big's over.
I just don't know what about the statement fights the cause, my issue. Meaning that having lawyers file lawsuits is not fault. Having people there to make sure that the project occurs is not fault.
I think that the president's statement was not, on the whole, useful. I think that the left baited him into a statement. He gave it to them. I think that there were aspects of the speech that were very strong. I think there are a few places where he overstepped and played right into the hands of Jack Dorsey. I wouldn't be surprised if over the next few minutes we see, for the first time, the president actually gets suspended from the social social platform, because he just crossed the red line that they've been setting up for him.
There's no way Twitter's going to suspend the president. There's no way.
We obviously disagree about the president's tone and tenor. Let's actually talk about what's going to happen next.
Oh.
There you go. I think he hit the mute button. Yep.
No. There it is. It's at max volume. Arthur's saying the volume's bad. It's on max.
If they arrive at 4 o'clock in the morning, then that's past the deadline. I get that. It's the friends that we did win the election. That is that's private.
No, I agree. Well, he said it's fine. Sure, that's an important qualifier. That's an important qualifier.
That we've been responsible in doing this. The only thing that it does always comes back to me. Trump drives me crazy this way. He says these things, and I just want to shake it and say, no, that's not the way we did that. But I understand that he is up against this powerful narrative that is set up by corporations so huge with such reach that he is.
And by the way, Joe Biden didn't need to say, as far as I'm concerned, he won the election, because the entire establishment that works for Joe Biden is saying it for him, and will be saying it for him.
And saying it for him for weeks.
And has already been saying it for him for weeks.
And listen, again, I get all that. Then I also bet that Hillary Clinton spent 4 years claiming that she won an election she lost, and Stacey Abrams was governor of Georgia. Right? So when it comes, I will say something about election respect for the Democrats, that I'm not willing to hear.
Yeah, but I will say that one of the worst things that could happen, and it is a real possibility, is that if Donald Trump loses, and if he kind of pulls the Hillary Clinton since the next 4 years, questioning the legitimacy of the election, then there is no one left to actually because the left reject the system. They want to remake the system. They say the system is fundamentally flawed. If the right doesn't believe in the system anymore, we're in a true right country. We're going to go to the Daily Wire War Room and hear from Alicia Krause and the gang down there for a moment.
Hey guys, we are wrapping up the night. I have been here, I think, for like 12 hours. It's been a lot of fun. And for some final consensus on what's happening on social media, I'm going to toss it over to Cassie Dillon.
So right now on social media, everyone is talking about the speech that Trump just gave. For his ultra supporters, it really energized them. It gave them some confidence. But in his non-supporter group, they're very angry about it. People are taking quotes out of it. They're saying that it was wrong with what happened. Some people are saying that it's wrong and it'll go to the Supreme Court. One person said this is bad. So there's a lot of different messages coming out around partisan, which is how most of those speeches go. So we'll see what happens.
That is probably the most shit analysis I've ever heard.
That was lame. I used to follow her on Twitter. Some of her takes were interesting. That was weak. I'll say this. I guess I'm in a non-fan category. I don't really care that he gave the speech. Like, if I'm in his position, I probably would have done a speech too, you know? Because, like, let's say you lose, why not hype it up? Because it looks like you're winning. You could win. Have some fun with it. He thinks he has a reasonable shot. He could very well win this, right? Why get outraged that the president who looks like he's winning gives a speech? I don't know. Maybe there are people out there. I'm not on Twitter right now. I've tweeted like a few times this evening. Most of that was just the stream. So
it was just some of the rhetoric that he used, like taking it to the Supreme Court. Like, what they're saying is basically he's going to throw away already cast votes because they haven't been counted.
See, it's hard to see the Supreme Court agreeing to that, like, because they got turned down in Texas by the Fifth Circuit, like by the Fifth Circuit of Appeals. They tried doing that for about 120,000 votes earlier. That was shut down. That's a really conservative court, and they were like, "No, we're not going to throw out 120,000 votes." So it's hard to see. Yeah, you can say Supreme Court leans conservative now. Yeah, what are they going to do? Just say, "Oh, don't count the votes"? They can't do that. They can't do that. Yeah, it looks like Donald Trump's probably going to win if they count the votes. So what? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. So,
but I mean, if Donald Trump loses after going to bed tonight with the map at the way it is, like, you're turning into a bad situation. Like, and then also the people like, oh well, it's okay. You know, there's this many votes. If Donald Trump wins, you're also into a bad situation. It'd be a lot better if we had closure tonight, saying who won, who didn't, versus like pushing it out, because Michigan's saying we're going to take till Friday. And if it comes down to Michigan, we have to wait till Friday, and people are going to be anxious for the results.
Right. No, I get that.
It all comes back to the Rust Belt not being able to count.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. You think about it, because Texas is way bigger. They counted. Florida's way bigger. They counted. California's way bigger. They counted. What the fuck, Pennsylvania? Like,
yeah, I mean, people make fun of the South because, you know, they're generally not educated. But I mean, the Rust Belt's giving them a run for their money.
A run for their money, man. Like, Alabama counted. Mississippi counted. Michigan can't count.
But Alabama has the advantage because they can count their sisters and cousins, because those are people they want to date. Did you see that meme I posted earlier?
No, which meme is this? I'll check out your Twitter right now, man.
It's about Joe Biden winning Alabama. So It is by far the funniest thing I've still seen today.
I'm just
Like,
how long ago
and-
did you tweet it?
It was earlier in the day. I'll see if I can find it and pull it up. But
Yeah.
it was
Wait, Crystal Ball. I'm just looking at your Twitter right now. Crystal Ball said 3 hours ago we could have had Bernie. In other words, you could have had closure tonight, and Donald Trump would have won 5 hours ago. Like, amazing.
yeah, and I just quote tweeted it and said the meme continues because it's this Bernie would have won meme.
That's the one. Yeah, Bernie. Yeah, Bernie. Bernie would have won. Bernie could have won. Yeah, no, Bernie could have got his ass handed to him by Donald Trump. Biden's still putting up a fight. Bernie would have been done. He would have been out by now. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, Kanye 538.
Okay, so I have the screen shared, so all you have to do is just pull up my screen and
Gotcha. There we go. Oh man. Yeah.
it is the most fire meme because whether you're conservative, you're like, shit, he won Alabama. If you're a Democrat, you're like, shit. Because, it's one of Biden's gaffes, but it also ties into Alabama, how they, prefer family members over non-family members.
Oh man. No, that's pretty funny. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go and get some more water.
Well, we'll see what's on the Twitter cesspool, and then maybe you guys in the chat could have me reply to some stuff. Just shit post on Twitter. All right. They really called a lid on the. Okay. Oh, I didn't share audio. Damn it. Dang it. We can't watch Jank. Okay, there's a meme. Oh, look at the Star Wars. Cascadian Neolib with the Star Wars. Is anyone up? Joe Biden wins Arizona. President Trump has just launched an unprecedented assault on American democracy, demanding millions of Americans are denied their votes. It's an absolute disgrace. So yeah, this was the girl that was on the Daily Wire video. And she just quote tweeted something about North Carolina. 11,000 votes for the Green Party. This fucker. Post Morales out of Bolivia. Long night. Is anybody really surprised at any of this? I'm surprised at the Rust Belt's ability to count. Oh, come on, Natalie. Star Wars is awesome. So Trump's words are terrible for this country. He may win, but he just did his best to delegitimize a loss with absolutely no basis, no doubt, the legitimacy of the count. We have some Armenia and Azerbaijan. Almost impossible for Joe Biden to win Pennsylvania. Is anybody ready for the election tomorrow 2 minutes ago? Idaho, Montana.
Okay, so Biden did give a speech a couple of hours ago. Arthur sent it to me. We'll take a look at that.
Okay. I was just sharing my Twitter feed with everybody while you were gone. And And apparently there's more people here that hate Star Wars, which means they're basically communists.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. Yeah, no, we'll take a look at the Joe Biden speech. So this was him earlier this evening, 2 hours ago. This is on Rappler. We'll bring this up.
But who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
He does not look confident.
Feeling good about
I know. Trump always looks confident, though. So
that's a turnaround. We also just called him from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia. Although that's not what we expected.
this is a couple hours ago, right? So
Good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I'm talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, you the go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandmama, she's laughing, you don't know, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
There's no movement in Georgia. There's a little bit of movement in Pennsylvania, but it's still 12 points.
Yeah.
Michigan's still at 8. It's at 8 points, so there's a little bit of movement in that direction. Wisconsin, I don't know why they haven't. I mean, I guess they have the 2 million votes left, but it's at 96% reporting.
can we screen share? Jaeger, can you screen share over to the AP where you're getting that from? New York Times is still behind on my end over here. So that was Joe Biden we were just listening to there. That was him a couple hours ago when it was less clear about Georgia and Wisconsin. So
yeah, so I have the screen that's shared.
Gotcha. Bring this up. There we go.
So yeah, Wisconsin, of everything that was voted today, Donald Trump won 51%. Like Wisconsin said earlier, they have 2 million votes to count because they can't count before an election happens because it's northern Alabama.
So how many votes are they actually waiting on? Like you said, 2 million?
Yeah.
So that's
so is it? No, it's 800K in Wisconsin.
That's
and
insane. That's
2 million in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So if it's 800,000 in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin, rather 800,000 in Wisconsin out of 3 million, that's a huge amount. Joe Biden could close that gap depending on how much they skewed in favor of Biden. No doubt. So that's very possible there. If it's 800,000, that's crazy. So they're not 95% done. Like it's claiming up there.
He probably has a 300,000 lead. And so he would need to get at least 51% of those votes.
Yeah, Donald Trump in Wisconsin, he's up right now by about 130,000 votes. So it's not that much. That's crazy.
And then Pennsylvania has 2 million votes that still need to be counted. Or it's Michigan that has the 2 million votes, and they're not going to count them till Friday because when you see Anthony Roberto next, just give him crap about Michigan not being able to count. Like there's no reason for like early ballots to be counted after the election. You know, just count them before. As soon as the results get released, release them to the public. So
yeah,
but I mean, Trump has to win one of those states.
That's right.
So if he does not win one of those states, then it's over. Mm-hmm. Provided that Trump wins Pennsylvania and Georgia.
Yeah, no, Pennsylvania though. Yeah, because we went through the math earlier, and he had to win about 67% or so of the votes. But Pittsburgh went down in terms of their margin. So, yeah, I think he does need to win about 3/4 of the votes, which that's basically like Philadelphia. He's getting that. So
yeah, Pennsylvania, I think, has 20 electoral votes, would put him at 233. Georgia, I think, has 18. And so that would put him at 251.
Oh, Georgia's 60.
16, so it put him at 249. So he'd still need one of those other states.
Yeah.
So, like, even if he took Arizona, which he's not going to, it's only 11. So 259, that would have put him over the top if he'd have won Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I think, yeah,
North
votes.
North Carolina, for whatever reason, just got rescinded. But I think it's still firmly in Trump's camp. But yeah, they just rescinded it for some reason.
Oh wow, because they had called it for Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. But yeah, there's 100% of the voting. So unless they have some pre-votes, but I think North Carolina counted them before.
Yeah.
So Georgia, it's about the same. And then Nevada is about the same as well, 68% reporting.
Oh man, I'm seeing 79% reporting here on New York Times, with 50.3 for Biden to 47.8 for Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, Trump's running out of votes in Nevada.
True. And Clark County's one of the least counted ones yet, only 75% in there. So yeah. Biden's going to win that.
You know, it depends on where they come out in Clark County, because if Vegas is already counted, then, you know, it's going to be mostly Republican outside of Vegas. The interesting thing about this Clark County, I don't know if you can read the third name on the list. 73% or 0.73 of the people.
None of these candidates.
Which is really funny.
That's got to be like Kanye.
Oh, where Kanye was on the ballot, he did better than the Green Party. The Green Party may not even get 1/4%. Like the Libertarian Party went from 5% in 2016 to 1% in this election.
Wrecked. And a bigger voter turnout too. So they got thoroughly rebuked.
They may have got the same amount of votes or about similar, but yeah, they got
wrecked. They got wrecked.
So it'll be interesting to see when these counts come in. So South Dakota legalized recreational marijuana. Because why
Yeah.
would South Dakota do that? You want to go to the Black Hills and this meet the old presidents.
Oh man. Yeah, I like this one from Arthur. None greater than Joe Jorgensen. It's pretty funny.
So, and then the Senate races, yeah, it's still looking in the Republican favor. You know, North Carolina, I think they should call that one shortly.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the Senate from New York Times, North Carolina. Yeah, 94% reporting.
So, yeah, it looks like the Republicans are going to keep the Senate despite losing.
Yeah.
So they lost Arizona, but they gained Montana. And I think that was – they might have gained a seat in Iowa, too. I don't remember what Iowa was before, and it looks like they're going to win in Michigan. And then in
Yeah,
the
they're going
House,
to win in Michigan.
the House is still toss-up. It looks like the Republicans are in the driver's seat right now, but it's still a toss-up.
Yeah. Wait, Hassan had a meltdown? Kamal G, can you send me a link to Hassan melting down? We'll take a look at that. We haven't checked out Hassan's thoughts tonight.
Yeah.
It's Guantanamo Bay, everybody. Woke Bay.
Yeah, it's still shocking. You know, we've had about as many votes as the last election so far that have been counted. But Trump's not losing the popular vote by as wide a margin.
No, he's done about twice as well as he did last time. He lost by 3 million. Now it looks like he's losing by 1.5 million.
And to answer Jay's question, we gave away Cyprus to Turkey while he was gone. In exchange for peace in Armenia and Azerbaijan, we made a peace offering to Turkey.
Oh, man.
Enjoy your new overlords.
The overlords, that's right, yeah. Yeah, what a bad deal. What a bad deal. The best deals, the greatest deals. We made a bigly deal with them. You know, all the people are saying it's the best deal. Yeah, we get, you know, a status quo that favors Azerbaijan, and you guys get to live under Turkey. Best deal, greatest deal.
Which, depending on your geopolitical views, may not be the worst thing in the world.
Oh yeah, I was going to say some people are more pro Azerbaijan. That's true. So
because if you ever wanted to go to Iran to invade Iran, if they had nuclear weapons, you would probably need to be friendly with Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why Israel's friendly with Azerbaijan, that Azerbaijan is one of the countries in the Middle East that actually sell them oil.
Man, what a mess. So I'm still seeing 41% counted for Milwaukee. So what are you seeing for Milwaukee on the presidential side?
So 99%.
Yeah, something's got to be off, because if there's still hundreds of thousands of votes left, where are they coming from? Like, it has to be.
So they're just reporting. This one's just reporting the votes that were done today. Like, they haven't started counting, because for whatever reason, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan can't count votes the way everybody else does.
This is so stupid. So yeah, where I'm looking at on NBC, for example, it's saying they've only actually counted 82% of the total votes expected to come in. The ones remaining are 660,000. So yeah, it is possible that Biden does win then. That's such a stupid system, though. Like, wow, man.
So this one candidate right here, Don Blankenship, he was responsible for like a coal mine disaster where he's actually a felon because he was a CEO of a company violating safety violations. Yeah, it's so shocking to see him up there and people actually voting for him. Like,
wow.
Yeah, like he's actually a felon. But he's on the conservative side of things, so it's really weird.
Yeah, no, there's still 1.8 million votes left to come in from Pennsylvania. Still 1.6 million to come in from Michigan. Yeah, wow. They really bungled it in terms of the counting system. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they can't count. Wow.
Yeah, there's only so much you can say. Like, yeah,
still waiting on 300,000 votes in North Carolina. They're probably not even counting them anymore at this point because it's pretty late.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3:00 in the morning in North Carolina right now.
Right. Wow, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Yeah, well, Trump's saying he's won. Like when Yeager was showing me the data earlier on the states, I didn't realize that was only for votes counted today. I thought that was for the total vote. So I predicted that Trump was going to win. It's very possible right now that Biden could still make a comeback, but he's got a lot of distance to clear in Michigan and Pennsylvania. So we'll see what happens. But wow.
Welcome to 2020.
Yeah.
The year where we forgot to count began to be Neanderthals again.
Yeah, unbelievable. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. This could take, days at a minimum.
Could be up till Friday.
Yeah. So far for the whole election, still waiting on 27.4 million votes.
Yeah, but a lot of those are in California.
True.
California's only 70% reporting 11.4 million votes. Like, yeah, they have a few more there. And then Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, Alaska doesn't have a big population. Still 30% Nevada.
Yeah, nothing from Hawaii yet.
Wyoming's already counted their votes. I don't know what the problem is with the other states.
That's crazy because, like, Wyoming, you're using all the internet right now.
Yeah, I mean, we even counted before Vermont. Well, yeah, we just have the best system here. Like, Connecticut still is at 59%. These states need to get on the ball and learn how to count.
Well, we're not really going to see much more movement now, but so we should probably wrap up the stream pretty shortly. We've gone past 7 hours, so that's officially the longest stream or video I've ever done. So that was an interesting event. I'll give you the floor, Yeager, for any closing statements. So thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, I think as far as like the election, I think we're all a little shocked how well Trump has done compared to what the polls were before. I know a lot of them were within the margin of error, but still, like with the increased voter turnout and the fact that he isn't losing the popular vote, he was a lot more popular than what people anticipated. Not going to go as far as say there's a silent majority or anything like that. It was just he had a lot more traction than what was seen in some of the polls that were taken. Now, unfortunately, because some states lack the ability to count, that we will have to wait for the results maybe for a couple days, because Michigan's probably the worst out of them. Because they said they'll have them by Friday. And it would be great if we had an election day where we could have a result, even if it's into the night or into the next day. So we will see. We'll just have to play it by ear. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of turmoil no matter how this turns out.
Yeah. Kirk Wilcox says, thank you guys for putting on a quality stream. Well, yeah, thanks for being here in the audience, Kirk. Always good to be joined by you. And big thanks to everybody for watching this evening. Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated. Obviously, I stream daily, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so yet. I think at this point, yeah, I'll just give my closing remarks. And, because this isn't over yet. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, so there you go. Donald Trump did a lot better than a lot of people are predicting. He's still, even with a good performance from Donald Trump that exceeds expectations, he still has to have a few things to go right for him, even still, given all these other aspects that were, in the air before that have already been decided. He still has to win a couple of the Rust Belt states. Still has to win Wisconsin and Michigan, or Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania and Michigan. Yeah, we're going to be in a very close sort of election. It's very possible with those 5 million or so votes, though, that remaining in the Rust Belt, that they skew enough towards Biden to close the gap. Biden's got a huge gap in Pennsylvania. It's possible, but he needs to really perform well there. As far as Wisconsin goes, it's definitely possible. Michigan, definitely possible that Biden can make a comeback. So if you're a Donald Trump supporter, Donald Trump can still win. If you're a Joe Biden supporter, Joe Biden can still win. So it could go either way. When I called it for Donald Trump earlier, that was based on what I thought was the full data, but that turned out to only be the data from today. So we'll see what happens. It's going to go another few days probably. Like I said, we'll keep you updated. Be here tomorrow night and the next night and the night after that. So be sure to tune in. Be sure to like this video, by the way. Subscribe to Superpower Broadcasting if you haven't done so yet. And follow me over on Twitch. Link is in the description below. If you'd like to send your boy a tip, my PayPal link is in the description as well. And if you want to support this channel on a monthly basis, you can check out my Patreon. Once we hit $100 a month, I'll be doubling the content and releasing daily pre-recorded videos premiering to YouTube, in addition to daily live streams airing to Twitch and YouTube, as we've done now. So we're close to getting there, 70% of the way there. It's pretty good. Huge thanks to all the existing patrons, and a big up to all the guys in the PayPal gang. You guys have been awesome. We recently purchased a new computer system and everything here, new lighting and all that kind of stuff. So it helps to offset the cost of everything. So big thanks to all you guys. And yeah, stay safe, everybody. And I'll be back tomorrow night. Thanks for tuning into the election stream. So have a good night, everybody.